哉院中游，周览无穷已。百会吐芳华，重台鸟高枝。林木分交错，悬池系黄柳。清玩必详情，仙轮出战尾。座中发美赞，意气同阴魁。
There is no point to this, Viper. You've spent too long fighting mortals and have forgotten much. And I am no mortal. Your antics will amuse me for a moment. But it is time to accept your fate, sweet daughter.
You're not my mother. You're a monster!
How ungrateful. To be my child is an honor, for I allow you to serve me in death as in life. Now kneel.
Viper?
And who is this pest?
Justina Gu, Winter's Grace. Not bad for a princess. Let's finish this!
我勒个娘，也聊天。
赶紧来试试。
哎，我先来。这没啥。
哎，让我试试。哎，看见没有？我勒个娘呀！哎，看着啊！
没事。哎，让我哎，这种事情就不要问了，让我来问正事要紧。
你在装什么啊？你谁啊？
我楚大少修罗榜第1，没有资格看奖杯吗？
我小心神，联赛第1态，凭什么不能看奖杯？
小德柱，你终于来了！我太刀之魂为人方正，凭什么不能看奖杯？还是小德柱好啊！你们啊，看门都不会看。谢谢啊，小德柱。新赛季，我们必将跨过这条线。
新的垃圾话又开始了，就让我来为大家开个场吧。
听说这次春季赛好像来了不少新人。
哦，是吗？好多人都没听过呢。
我也算半个新人吧，不过只拿了个铁杯亚军，还可以吧。
新来的有一个叫风少的，名字比我还拽，你们认识吗？
没有。
没错，正式在下，本赛季必定尽显锋芒。
大家好，我是练习时长6个月的影视高手。
啊？
新赛季还请各位多多指教。
哇，感觉新赛季有新的目标了。
春季赛怎么感觉挑战更大了
？Spider， 你欠我的周冠，我必定让你还。
作为现在的修罗榜第1，我觉得现在我有点无敌。
希望你不会跟王良一样，一到关键时候就拉胯了。
拉胯也还行吧，至少能进决赛。某些玩太刀的总是差那么一点。这个赛季大家的太刀有没有什么说法？
我熊猫人太刀之魂。
我小心神太刀的神。得了吧，现在联赛里就只有我一个人有专属太刀皮肤，我不知道你们在吹什么。
麦克，我是你水友，我想跟你交手很久了，但是去年刚好没碰上你。大麦，我也是你的粉丝，想领教一下你的太刀之魂。
有点难，我的太刀现在已经进化了，再加心魔已去，我已经没有对手了。
任何邪恶就让神之一法。
单杀我最多次的人已经不在了，但这个赛季我会继续统治这个赛场。去年杰杯只是小试牛刀而已，今年的联赛，我要你们看到真正的实力。
这个赛季我一定让你们记住本风少。
我期待重返这个赛场已经很久了，接下来 AOW 麦克不会让你们任何人失望。
小心不要被我单杀了，我们赛场上见。
又有人要面对阴极真神的恐怖了。
开辟新的时代，
只是暂时结盟罢了。我们走吧。
为了用这双洞穿天命的眼睛，
阴神之眼，烛照万物。
乐哉院中游，周览无穷也。百会吐芳华，重台鸟高枝。林木分交错，悬池系房里。清完必详情，仙轮出战尾。座中发美赞，意气同音魁。
There is no point to this, Viper. You've spent too long fighting mortals and have forgotten much. But I am no mortal. Your antics will amuse me for a moment. But it is time to accept your fate, sweet daughter.
You're not my mother. You're a monster!
How ungrateful. To be my child is an honor, for I allow you to serve me in death as in life. Now kneel.
Viper?
And who is this pest?
Justina Gu, Winter's Grace.
Not bad for a princess. Let's finish this!
我那个娘也聊天，
赶紧来试试。
哎，我先来，我先来。这没啥。
哎，让我试试，让我试试。哎，看见没有？我那个娘哎，看着啊！
没事。哎，让我。哎，这种事情就不要问了，让我来问正事要紧。
你在装什么啊？你谁啊？
我楚大少修罗榜第1，没有资格看奖杯吗？
我小心神，联赛第1太，凭什么不能看奖杯？
小得主，你终于来了！我太刀之魂为人方正，凭什么不能看奖杯？还是小得主好啊！你们啊，看门都不会看，谢谢啊，小得主。新赛季我们必将跨过这条线。
新的垃圾话又开始了，就让我来为大家开个场吧。
听说这次春季赛好像来了不少新人。
哦，是吗？好多人都没听过呢。
我也算半个新人吧，不过只拿了个节杯亚军，还可以吧。
新来的有一个叫风少的，名字比我还拽，你们认识吗？
没有。
没错，正式在下，本赛季必定尽显锋芒。
大家好，我是练习时长6个月的影视高手。
啊？
新赛季还请各位多多指教。
哇，感觉新赛季有新的目标了。
春季赛怎么感觉挑战更大了
？Spider， 你欠我的周冠，我必定让你还。
作为现在的修罗榜第1，我觉得现在我有点无敌。
希望你不会跟王良一样，一到关键时候就拉胯了。
拉胯也还行吧，至少能进决赛。某些玩太刀的总是差那么一点。这个赛季大家的太刀有没有什么说法？
我熊猫人太刀之魂。
我小心神太刀的神。得了吧，现在联赛里就只有我一个人有专属太刀皮肤，我不知道你们在吹什么。
麦克，我是你水友，我想跟你交手很久了，但是去年刚好没碰上你。大麦，我也是你的粉丝，想领教一下你的太刀之魂。
有点难，我的太刀现在已经进化了，再加心魔已去，我已经没有对手了。
任何邪恶就让神之一法。
单杀我最多次的人已经不在了，但这个赛季我会继续统治这个赛场。去年节杯只是小试牛刀而已，今年的联赛，我要你们看到真正的实力。
这个赛季我一定让你们记住本风少。
我期待重返这个赛场已经很久了，接下来 AOW 麦克不会让你们任何人失望。
小心不要被我单杀了，我们赛场上见。
有人要面对阴极真神的恐怖了。
开辟新的时代。
只是暂时结盟罢了。我们走吧。
为了用这双洞穿天命的眼睛，
阴神之眼，烛照万物。
乐哉院中游，周览无穷也。百会吐芳华，重台鸟高枝。林木分交错，悬池系房里。清完必详情，仙轮出战尾。座中发美赞，意气同阴魁。
There is no point to this, Viper. You've spent too long fighting mortals and have forgotten much. But I am no mortal. Your antics will amuse me for a moment. But it is time to accept your fate, sweet daughter.
You're not my mother. You're a monster!
How ungrateful. To be my child is an honor, for I allow you to serve me in death as in life. Now kneel.
Viper?
And who is this pest?
Justina Gu, Winter's Grace.
Not bad for a princess. Let's finish this!
我那个娘也聊天，
赶紧来试试。
哎，我先来，我先来。
让我试试，让我试试。哎，看见没有？我那个娘呀！看着。
没事没事没事。哎，让我来让我来。哎，这种事情就不要问了，让我来问正事要紧。
你在装什么啊？你谁啊？
我楚大少修罗榜第1，没有资格看奖杯吗？
我小心神，联赛第1态，凭什么不能看奖杯？
小得主，你终于来了！我太刀之魂为人方正，凭什么不能看奖杯？还是小得主好啊！你们啊，看门都不会看。谢谢啊，小得主。新赛季，我们必将跨过这条线。
新的垃圾话又开始了，就让我来为大家开个场吧。
听说这次春季赛好像来了不少新人。
哦，是吗？好多人都没听过呢。
我也算半个新人吧，不过只拿了个节杯亚军，还可以吧。
新来的有一个叫风少的，名字比我还拽，你们认识吗？
没有。
没错，正式在下，本赛季必定尽显锋芒。
大家好，我是练习时长6个月的影视高手。
啊？
新赛季还请各位多多指教。
哇，感觉新赛季有新的目标了。
春季赛怎么感觉挑战更大了
？Spider， 你欠我的这冠，我必定让你还。
作为现在的修罗榜第1，我觉得现在我有点无敌。
希望你不会跟王良一样，一到关键时候就拉胯了。
拉胯也还行吧。
3排总冠军独板，冠军就是 WBD 微博 Gaming Spider， 他们就是机器战队。决赛冠军就是 Spider， 世界冠军赛3排总冠军 G Team。
刺度虽小，亦能捕蝇，故为蝇虎。而人中之虎，亦在座中。朱雄豪，克定万难，实有今日。然方圆对弈，自有其命。险峰立苍马，岿然似虎行。狭路相逢，势必刀光剑影。稍有不慎，落得弓折刀尽。渴望胜利，何惧泪洒赛场？直面绝境，尚能浴火重生。激发潜能，即可逆天改命。手足同心，亦可踏破黄泉。登虎头山，天选并非唯一道路。江帆海废，尽显锋芒。
Over the past year, the Nbpl has passed 2 inaugural seasons, with countless young talents engaged in fierce competition, with united efforts, working together to reach the peak of NARAKA BLADEPOINT. And now, at the beginning of March, just after the inset of weekend, we will embark on a new journey in the spring spirit. As the spring thunder rolls, all things come to life. Tigers hide in the mountain, the roars creating a gust of wind. Unleash the tiger and see who can display their full potential.
GS 小安、小虎、225、小雨。TK 阿坤、盛宴、阿磊、赛德基。欢迎 AOW 战队、集结号战队。AOW 平头、孙悟空、麦克、书童。集结号：雨、初月、小雷神、离心。欢迎基地战队、King Zone 战队。
基地，卡卡西、冬青、蒙一柔、长安叶。Kingzo， 六根，灰仔，独白，繁星。有请 A 队，京东 Gaming。Alliance， 小钻石、小金、小羊、林一、巨星。JDG， 老实人、楚征、Kobe、小慧。欢迎 WND1 战队。EWG 战队，WND1、天骄、瑞希、无心98、三少爷、皮克斯。EWG， 小鲤鱼、叶然、图图、小阮。欢迎暴打战队、OC 战队。暴打、深渊、毛毛、莱恩 TG、月光。OC， 小杰、柔风、翔宇、泽梦。欢迎 OUG。颜值和实力并存 ，OUG 苏苏、星宇、路人王、熊猫人。欢迎狼队。群狼出没春季赛，狼队浪西西、阿甘、凯豹本出。欢迎星辰 Gaming。敢打敢拼 XCG， 李星恒、奈何桥、王良、小南。欢迎 KLA。 欢迎考拉来到春季赛 KLA， 陈玄之、钱滚滚、风少、一棵草。欢迎 T1 战队。涅槃重生，迎来 T1， 超电磁炮，小伟、谭许杰 ，LYD。Leo， 有请 GL 战队。惊雷一闪，新赛季 GL。Eagle、子瑜、AS、晚风、通少。有请联赛冠军战队微博 Gaming。欢迎 WBG、半季、梦游、小蜘蛛、皮皮。同样，让我们请出的也是联赛冠军战队积极。欢迎积极、小恶魔、330、李新淼、阿莎。最后请出的是杰杯卫冕冠军 J Team。J Team， 雕、扎克、昊天、小星神。
我喜欢火药的香味儿。
The Phoenix spread its wing anew, casting forth the resilience of glory. Get ready for the 2023 Nbpl Spring Split, as we eagerly anticipate who will dominate and unleash their full potential on the battlefield.
新赛季，我觉得挑战更大了，有新人的加入，也有回归之人。
之前的我总是缺乏一些自信吧，但这个赛季我不会再怕任何人。
对于我来说，刀法从来都不是问题。
当之无愧的主角 A 中闪 A， 高速百炼，漂亮！
我不会去改变什么，我会坚持自己，因为我的梦想就是有一天用我的刀法拿下一个冠军。
我曾经只是一个平凡的人，是这个舞台给予了我一个机会，让我能够证明自己。
钩索摆列，打到了，这边的话直接封印也解除，再接一个升龙，非常漂亮。T25已经被冲着打出去，还真到了，竟然真出局 ，T25被淘汰。
但我没有抓住机会与冠军失之交臂。今年我一定会站在这个舞台上最耀眼的地方。
我期待重返这个舞台很久了，今年的挑战会更大，但是我会迎难而上的。
3名选手，一个正刀漂亮，
接一个火烧龙袍。
那曲线能压死吗？那最终也是要恭喜麦克。
这一次相信我 ，LW 麦克不会让你们任何人失望。
有人问我为什么要一直坚持着太刀，坚持着火男，因为我相信坚持终有一天也能迎来曙光。
又被噎到了，哎呦，这下跑不掉了呀！再来5连颠，6连颠，直接拿下了。
对我来说，我只想证明，比赛中女生也不会输给任何人。
去年的我不够努力，总跟冠军擦肩而过。今年的我以风之名，一定会捧起那座奖杯。
有人问我，你已经拿到了很多冠军了，那你下一个目标是什么？我想说，我的故事才刚刚开始。
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back. I'm your host and your caster, and it's that time again. Welcome to the NBPL Spring Split. It feels like just yesterday, me and Dobby were here casting the World Championship as we watched WBG Spider hoist the Solos trophy and J-Team against all odds come back and defend their championship title. And how the time does fly, because here we are again for your next season of NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host and your caster, the Runekeeper. Joining me today, as always, is my main man, my right-hand man, Dobby Air. Dobby, how we feeling, baby?
Man, I'm feeling good. It is good to be back here at the caster's table. It's good to have this behind me. You know, the Pro League just sitting. It feels fresh again. You know, I had to put it in the washer, you know, so, you know, it's just nice to just see it here now and just back at it again. But also at the same time, we talked about trios, but let's talk about what we're going to talk about for the rest of tonight, which is solos. Obviously, Spider being the main fresh blood that I talked about all last season. He's no longer fresh blood. This man is a champion, and he's coming back to do it yet again. So I'm excited for that, to see how these first 6 games are going to go for what everybody wants to call, they want to bug kill this guy. They want to put a nice little spray go all over WBG Spider. The question is, can he get around it?
Look, we're all excited to see the Spider-Man himself coming back, flying high through Celestra like he does, but I don't think he's going to go unchallenged this season. First of all, somebody we have to talk about, AOW's Mike is back, and this is somebody that Spider didn't have too much of an obstacle with last season during season 2, and now that AOW's Mike back, Mike is looking to reclaim his title as the Solos Demon. You know, season 1, it was all about AOW's Mike going head-to-head with certain players and whether he was going to come out on top of them or not. Now, Spider and Mike step to the arena, but there's some other new players to keep your eyes on here in Solos as well. And one of them we have to talk about from last season is T225. You're talking about a player who came in out of nowhere, is an absolute demon, and was even able to challenge WBG Spider and missed out ever so slightly on walking away the champion versus WBG Spider. So a force to be reckoned with. As we take a look here at our schedule, ladies and gentlemen, you know what it is. We're doing bi-weeklies. That's right. We're going to do 6 days of NARAKA, and then we round out the second week with our bi-weekly final. As you can see across the board here, that's going to end up all the way through April. And then at the start of May, we're going to be coming in with the repechage, aka the losers bracket, to determine which of the 21 teams will lock in for our top 16 teams that will be going to the grand finals. in May, and that's going to be May 18th through the 21st. And we're going to see who's going to hoist that spring split trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be one heck of a wild ride. NARAKA comes and it does not stop. It's every single weekend right here on twitch.tv/NARAKA BLADEPOINT. You, of course, can join me, Dobby, and all of the other lovely casters here for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League every single weekend, and there's no place we'd rather be. As we take a look here at our groups for our first bi-weekly split here, we've got groups A and B going head to head today. Group C will be coming back for days 3 and 4, so make sure you're keeping an eye out for there. But man, looking at Group A kind of stacked here. Team GD, TE, Ventus, J-Team, Wolves, and JL. And then, of course, taking a look at Group B, we're going to see OC, Team GS, TK, 2 new teams joining, as well as Team KLA coming in and locking down. But today, it's going to be 6 games of solos. And if you take a look here, you're going to see a little bit of a difference. Whereas before, we were going 2 games of Morris Isle and then heading to Hollowroth. Now it is Morris Isle, Hollowroth, Morris Isle, and then, of course, back for the last 3, Morris Isle, Hollowroth, Morris Isle. So a little bit of a difference there in terms of the schedule going forward.
Can I bring up something really quickly? I got to interrupt you really quick because we talked about the players, we talked about all of the hype, but I got to bring up a really, really massive importance here that we haven't seen yet until now. I don't know if you guys saw the intro with everybody that's walking in and seeing all this. Happy National Women's Day. We have 2 female competitors for our solos that we're going to be seeing tonight. So we have EWG's Aziron and we have GD's Muir. We actually have not seen this yet. So I got to at least give them a shout out. I got to at least show them a little bit of love because we have yet to see this. It's amazing to see some diversity coming out for NARAKA BLADEPOINT and also just esports in general here. So I got to give it up. Like, I saw that, I was like, yo, let's go. So a little bit of excitement, I mean, I brought out my robe for this. I brought out my kimono. I had to shine a little bit, you know. I had to come clean for the first day. I got to do something, you know. So to see that was like, that's amazing to see. So I had to highlight that real quick.
Oh, absolutely. We love seeing the female players come forth here. You know, it was really great. We actually had a female player from SEA, I do believe, playing during the World Championship, and it was the first, you know, female player we had seen on the big stage. And now coming into the Pro League to see 2 more female players coming forward, and of course, we got to see one of them come forth and talk about, you know, the importance of being here and being able to prove that not only can women compete, but they can also win. I'm excited to see these ladies come out on the battlefield and show us how well they shine, because make no mistake, they are here because they deserve to be here. There's a lot of qualifiers that go into getting here, so they've already earned their stripes, but now they get to show everybody watching that they have earned it and deserve to be here. We're going to jump to a short video before we come back and lock in for game number 1.
我觉得节杯是一个让我成长的一个经历吧。然后想拿个冠嘛，因为第一次打比赛就拿个亚军，至少得拿个冠军填补一下自己吧，也想让自己进化一下吧。我觉得该强的也还行吧，然后对我有威胁的也就那2个嘛，麦克还有白的嘛，也没有别人了嘛。我一般都跟麦克练嘛，因为麦克好歹也是历届天第一嘛，跟他偷也能偷到点东西，然后他也会偷我的东西，但他偷的比较快，我偷的比较慢。
And Spider go at it. It's like seeing an OG versus like a young up-and-comer going against each other. Now, mind you, these guys are pretty much the same age, so it isn't more of an age thing, but I would say more of an experience type of experience. You know, we saw him in the way back when we really first started casting for the cup and everything like that, and obviously seeing Mir here that's getting ready here, and it's amazing to see the amount of anticipation. You know, I love my solos. You know, I love my solos.
Something we've got to talk about when it comes to the matchup between WBG Spider and AOW's Mike, right? Mike is much more used to a meta that is very fast-paced, hyper-aggressive. That's where AOW's Mike always shined, right? The issue I see going forward for AOW's Mike that he might struggle with here in the beginning of the spring split is we're going back to a stall meta, right? Justina has seen some buffs. Zipin Yang has seen some massive buffs as well. Matari has seen some buffs as well. All three of these heroes being very meta right now in terms of solos. That sort of slow down stall kind of meta is not where AOW's Mike shines whatsoever. Mike is much more fast-paced, get in there, pick up kills, and keep it rolling. But WBG Spider, where he truly shined was during that season 2, during that original Z-Ping meta. He was able to put Z-Ping into so much work and create so much space, even during a stall meta, that he made other teams play at his pace. And because of that, he was able to dominate. I think WBG Spider has a slight advantage just in terms of meta here, but it's going to be interesting to see how things roll out. We are getting ready to lock in for game 1 here. No WBG Spider here, as well as no AOW's Mike. They are both in Group C, so we're going to have to talk about that coming in later this week. But right now, we're going to take a look at the players getting ready to lock in. You know, all eyes for me are going to be on Wolves Kai Bao and of course GD's Mur as well. I really want to see her come out and make a name for herself here today in solos, but the demon of the lobby in terms of these groups is going to be T225. We're talking about somebody who very closely came to taking that title from WBG Spider. You know he's ready to come in here and rip it up today, Dobby.
Listen, I got to give a little bit of my expertise here as well here. As much as I agree with you on Mir, I'm definitely going to be paying attention to her in terms of how she does here. I feel like there's going to be a lot of energy coming from Wang Liang. Wang Liang had just such a roller coaster of a season. And seeing the amount of struggling that he went through, a lot of perseverance, and still being able to still be able to qualify, right? He still had the opportunity to, even after all of that, and just sadly still come short. I know Wang Liang wants to come out and absolutely put in so much work, but I gotta put some eyes here on Xiang Yu as well. Xiang Yu definitely was one that I highly slept on and just absolutely came through with so much energy. I gotta see how well he does this season. So I got a couple of eyes on him as well, but gotta give it up to the handsome man. He knows he looks nice. The little Ren, the king, OUG. You know, he's also been another person that also have to kind of pay attention to in this space as well. But I know you're big on Wolves Kai Bao here, as we're gonna see the players lock it.
You know,
do you see Xiang Yu and Ali right now?
Say again?
Do you see what they're locking in? I just want to see what you're looking at.
Yeah, Faria is absolutely meta in solos. Do not sleep on Faria. Yeah, she's both meta in solos and trios. You're talking about a hero who excels well in just about every single situation. The mix-ups she can add based on which F she brings to the table, the silence coming in from the F3, or the ability to extend combos with the F2, or just the ability to break out of golden focuses with that F1 makes Faria extremely versatile, not to mention the mech lasting so long, buying her so much space. She is even going to do well in a stall meta like we're currently seeing here. So no surprises coming out there as we get ready to lock in for game 1 here. We're going to look in on GS's T225 here. Again, somebody who gave WBG Spider a run for their money last season and during the World Championship here. Taking a look over now at Kale's Feng. No surprises to see Feng back here competing again this season. And now turning to GD's Mur. Mur here, surprisingly, on the Tarka early for the pick. We're going to see Jail's Ego coming in here with the staff on to TE. And now we're going to see that bubble come through. We're going to make it very hard. Ego with a massive parry from the jump up. This is an absolutely massive parry here for Ego as the bubble now goes away from Railgun. Railgun coming in with a full katana combo, though. Ooh. Nowhere near their ult. 7 seconds until the bubble comes back up. Ego is going to be forced to back off here and take a little bit of a reset. Railgun trying to come in, even though Ego only gets the one pot off, finds themselves in a very good situation. We're going to see Railgun find an armor swap into the bubble, and Ego is going to use the opportunity to get that full reset off.
So you said earlier too, because I remember we were talking prior to at least getting started here, you saying that one of the main characters for these games, Z-Ping, is definitely going to be a lot more harder to kill during this meta that we have with these packs. Now, obviously, there still is a massive possibility here, but you got to play to your strengths here, and obviously, being defensive is going to be very tough as T225 gets hit massively with a parry from Zhang Yu, and Zhang Yu claiming that first elimination and gets the first kill of our first game for our day one worth of solos as Xunyang. Also finding it out with KLA's Fang here. Fang trying to put in a lot of magic here towards this, but obviously the ulti coming in, Xunyang's going to try to see if maybe he can back out of this situation. Dangerously low here. Looks like he gets lucky enough to find a blue shield swap here. Gives him a massive advantage here during this. Throws the fireball. Does not sadly connect to that, as he is going to try to see if he can grab it, but sadly misses it. Definitely giving Fang an opportunity here to possibly get away, but Fang is not really letting go too hard here. But the maneuvers are absolutely incredible, though, coming in from Fang. Fang making it harder for Shen to try to see if he can get any type of hits or any damage, though, as it looks like he's able to shield a little bit. Shen is able to hit a little bit more onto Fang, and sadly gives him more space. He is able to get away, but here comes Ventus Rexy slowly creeping in here. What was he doing? Looked like he got caught up on something here, and sadly was not able to, and misses the grapples. It looks like he might be able to get away here as we look back at Ali as well, fighting it out with JL's Ego. Ego trying to fight this out here, trying to see, and the ulti comes out, ladies and gentlemen. The first time we're seeing, oh, beautiful hit onto Ego here. Rockets ricocheting immediately onto him. The massive amounts of hits coming in, and like I said before, this is one of the new transformers for this game. She is absolutely dangerous. So if you see this, it's just like what we talked about with Takeda when he first came out. If you see this massive mech, you better run.
Well, Fairy here just buys themselves so much space, right? Especially the version of the ult they're running there, where they're able to drop that thing down and buy themselves some space, get a pot off, get back in. Third party coming in from Kai Bao, though. A massive parry, which would have moved into the Dragon's Rush, but we're going to see Kai Bao immediately pop straight out of that there, push in, pops the ult, cancels the ult to keep hold of that rage because the third party comes through, and Kai Bao wants to hold that ult for if they get stuck back into another gold focus here, and they get to keep 60% of that ult charge as they do cancel the ult. Now they're all the way back up to 76 here, likely running a rage build, but Kai Bao going to be caught out here by JL's Ego after Ego finds an armor swap. We do see that elbow come through there with that F, but Kai Bao on the run as we're going to see Ego and TL continue to give chase here. Kai Bao looking for any sort of space here, trying to get their ultimate back online so they can get escape. 94% looking to try to get a pot off here, going to be forced to cancel it as Ego comes in from the side. Kai Bao just trying to continue to buy space, needs to be very careful of those bows, does find an armor swap, going to use the F to block some of those range shots coming in from TKA here. We're going to see now Kai Bao does continue to keep it moving, finds a pot off here, but doesn't want to push back into the fight because of the armor disparage, as they had to take that white armor there as they continue to be chased. Kai Bao doesn't really want to re-engage on that fight and immediately burn the ult that he just worked so hard to get back, as we pop over to GS's T225, looking to find a little bit of resources here on the outside edge of the map by Eventide. Ego now being chased by OC's Zhang Yu.
Even with that as well here, it looks like Zhang Yu trying to see if maybe he can close in this gap here, as Ego is just trying to separate it as far as possible. Zhang Yu knows he's inside of this place, but decides not to fully push out here, decides to rotate and maybe go towards another section here, trying to see maybe if he can get something here. It's Kai Bao getting some shots off on Xjin here. Xjin trying to see if he can do it, but he has the staff, ladies and gentlemen, one of the newest weapons here for NARAKA BLADEPOINT and the esports scene in general here. The staff has been a very fun thing to use so far. I've really gotten a chance to really put some work into this one, and honestly, I think a lot of people have favorited the pole staff, but to be honest, I'm loving the staff. I'm gonna be quite honest with you.
Look, the staff is a great change up from the spear, right? As well as the pole sword from the greatsword. Both very, very good weapons. The thing with the pole sword is it is a heavy weapon. It's the same thing with the greatsword. It's a very high risk, high reward type weapon, right? And like we don't often see the greatsword in solos here, we're probably not going to see too much of the pole sword either. It's kind of a pub stomper in solos is going to build in a lot more work into trios, where you have a team that can hold down your opponents, so you can guarantee those huge blue attacks that come from out the pole sword without having to worry about being parried. When you're in solos here, the odds of you getting parried are so much higher, right? Because you're just kind of 1v1 with opponents, or you even have the third party who can just come in and pick up the parry when they're not the player locked down, and all of a sudden you find yourself completely on the back foot. So the spear and the the staff going to be putting in quite a bit of work here in solos. A very favored weapon during the current meta. We're going to see the Targa Fireball come down as all these players look to lock in for our first Realm of Yang, and it's going to be GD's Mir versus Wolves Kai Bao. A little bit of a run back here as Kai Bao picked up the first elimination on Mir early into the game, so the rematch coming in for both of these players, both of them on white melee weapons here. Kai Bao gonna come in immediately, pop the charge right click there. We're gonna see Tarka ult for Tarka ult here. Kai Bao actually gonna get caught out there with the grapple, but turn it back around on Mir. Mir goes airborne, the ultimate is there, there's nothing they can do. Kai Bao goes for a mini infinite and picks up the elimination. We're gonna see Mir respawn with that Yang depletion and gonna need to find the soul blue pretty quickly, as we see TK's Ali also pick up an elimination onto T225 here. T225 going to be forced to go find the resurrection and look for a soul bloom as well.
Absolutely insane coming out of our first arena hits coming in as Wang Liang gets a beautiful parry onto Kai Bao here, immediately trying to see if he can get any type of momentum. But Jin coming through with that third party of those fireballs here, and sadly is not able to really hit anything in terms of actual momentum. Meanwhile, Mir trying to see if he can find at least any type of elimination here. Looks like he's going to be able to back out of here and at least get some shield and some heals here. Wang Liang, top contender that we talk about before, and I talk about him consistently. I love Wang Liang. I think Wang Liang is one of the most dangerous players here in this game. He has been through so much. I feel he is the villain of a lot of our stories that we talk about, and I love that. I love the defining story of Wang Liang and how hard he's worked to get here. As obvious as Mir is putting in so much work, trying to see if he can get away and try to separate himself out of this fight, as T25 is not even going to let Mir get away too fast here. Meanwhile, Jin goes all in with the cannon, trying to see if he can claim anything. Mir gets caught, and T25 is going to be right there, right behind her to claim the elimination. Gets it and says, I'm out. See you later. Let me get some shields real quick. I could run it back if I really feel like it.
You know, this is huge for T225, right? Both Mir and T225 lost their Realms of Yang, so both of them really fighting to pick up an elimination there so they could get that Soul Bloom. And we're going to see T225 be the one who comes out on top, gets that Soul Bloom, so that Yang depletion is gone, and T225 no longer on a timer anymore. They don't have to be aggressive. They can choose which fights they really want to take and work on that macro and not have to be hyper aggressive here. As we turn to Baoda's Shengwan here, looking to pick up some range shots here with the pistol onto multiple opponents, but they need to be very careful here, where you're seeing them try to fight over this box, but there's a lot of players here looking to pick up some eliminations. And speaking of eliminations, if we take a look at the scoreboard here, we're going to see GD's Mir and JL's Ego both fully eliminated here in our game number 1. We still have 12 players remaining here in the lobby. A little different than last season, as we only have 14 teams each day instead of 16 teams. So slightly less teams this season, a total of 21 teams competing. So there are less kills to pick up in the lobby overall. There's 2 less players to eliminate, and 2 players can be multiple kills, upwards of 6 eliminations, depending on whether they go into Realm or Yang or not. So it's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out. We are going to see the Vermilion Birds being used by TK's Ali there. Ali going to walk away and get to keep all of their gear, but T225 picks up an elimination and gets themselves another point on the board. Taking a look at the scoreboard, Wolves Kai Bao, OC Zhangyu, and GS's T225 both with 2 eliminations under their belt, tied for first place. And we're going to see TK's Ali, who won their Realm of Yang with 1 elimination under their belt. Everybody else still looking for their first elimination here in game number 1 of this year's Spring Split.
We knew that it was going to be very, very tough for people to claim really any eliminations, excuse me, for our first few games here for NARAKA. Now, obviously, there's a lot of nerves coming into the first couple of games here. Obviously, the first game jitters are always going to be important, especially after so much practice, so much work. Now you're here on the main stage, and now you have to put all of that money where your mouth is. And obviously, Wang Lang here caught in between it, but ends up getting hit and immediately pops the bubble. And obviously, as we talked before, you know, obviously, Z-Ping has got a little bit of a buff. You want to tell chat a little bit about that?
So the big thing here with Z-Ping is, you know, she was absolutely huge during the Season 2 split last year.
Massive.
Coming into this meta after her big nerfs during the offseason, she actually saw some massive buffs, one of which being her ult. The tick down on that ult is so fast. It's nigh impossible to actually eliminate a Z-Ping while she's in ult. It will just tick up so fast. You can have her in a full combo and never drop it, and it does not matter. It's just going to continue to tick her health up there. But the bubble also getting a massive ult with the fact that you can go ahead and throw the seed out, but it's not going to proc until you take a hit. So you almost get 8 seconds back on the cooldown because you can throw it out, and you're not going to start using the bubble until somebody actually hits you. But the cooldown does immediately start as soon as you throw out the seed and pick it up. So if you can wait till the 6 or 7 second mark to pick up that hit, you're getting that cooldown back so much faster. And we're going to see Wang Lang already has the bubble back up again, can just burn that to heal in this fight, doesn't have to use resources, and keep it moving while he's doing it. It's one of the things that makes Z-Ping so annoying to pin down. They can actively move while healing. We're gonna see a couple people go into the zone here. Looks like only one player made it in, but somebody else made it in across the map. So we see TK's Ali going head to head here with S Railgun for Team TE in our realm of Yang. Let's see who comes out on top. I do believe it's Z-Ping versus Feria here, aka the Fifi. We are going to see Ali here actually just come in and blitz down Railgun, but Railgun has ult here. It's going to be very hard to eliminate them here. Yeah, look at this. Oh no, they actually are able to pick up that elimination while the Fifi, or sorry, while the Z-Ping has ult available and up. The staff hits actually coming out faster on the left click than the tick up from the ultimate. We're going to see Lee here pick up legendary nunchucks from that box, as well as picking up the Mystic Might, which is going to give them a 25% damage reduction, as well as show them where all the other players are on the map. This is huge for Ali.
He actually just contradicted what you just said 2 minutes ago about how it's impossible.
I said nigh impossible. I didn't say
nigh impossible.
It's very, very hard.
That's close to impossible. It's still a part of the word. You know, it's just like Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible. He's still alive after 8 movies. It's impossible. That's close to it. We can put that on a slant. Anyway, as we go back to the top of the order here, it's still amazing though to see how amazing these players can, even with our predictions, even with what we talk about, we always learn more about what these players are capable of doing in these fights. As we see Wang Lang go into hiding into one of the other spaces here. And it looks like J Team's Xin also going to be doing a very similar stat here, as S-Rail and Wolves are nearby. They're going to be possibly fighting this out, as Kai Bao is actually throwing some pistol shots right in front of S-Rail, meets right up with X-Jin, and now they're in the middle of catching a fight here. S-Rail actually putting in massive damage towards Jin, and Jin goes around the other side, finds Kai Bao, and now he's caught in a 2v1 situation. Definitely does not want to get caught in the worst place to be, as X-Jin is going to try to see if maybe he can get the disappearing act and back out. But sadly, he's going absolutely insane. Actually hits Zhang Yu and sends him down the cliff just with him. And obviously, Zhang Yu becomes the target. The sharks are out. They smell the blood and they want it. And sadly, Kai Bao is going to be the one that claims the elimination. Meanwhile, Jin and Zhang Yu all going back out for a reset here, even though everybody has full shield and heals.
You know, there's something we got to talk about right now, at least in my part of the world. It is full moon tonight, and clearly that's paying out for our boy Wolves here, Kai Bao, as he comes in and clutches the first place out with 3 eliminations currently under his belt. And I gotta say it, man, Kai Bao is in rare form today. You can really tell that he's put in the work between the off season and coming back to the season, because I haven't seen a situation where he's on the back foot. Even earlier when he had no shields, right? He was able to utilize the spear to create enough space for him to find an armor swap. Takes a setback into the white armor and doesn't push back into the fight, even though they burn cooldowns because he knows he's on the back foot. And that's something Kai Bao struggled with during the World Cup and last season, was being slightly too aggressive when they were playing into heroes like Tarko, where they just were like, okay, I've got a little bit of advantage, I'm going to push in, even if I'm at an armor disadvantage and stuff. And one of the other things that Team Wolves in general suffered from last season was the ability to find good gear into late game. It's actually what set them back the most during Worlds. They would pick up early eliminations, they would get eliminated early and then couldn't find it back into the game. But if we look at Kai Bao right now, he's got purple armor and a legendary katana, so no problems finding gear here. This game is going to come in onto Railgun. The ult comes out. He's looking for it. The elbow goes for it. We're going to see Railgun pop the ult here. Oh my goodness. You can't tick past a headshot from a bow though. As Shen Wan says, I don't care if you're ticking up. I'm going to do so much damage with a single headshot from the bow. You can just go ahead and go back to the lobby, Z-Ping.
I'm telling you, these long ranges are also something that's very dangerous. We've seen some massive hits coming in from a lot of these players here. Shen Wan, good Lord have mercy. Oh my.
Look, Shen Wan takes that elimination from Kai Bao, and Kai Bao turns it back around on Shen Wan and says, not in my lobby. You can go ahead and go join them right back there.
What? He just disrespected him so hard. I was like, oh my goodness. What? That felt personal. I'm gonna be honest.
It was. Shen Wan took his kill from him, and Kai Bao turns around and says, "No, no, no, not in my house.
Not in my house." I felt that on a personal level. I was like, wow, I felt that one. As Kai Bao is going to get caught here on this wall here, as Fang is going to push in on Wolves. Kai Bao, the leader so far with 4 eliminations here, absolutely decimates him for his shield here, as Kai Bao is going to try to see if he can back out for the reset here in any which way, as Zhang Yu also going to be inside and trying to see if he can catch anything of Kai Bao, waiting for the parry though, as Kai Bao forced to use his ulti, trying to see if he can get anything, as Fang is going to back off here, trying not to get caught. Oh, massive hits coming through from Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu trying to hold it together here, but Zhang Yu is going to actually knock this out and claim the elimination onto Wolves. Kai Bao, our leader of the game so far, the head of the Wolf Pack, is officially eliminated with 4 kills and 5.3 game score. At least a decent start here for our solos, but it'll be interesting to see where he places overall here, as we still have 8 players left in this lobby. Now, obviously, we still have the multipliers. We still have all of our usual points that we have for the season. I don't think anything in terms of that has changed. So we're still going to be seeing those points be very, very helpful for him in terms of placements. But now with 8 players alive, and still there's certain players here that don't have a single elimination here, somebody's got to put in work.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you can't come in here and not expect to put in work. If you're coming into game 1 expecting to be lazy, you might as well go ahead and go home. You might as well pack up your bags and just call it a season already. Speaking of not calling it a season, we see Wang Liang just down here using those dual blades to create distance and block range shots while he takes whatever he wants from the box here, able to pick up that legendary armor and keep it moving. T225 coming to see if there's anything left in the box he wants there. TK's Ali just chilling top side as well, looking to see if anybody's going to come on to the box. T225 pushing on to Wang Liang, but Wang Liang instantly just creating that space. Again, using those dual blades as well as that Soul Jade, so he can just keep it walking towards players, and if they throw range shots at him, it's just going to bounce off those dual blades, right? He's just going to reflect those out of the way. KLA's Fang here looking to move in onto OUG as well as OC Zhang Yu. We're seeing now where Zone 4 collapsing onto Zone 5, 8 players left alive, and things are going to get very tight very quickly for these players. Wang Liang looking to continue to create space using the Soul Jade. Needs to be careful though. This is a very parryable Soul Jade. So as players approach, you're going to see Wang Liang constantly using that tap dodge to back away so that he doesn't end up getting parried by these other players. He's just using it to buy space to force these players to not be able to land range shots, as well as forcing them to think about how they're going to engage. If he can actually get them to misread into a miss parry when they tap dodge, and he tap dodges forward, he can capitalize massively on that by coming in with an uppercut on those dual blades and doing a ton of damage. He just has to play that right. Everybody right now playing a little bit of footsie. Nobody looking to really engage here. They want to wait till this zone's completely collapsed and see if they can get somebody caught out in the middle. Nobody has taken any range shots from another player, has seen their armor depleted or anything like that. So right now, everybody just testing the waters here as Zone 5 is fully collapsed on. We'll see it collapse onto Zone 6 in the next 60 seconds. It's about to become very small. The no ult zone popped down below. Reki gonna move away from it, but has found himself a little bit of a safe zone in case any players want to push onto him with those ults. He can just move into that no ult zone and get away, canceling out those ults if they decide to give chase. KLL's Feng with a really nice hiding spot back here, playing Matari, but Feng, a lot of these players, a lot of work to put in. Wang Liang, Alliance of Jin, OUG's The King, Reki, and Fang, all with 0 eliminations under the belt here, and there's only 8 players left alive.
Only 8 players left here with Zhang Yu with the lead so far with 3 eliminations, but has to keep going here with the placements in order to get higher than 5.3. And obviously, there's still five players without a single elimination here, so they're going to need to make some magic happen, but at least they have some point on the board here. Sadly, it's not 1, it's a 0.5, but it's better than nothing. Even in these games, as OUG's The King trying to see if maybe he can push on towards the Jin, but Jin having those long ranges is not giving him any opportunity here really to push closely here. As the circle is starting to push in, we're in circle 5 with 8 players left alive here. The King getting hit by some bow shots. It looks like Jin slowly, oh no, that's a lead. Actually slowly trying to close in the gap here, trying to see if maybe they can claim an elimination here. Very surprised by the amount of aggression inside of this very small circle here. Usually it's around the time people start to at least kind of be a little bit more weary. People are really watching and paying attention, but there's some people really pushing towards these teams. They're not really letting them sit for too long here. And, you know, we always say, like, don't stand in one spot. And in reality, that's for, like, every game. But in this particular game here, in this far left corner, Jin, Ali, Wang Liang, they're getting active over there.
Oh, absolutely. Look, again, it's like sharks and they're being blood in the water. We saw Wang Liang take some bow shots there, half armor. That's the only feasible player for any of these players to immediately turn their attention onto, right? Because once you take some damage, you instantly become vulnerable, and the rest of the lobby wants to force you to burn extra resources, right? If they can force you to burn your F or burn your ultimate, it leaves you in the worst possible situation, and all other players are going to be looking to capitalize on that. But we did see them able to get those heals off, get themselves back into the game here. But now it's going to be TK's Ali in the corner there, seeing their armor take some big hits, and now T225 also in the mix-up in the middle here with no armor, looking to find a place to get some healing off. But those cannon shots coming through are going to be forced to pop the F. This is what I'm talking about. Now they have 1 charge left on that F, coming back up in 2 seconds. They do still have their ultimate. There it is. They are going to bounce back. They're going to be using the F where they are able to teleport back to where they were. They're going to find a little bit of a reset here, but T225 not in a great place, as they're going to have to wait for that F to come back off of cooldown. And we're going to see now Zhang Yu going to have their armor stripped down. Zone 6 is now collapsing on to Zone 7. It's about to be the final zone. 8 players left alive, and things are about to get hinky for some of these players. We're going to see Fang taking some dagger hits from T225. T225 with that teleport back off of cooldown. Fang also with it, but Fang going to be knocked into the zone by T225, and T225 just trying to keep the pressure on to Fang. We're going to see the Abyssal Ore coming out from Fang, trying to buy a little bit of space, but they need to be careful with that. It's such a huge hitbox. It's very parryable from just about any distance. So that Abyssal Ore putting themselves in a very precarious situation does manage to buy them just a little bit of space so they can get a pot off. Fang still holding on here. Alliance's Jin with the Greatsword trying to buy some space. They're going to go in onto the wall for the Scale Rush, looking for it. Does find Ventus's Reki with it. Rexy gonna take a huge hit here. No armor whatsoever left onto Rexy. Now Jin actually gonna get locked down by Zhang Yu. Rexy trying to capitalize, but we are gonna see the ult and F come out there from Jin as Jin catches the backstab off onto it. Wang Liang picks up the elimination onto TK's Ali before Ali can get into their mech. That's gonna see 2 players eliminated as Zhang Yu picks up Ventus's Rexy as well. 6 players left remaining here. T225 caught out here by the charge left click coming out from the dagger. They can teleport back here if they need to. 4 seconds left remaining before they can teleport back. They're trying to get the pot off. They can't find it. They are going to be forced to go and teleport back. But one thing, staying in the mid distance while threatening that space with the dagger there. Now we see Zhang Yu looking to pick up an elimination here. Unfortunately, they aren't going to be able to find anything, looking to get a heal off. They do have the option to mech up here if they need to. T225 is invisible, trading dagger blows here with KLA's Fang. Fang coming in, still able to find them in the invisibility. T225 just trying to hold on. The Abyssal War connects onto T225, and KLA's Fang will find their second elimination of the game here. We're down to 3 players left alive. Fang versus Wang Liang, down to 3 players. Where is our 3rd player? There they are. They come down. It's Zhang Yu from Team OC. Fang trying to lock it in. Gonna use his feathered wings to go topside there. Looking for a parry here. Isn't gonna find it. We're gonna see the mech getting ready to come out here from PP. No, Zhang Yu gets knocked away from it. Now it comes in. It's Zhang Yu versus KLA's Fang as Wang Liang's eliminated. They're not gonna be able to fight it. Wait, who does it go to? It is OC. Zhang Yu finds 5 eliminations and a 1st place finish here in game number 1.
I told you before, Zhang Yu is a dangerous competitor here, and I told you from the very beginning, make sure to don't sleep on this man. And he shows you why you shouldn't be going night-night, because he might be the one that put you there. As he's able to lock it down, throws down the mech, robots in disguise, and is able to let him know how it gets it done. Sadly, Wang Liang is not able to clutch it up here, but he does still get that 2nd place finish though, which is gonna be massive for him. But Zhang Yu, definitely a breath of fresh air and at least a good start to the games for him. Zhang Yu is gonna clutch our 1st game. Game 1, day 1, everything for 1st place for Zhang Yu.
Look, Zhang Yu is a competitor I will never, ever sleep on. We're talking about a player who had the biggest comeback in all of NARAKA history, right? We're talking about a player who had to burn his ult, had to burn his F ability in a final fight of 3, is literally down to a single tick of HP. If he literally clanks twice, he loses the game. The other player has their
moment I'll never forget.
They have their ability up. Yeah, we're talking about a history in the making in Nbpl. When he comes back and wins that fight, he manages to clank a single time, has almost an invisible HP bar, and still comes back to win the fight. Zhang Yu is a player after that moment that I don't think anybody can ever count of a fight, and he plays this fight, he executes it so well, right? He's running the version of the mech where you can drop the pillar on the ground and then you can jump into the mech at any time. He uses that pillar to shove everybody out of the zone, and then when everybody goes back for the zone, they have no choice but to go to that zone so they're not taking tick damage. He then jumps into the mech and knocks them back a 2nd time, uses the same ultimate to take control of the zone twice, and because of that, he comes out on top by a single tick of HP, picks up 2 extra eliminations and a 1st place finish. This is a massive textbook reason why Feria is a huge solos contender, like we were talking about during the hero selection. And Zhang Yu, just again, textbook execution coming from them.
The finisher coming into at that moment too was also kind of a dangerous call, because he still was dangerously low, and not only that, he was still getting the tick damage from the circle. If Wang Liang had just a little bit more heals and just was able to get away, he might have actually been able to clutch the roundup by just staying alive. And obviously that really could have came down to anyone at any moment in that specific fight here. But obviously Zhang Yu keeping the game alive. And obviously, even when there was 3 players alive, we saw 2 people fighting and we was like, where's Zhang Yu? Zhang Yu's up in the air letting them fight. He's like, hey, that ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm gonna sit up here. I'm gonna sit nice and high. I'm gonna drink me some pina coladas. And when it's time to fight, I'm gonna jump down. I'm gonna get going. And obviously he waited the perfect time to make that happen. And obviously was able to get some. Wang Liang though, another player that we talk about here is steadily trying to put himself back in the top 3 like he always does. Keeping the aggression, but sadly, it was really struggling to really claim any eliminations in the earlier fights here. Sadly, getting only 1 elim prior to, I think, top 5? I think it was about top 5 players. He was able to at least get 1 elimination during that. But Wang Liang was struggling though, but those placement points, him getting in top 3, definitely is going to be massive for him. But obviously, will it keep him there? I mean, it's the first game. We still got 5 more, but tough start.
Look, we've got 5 games to go. It being top 3 into the final of game 1 is not a bad place to be. And something again we have to talk about is there's 2 less players here in solos, right? It's 14 teams every group that's going head to head. So there's 2 players left. In trios, that's 6 players less. So we're actually going to see slightly smaller score lines than we're used to seeing in solos and trios. So being in the top with only 1 or 2 eliminations isn't as bad as it was last season, given those smaller score lines. Now, that said, you've got a player who comes in with 5 and takes first place finish. You're still quite a few points behind them, but it's not a bad place to be coming out of game 1 here. Not only have you proven, hey, not only can I make it to the end of the lobby, I can pick up eliminations. You've also put enough points on the top of it where compared to like the bottom 10 players, you're leagues ahead of them, right? We watch so many players go out in that final circle with 0.5 points compared to these players who are going to be walking away with like 10 to 12 points who finished in those top 3. It's going to be absolutely huge for those players going into game 2, whereas those players who walk away with like 0.5 points are going to have to come back in and they have to have a hugely big pop-off game to even play catch up if they want to be in those top 3 after game number 2.
And even with that as well, they still have 4 more games on top of that one as well. And obviously for the people at home here, it's going to be a little bit different. There is no break. We're just going to go right into it, into game number 2. Once we show you, obviously, the MVP, obviously our scoreboard for the very top of the order in terms of where people are going to be placed going into our game 2 here. But there's no real time to rest here. Everybody's going to get ready. They're going to get thrown back into the lobby here, and we're going to lock it in for game number 2. And we're headed to Hollow, which, by the way, now I finally have all of the little intricate places and the little names for everywhere, and I'm excited. I haven't been able to talk too much about the map as much as we did in the last season, but man, oh man, am I excited to really bring that amount of energy into the map here, because I do love Hollow Rock as much as we do. And obviously, seeing the top score here, Zhang Yu, are we surprised? 5 eliminations, 8 kill points, 4 ranking points with a total score of 12. But check this out. Kai Bao keeping top 3, even though he got eliminated early. 5.3. Sadly, his ranking points give him a 0.5, but those 4 eliminations did massive work for him to keep him in top 3. It's a place that all Wolves need to be, and top of the pack, so he's close to it as well as everybody else. But sadly, everybody else from 9th through 14th, they gotta put some work in.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, here's the thing is, again, with those less kills, the more aggressive playstyle that we saw coming out of Wolves Kai Bao actually pays off for him here, right? He's top 3 with only 4 eliminations, because 4 eliminations account for so much when there's so few kills to go around. And 4 eliminations, even though he goes out kind of in the middle of the pack, still buys him that 3rd place lock-in with 5.3. Now, he still has a lot of work to do, because it's not even half the amount of points that Zhang Yu was able to clutch, because Zhang Yu finished out in 1st with those 5 eliminations, but it still sets Wolves up, so he's coming into this next game not in a bad place, right? If you have 2 games like this, and then you have 2 or 3 pop-off games, you can easily find yourself at the very top of the pack at the end of the day. And like I said, Wolves Kai Bao really coming in huge here. We're going to get to see that fight between OC Zhang Yu and T225 early, and see that's where that ult comes down, actually pops T225 off, creating the space for Zhang Yu to come in with that parry and pick up the fight here. And GD's Mer going head-to-head here with Wolves Kai Bao. It's all over as soon as Kai Bao finds the uppercut there on Tarka, and both of them has popped their ultimate. Then T225 able to come in here, picks up Mer. This is where they're able to get rid of that Yang depletion, which is huge for them. And then Wolves Kai Bao just coming in here, disrespecting players left and right here. See, S Railgun here gets picked up by Shen Yuan, and then Shen Yuan just gets disrespected by Kai Bao after that, and Kai Bao picks up huge points because of it. And now Wang Liang here getting dropped on. KLA's Fang coming in, and then we're going to see those backstacks coming in from Fang, able to pick up that elimination. Zhang Yu able to mech back up here in the very end, pick up the elimination on Fang. What a clean game for our teams here, but it all comes down to OC's Zhang Yu in the end, who's going to walk away our MVP for game number 1, the first MVP here for the spring split. I mean, Zhang Yu really putting in the work, and we talked about this, you and me, Dobby, during the intro before we came into tonight. You know, Zin was talking about how their macro is so good, and they were just like praising themselves, patting themselves on the back for their, sorry, not their macro, their micro, which is just, you know, your skill, your ability to get in there and fight really well. But the macro is what comes in and wins the day here, because if you see OC Zhang Yu, the ability to utilize that ult to knock everybody out of the circle when he just plants, you know, the ult, and then uses it again to knock everybody back out, creating the spacing like you were talking about. He was airborne while those two were fighting and was just like, I ain't got no business here. Y'all can duke it out if you want to, but I'm gonna take the win. You know what I'm saying? It's those sorts of decisions, the decision making in your macro play, that separates a great player from the best players at the end of the day.
And what you said before is separating the smaller players from the champions, as we about to get close to locking it in for game number 2 here. So obviously, with the amount of surprise that we've seen, obviously, from our first game here, even with the 8 players alive here, still surprisingly some aggression coming in, a little bit of some anti-aggressiveness coming in from certain players. Usually when we get closer and closer towards that, you know, that little middle ground that we always talk about, how it usually kind of dies down a little bit. Everybody's just kind of watching, seeing what everybody's doing. It's a lot of dart eyes, just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And obviously, no, there was about 2 or 3 players that got a little aggressive, and they were in somebody's face, and it was like, whoa, hold on, shut up, hey, calm down. So I'm curious now, obviously with the jitters and everything, now game 1 is done. Zhang Yu has collapsed the first game. Do we have the curse? Is he going to be able to clutch another one? I don't know. I love bringing it up just because I think it's fun, and it creates a little bit more of a how can I say, a little bit of a tiptoey type of instance, you know, for really any player, not just Zhang Yu, but with any of our players. Obviously, from Mir, sadly, who was getting eliminated early, to Shu Yang, who just gets absolutely destroyed by S-Rail's headshot from the bow. But let's also talk about how you were saying the ulti with the bubble was able to just make it where it's just almost impossible. And we saw 2 players end up getting eliminated to the point where that bubble did not help them, at least in that situation or in that moment. So maybe they popped it a little too late. Maybe it just wasn't the best time. Maybe they had less heals. But it's interesting to see how, you know, we have these observations, and then the moment we see these in game, sometimes it's a different story.
Well, see, what it comes down to is it comes down to game knowledge, right? I said it's nigh impossible to kill her while she's ulting, right? And in the first instance, what we see is we actually see the charge left click come out of the staff, right? That is one of the few instances where a weapon actually hits faster than their ultimate, right? So the only, like, you have to have the game knowledge to know, okay, hey, the charge left click on the staff is going to hit faster than the ult can tick, and then you have to find the opening to execute it. And in Pro League, there's no real surprise that players are going to be able to have that knowledge and then execute on that knowledge. The other instance, of course, being the headshot that we saw come out from Zhang Yu, right? That headshot from the bow is almost instantaneous 700 damage, right? You know, a full combo coming out might be 1,000 damage, but it's 1,000 damage that's slowly ticking up versus the super fast tick of that ult. You see them pop the ultimate, you have to make a split-second decision to swap to the bow and go to the headshot before they tick up enough where that headshot won't instantaneously kill them. So we see two very small instances where you're actually able to get around the Zipin Yang ultimate, but you have to be very quick, you have to make it happen, and you have to find the ability to actually execute that, right? And these pro players, again, no surprise that they're able to do that. Speaking of doing that, we're getting ready to lock it in here for game number 2 as we get ready to come back in. And, you know, you talk about the kind of curse of being the first MVP of the day on Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu played this very well. It's going to be interesting to see if they bring Feria back in, because we do have those hero point rules in effect. You can only play the same hero once, and then you have to play a different hero every single game. Looks like Shen Yuan here actually going to be locking in Valda, which is something you don't see very often here into solos. Valda here actually doesn't really do Shen Yuan a whole lot. If you see, there's nobody in this lobby that they can cancel their ultimate. There's no, there's a single target in play that they can cancel their ultimate, but every other player here, that ultimate actually doesn't cancel out their ultimate. The Ferias, they can be stunned for about 3 seconds from that Valda ult connecting onto them, depending on which Valda ult that it is. But it's not really going to buy them a lot of space. There's no Yodos here for them to cancel ults out on or anything like that. So it's going to be interesting to see how that hero selection comes in from Shen Yuan here, because Valda typically a hero that isn't exactly meta, but can counter specific other heroes. And we don't see a lot of those heroes here in this lobby.
No, we don't here, as we're going to see a little bit more Takeda action as well, getting picked over from Kai Bao, Xin, Feng, Railgun, T225, and even Jin going to be able to lock it in here too. So it's going to be very impressive to see how Takeda is going to be very helpful here for this map, as well as everything else here. But you know, we love it. We're back at it again here at Halaroth, and obviously it's still very, very awesome to look at here, as we're going to see Li, Zhang Yu, T225 near Plumbed Castle, right in front of, it looks like that's going to be Salvation Podium and a Quail's Gateway here. Meanwhile, Kai Bao looks like he's going to be towards the bottom of Moonfall Pass here, as Shuya and Wang Liang is going to be all at Aquilius Crest at Plumbed Castle. Meanwhile, looks like a Altar of Tranquility is going to get claimed by one of the players. It looks like T225 is going to be near Ingius Mound as well. So he's going to have a little bit more, looks like there's going to be some decent loot there as well for him. And it looks like we got at least one player headed towards Grizzly Rise near the far right. But sadly, nobody, at least in the Emfriel's Village, which is where the snow usually is. And that's a very popular spot for a lot of these solo players here. So it's going to be surprising to see where people go here, as we're going to see immediately the 3 players here. Zhang Yu, the King, immediately going at it. Beautiful right click connecting with the katana from the King on the Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu trying to see if he can keep the aggression here, and obviously he's going to go for the back out here, but the King is going to keep it just as high. But here comes Ali trying to back this out, as T25 on the wall here, but sadly is hitting the podiums here and is not actually getting any hits directed right towards the enemies as he's trying to get the fight on. But it looks like Zhang Yu and them is going to back away, going to not try to get caught up by a massive ballista. You don't want to get hit by that too early. That could be a massive elimination and a big see you later, and you don't want to get eliminated by that too early here. It looks like Zhang Yu is going to try to see if he can get a little bit more distance here, as Ali going to try to grapple him as well, and the chase is on, ladies and gentlemen, nice and far. Going to go all the way up to the top stairs, headed towards Plumbed Castle. We're in the depths of one of the biggest places here for this game, as Ego dangerously low. Xjin going in for the chase here, does not want to let him go, as Feng closely behind. Could also be a free kill for Feng if he can, but it looks like he's deciding not to here, as Ego is just trying to dip away as hard as possible and catches him on the fall off, as Xjin is going to claim the first elimination. Kai Bao is going to come through here immediately, as Takeda is going to come through with that ghost, immediately getting some nice slashes on a Kai Bao. Kai Bao trying to see if maybe he can back away, but Xjin putting in so much pressure towards Kai Bao. Definitely doesn't give him any opportunity to do anything, as Kai Bao sadly gets eliminated here. And it looks like he's going to go for the reback, the run back. The question is it going to be salty?
Yeah, we're going to see now Feng just looking to lock into Xjin here. Going to throw some bow shots out. Actually, it creates a really good space here where they are in a space they can actually not get hit with the melee weapons over that little ridge, but they can still keep an eye on their opponent. We're going to see Wang Liang coming here, picking up a kill onto TK's A, and now Action pushing on to Fang, though. Fang, no ultimate. Action does have theirs. There's not a whole lot Fang can do here. The Fang pops their ult, but Action going to counter back with their own ult. Action, with 1 charge left on the ult, needs to find it now, but needs to be careful. If Fang is able to find their own ultimate back afterwards, they're not going to be able to do much here. Action just holding on for as long as possible, waiting for Fang to pop theirs. There it is. This needed to be the moment that they popped their last charge, but Action not going to send it. They're just hoping to go back to neutral here. Doesn't spend the charge on the ultimate, but Fang still has a little bit of time left here. Jin just needs to buy some space. We are going to see the grab come through, but they're not going to be able to follow it up. No ult charges left remaining, and now it's just back to a raw neutral fight here between Action and Fang. Action going to take the time to repair his dagger here, going to give our boy Fang just a little bit of time to get some heals off. Action just going to take the time to do the same here as we see Fang running away, but Action continuing chase. The scale rush comes in, is going to clank off of it, but now Ventus's Rexy going to come through with a huge vertical slash coming off of the longsword, going to send our boy flying. Action looking for a way to get out of this fight now, but Fang not wanting to give up. It finds on to Rexy here. Fang very low, Action very low as well, as now it's turned into a free-for-all. T225 coming in for the 4th party, and these 4 players are going to split off into 2 separate fights.
Looks like these 2 separate fights is more like one, as Rexy claims the elimination onto Fang here. And it looks like Rexy's going to try to see if maybe he can put some damage in on this other fight here. Is Wang Liang getting this fight off here with Shuyang. Both of them pretty much dangerously low here, getting caught in a bad situation as the ulti comes out. He actually claims 2 here. Beautiful hit on Wang Liang, dangerously low, as Shuyang ends up crushing him with the ulti and immediately starts to back off here.
That wasn't actually...
So here's my question. I got a question.
So Shuyan didn't pick that up with their ultimate. They got the ultimate, they got the wave out, they did a ton of damage. You saw the other ult come out before it could slam in and do damage. Shuyan swapped to the bow and picks up a headshot there and is able to pick up the elimination and then just back out of that fight. But what was your question, Dobby?
So the question is when you drop down your ultimate, obviously, and it immediately hits, it does a little bit of damage. I noticed that he ended up walking away. Now the question is does his ultimate reset to 0, or does it go, you know, how certain people, they'll kind of end it early and, you know, their ultimate goes to like, you know, 70-80%, so they still have a little bit since it's not in use. Does it go straight to 0, or does it like immediately just you have some percentage for your ultimate?
Are you talking about Faria?
Yes.
So it depends on which version of the ult you're seeing come out from Faria, right? What you're typically seeing here is you're seeing the version of the ult where it drops the pillar down. The pillar knocks back and does damage. And then if they go over and touch the pillar and get into the mech, that's it. They don't get any rage back. But if they choose not to get into the mech, they do maintain a sliver of rage. Not a big amount there, but we're going to see GD's T225 here looking to push in. Somebody was able to solve the puzzle here. I wasn't quite sure who actually locked it down. We're going to see OC Zhang Yu pick up a bounty onto Wolves. Kai Bao taking a look here at the map. We are going to see those first portals to the Realm of Yang getting ready to come through. Looks like Kai Bao on the bottom side of Plume Castle here, looking to try to lock that portal down. We're going to see GD's Mer, J-Team's Action towards the south side of the map, looking both to try to lock in to one of those. This is going to be our first sets of Realm of Yang. Wang Liang here with white armor and white weapons, looking to find some upgrades. Is going to find a blue set of armor and a blue staff here, and it might be able to find themselves into a Realm of Yang as they get a couple of upgrades under the belt. But yeah, here we're going to see Mer and J-Team's Action both just kind of keeping distance here. But we're going to see a lot of these players dogpile onto this portal to try to get into that Realm of Yang, because this first buff, that Vermilion Bird's Might, is so useful early on here into solos. We're also going to see Fang come in. Mer is going to miss the opportunity to make it happen, so it's going to be J-Team's Action and KLA's Fang going head-to-head here, as well as Balda and TK going head-to-head in our other Realm of Yang. KLA's Fang here with the dagger, looking to find an intro on to Action here. Going to pop the ultimate early, which could cost them here given the Takeda matchup. But we're going to see 2 charges come out. Exjin hasn't burnt a single charge yet, and we're going to see a single charge left on to Fang. Fang only holding out as we see J-Team finally burn their first charge coming in, looking to go for the scale rush to get airborne, trying to find a little bit of a heal, trying to find, actually, sorry, not a heal, trying to find some range shots with the pistol. Now looking for a heal on the backside as both of these ultimates get ready to tick down. Exjin looking to find that opening there, is going to come in with a charge, but Fang going to find the charge left click off the dagger into the uppercut. Exjin going very low. We're going to see the grab come out from Fang, but Fang not able to capitalize on it. Exjin coming in with the katana. The clank comes through. All he needs is a single more clank. There it is, the grapple into the left click. We're going to see our boy come out on top, is going to pick up that massive Vermilion Bird's Might and a legendary katana off of this. This is huge for Fang.
I love the smile coming in from Fang here. I feel like he knew that he had the opportunity here to claim that elimination here, and obviously that smile kind of says it all. There's a lot of confidence going into these games here. You know, we've said it before, Exjin is another big player here that has really done a lot, and we've seen massive amounts of clutches and absolute destruction coming in from the man here. So obviously they still have the opportunity here just so he can reclaim his life and get one more. I don't think he's fully eliminated here, as Ego is gonna immediately pop the that moment here where he can not pop his ulti. Ali dangerously getting hit by the katana. This is why I love the katana here. Even after all this space here, it's still a dangerous weapon to be used here, as Ali using that pole sword here, putting in massive damage. You said it before, high risk, high reward. The question is Ali going to be able to claim it? No! Ego comes through with a massive parry, getting a beautiful shutdown, gets the parry, immediately is going to get the grapple and shut him down and gets the finish. Unbelievable. We said it before here, how much the differences can actually change up here. As, oh my goodness, Fang is just going off here, shutting down Jin, not giving him much an opportunity, forcing Jin to pop the ulti here, and trying to see if maybe he can get away here. Jin doing as much as possible here to try to deter Fang away, but still, Fang is going to push in and keep that same aggression he's been doing so far here, putting in so much work and expertise into this fight here. The question is he going to be able to claim it? Both of them going back and forth with each of their ghosts doing so much damage. As Wang Lan's going to come through with the absolute finish, and the pole sword is just going to right on top of his head and claim the elimination. The question is, can Fang even back off here for a split second here, or is Wang Liang gonna get 2 free eliminations? It looks like he might be able to here. Looks like he gets dangerously close here, and it looks like Shuyong is actually gonna close in the gap, and Shuyong claims the elimination and steals it away from Wang Liang. I mean, you know, it takes one to know one. You know, a lot of eliminations getting snatched here in this game immediately off of the top. And I'm very surprised to see that as Shuyong and Wang Liang both get a free elimination out of it.
You know, Fang here with a legendary katana, but running around with a white dagger taking these fights. I can't help but feel like, you know, he's trolling himself just a little bit there. Not only does he lose the elimination because of the third party, because the fight takes so long, because he's doing so little damage with the white dagger there, but also ends up losing his life, forced to pop the Vermilion. So he gives not 1, but 2 eliminations to Wang Liang in that fight. I feel like if he had used the katana there, he could have done enough damage, picked up that elimination, probably still died to Wang Liang, but only given Wang Liang 1 elimination. We're going to see Wang Liang, speaking of which, dying in the feed there to Zhang Yu. OC Zhang Yu about to go for a roller coaster ride. Shen Yu trying to get the juggle there, but actually a great ult coming out from Zhang Yu there, using the gold focus to break out of that uppercut combo there, and Shen Yu just obliterated as Zhang Yu turns it back onto them. Zhang Yu, thankfully, though, with the Vermilion Birds, going to be able to get the resurrection, and OC Zhang Yu just going to get a little bit of a heal there and not much else. OC's the king here. Sorry, OUG's the king here, up top, looking for Fang while in that Varia mech, looking to make something happen. We are going to see the cannon shots come through, but a great roll dodge coming out from Fang, able to avoid the damage there from the mech. King, no ult available, 3% charge now, trying to find their way out of this fight. So many teams sitting on top here, waiting for the box to come up, as well as our next set of Realms of Yang getting ready to come through as Zone 2 collapses onto Zone 3.
Love to see the way that these players are maneuvering and just trying to keep themselves alive here. within all of these places here, and especially in these third-party fights here, like XDin currently juggling Rexy and Fang here. Fang doing a lot of work here, getting a massive damage onto XDin here, but Fang just putting in so much work on XDin, not really giving him too much of a place to breathe here, as it looks like he's going to scatter off here, and it gives XDin at least a moment here to maybe separate from the rest of the group.
Action's going to die right here. Yang depletion in 1. There it is, boys and girls. Can we talk about how in that fight Fang finally pulls out the gold katana? It's almost like they're listening to me, Dobby, and go, you know what, I'm gonna keep the dagger out for movement, but maybe I shouldn't troll myself and use a white dagger and, you know, do no damage while I'm playing here in the pro league.
You're right, Rube. You're right. All right. You know what? Why am I using this white dagger? You're right. Why am I using it? What's wrong with me? You're so right here. As it looks like we're going to go into another arena. Seeing one of the players immediately come in here, and it looks like Shuyang is going to be on one side. The question is, who is it going to be on the other? I'm going to say it's Fang, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful fight here that we are going to be able to see the run back, because they both were snatching eliminations earlier here. So this is going to be fun to see how they both are going to be able to do this 1v1. And this is it right here. Somebody gets an elimination. They're done for this game here. Both waiting for the scale rush here on both sides here, waiting it out. Both blocks holding it on each side. Beautiful defense happening on both sides here. Fang is able to pop in. The beautiful ult coming in from Fang. Fang trying to see if maybe he can wait it out with a little bit more time, trying to hit the perfect shot. And it looks like he is able to get some decent amount of damage here. Throws the bubble. Immediately is able to go and get some more shield here as well. Fang having an opportunity with his Soul Jade, trying to see if he can connect something. But sadly, not enough here. The Katana trying to see if he can claim anything. Gets a little bit of some hits, but not enough. Jang Yuan trying to see if he can find anything here. Hits the bubble, trying to see if maybe he can bait him into pushing in towards it. And it looks like he almost does here. The timing couldn't be any better for him in this opportunity. As Shuyang gets a massive hit onto him, as Fang is going to use that as his opportunity here. Scale Rush trying to see if he can wait it out here, but obviously not going to be able to do too much here. Waiting for the bubble, trying to see if he can bait him into it. Beautiful right click on that Katana, trying to see if he can find it, but Shuyang hits him with a beautiful parry. Taking away his opportunity, though, with the Katana. Now he's going to be forced to use another weapon here, but it hits a massive hit, but Fang is able to shut down Shen Yun in this fight for the arena and gets his rewards under the realm of Yang.
So Fang played this so well. We see again, we talked about that Valda, right? And even the bubble is able to TOD certain characters, but the problem is when you're going into Takeda, both the ult has the ability to just shove you off when you walk into the bubble and get stunned, and the Takeda grab there where he reaches out and grabs for you has a golden focus startup, and we see there our boy Fang use the golden focus on the startup of that grab to pop the bubble and just aggressively press in on it to our Valda player there and go, I really don't care about your bubble, I'm just gonna keep coming at you. Is able to also take control of the neutral with the grab, pops a huge combo off there, and this is again why I see this Valda pick as such a weird pick. That said, Shen Yu has been putting in work on Valda. I you know, I'm going to give them crap for the Valda here just because of the hero into the particular lobby, but Shen Yu's playing their mind out this game. They do unfortunately lose that realm. They have already found a Soul Bloom essence though, so they're back into the game, right? Like they lose that particular fight, immediately come out and find another, and they parried that gold katana and took it away from our boy Fang. So Shen Yu, even though I feel like they're kind of playing a little on the backside here, given the hero they're playing, just playing their mind out, don't really care. Oh no, I lied. They do still have Yang depletion. I'm not sure why it didn't show on that other screen, but we see it here now. So Shen Yu coming in onto Fang. Fang, who won that fight, actually going to lose it here now. Coming in, looking to lock them down. Fang going to be forced to pop the ultimate. Shen Yu, though, because Ego is here, actually can't risk trying to give chase there and take that kill, even though they do need that kill so they can pick up that Soul Bloom essence. Going to be forced to turn it onto Ego. Ego here looking to try to come in. They do have their ultimate. Ego needs to play this very carefully. Shen Yu did just use their ultimate, so they can potentially pop theirs and not have to worry about being canceled out by Shen Yu. But Shen Yu actually going to come in, find it. No, the bubble catches Ego out. Shen Yu is able to live to fight another day, but that Yang depletion ticking down. 2 minutes and 8 seconds left remaining on Shen Yu here. Shen Yu finding themselves in quite a bit of trouble.
How is he going to get away from that?
Yeah, look, the bubble coming through, absolutely huge for them. They're going to throw the bubble down yet again. We're going to see Fang actually back off because of the bubble. Able to buy a little bit of space, but they're so low. So many players here. Shen Yu, only 48% towards their ultimate. Really can't afford to stay here, but unfortunately, there's no place for Shen Yu to go high. They're going to drop the bubble, try to get a pot off in it, but the range shots are going to come out. This is why the bubble isn't that great for her girl Volda, and they are going to be picked up by Kale's Fang. Fang coming through and showing that they are a demon. Shen Yu with 5 eliminations on their belt, and Fang doesn't care. Kills him twice, back to back. Kills him in the realm, finds him outside, says, look, I'm going to pick it up again.
Volda's still a good, decent Volda, fightable character. I don't care. I don't care what anyone says. I'll fight that till the day I die. Anyway, even I am a Volda fan till the day I die, okay? Still need to be ulted on. Anyway, as Fang is going to try to make that happen here. We're going to go back towards this replay here from the fight that we saw earlier with Ali and Shen Yung here. Ali putting in massive damage onto Shen Yung here. Shen Yung, this is from the earlier one that we wasn't able to actually peep and watch as Ali gets caught by the ulti here. Shen Yung trying to see if he can wait it out. Beautiful moment here to try to hit it. Beautiful grapple, tries to get him caught in the bubble and is able to get a beautiful finish here with the dagger and is able to put in so much effort towards that. So it's wild to see the amount of changes and what could happen in a game later on when you see some of those same people. Like I said, you never know what could happen in these games, and you just love to see it here in NARAKA Esports. Anyway, back towards the top of the order here, Zhang Yu and Fang still leading the pack with 3 eliminations. 2 eliminations on Rexy, the king with Ego, the king and Ego with 1 elimination, and sadly, Srailgun out by himself with sadly 1 game score for his placement, but sadly not able to at least bring an elimination to himself here. So we're gonna see how this goes. But Zhang Yu showing that this first game was not a fluke. I could do it again. I could break this curse. Comes through, gets a beautiful gold, and now he has a massive opportunity here. And so much heals for himself here. And it looks like Fang is gonna push in, trying to put a little bit of some aggression. Oh boy, look at that with the nunchucks absolutely flying in all different types of directions. You better be careful. You don't want to get caught by that. Zhang Yu is going to go for the shield, the reset here. Fang caught on the outside here. Definitely does not want to get caught with this railgun. Gets hit massively by Fang. Fang putting in a lot of work here, both tied up with 5.2 here. So let's see how they're going to be able to hold this all the way towards the end here. Railgun caught on between a wall, a whole lot of wood, and another player. Looks like he's going to be able to try to scale rush this outside here, trying not to get caught here. Almost does. He does have enough opportunity here to at least get some type of shield pop off here, and looks like he does. He's able to do a decent disappearing act here. He's going to try to see if he can separate himself away from Ego. Ego not letting this go. Could be a massive free elimination for him if he can, because nobody else is chasing but Ego himself. Goes for the scale rush, trying to see if maybe he can catch it, but sadly he's not able to do it. It looks like Esrael trying to just maneuver it as best as he can away from Ego. Ego just trying to push her this in, and oh no, he misses the grapple. This is a massive opportunity for Esrael. Trying to see if he can pop this heals. And it looks like he might have lost him for the split second here, and he does, and he is able to get some heals, and he does have the opportunity to back off, and it gives him a beautiful reset here to go against Ego now. Here we go, back at it again with the daggers, both on each side here. Low shield on his pistol. It's also something he might need to possibly repair here if he's going to need to use it here. And it looks like he's going to as of right now, as everybody else is fighting this out here. Meanwhile, Fang and Zhang Yu on the outside. Rexy trying to see if he can claim something here. Both targeting Zhang Yu. They want to get that gold shield for themselves here and claim a free elimination if they can, but it's going to come at a cost. Zhang Yu's not coming out without a fight.
Yeah, we're going to see Zhang Yu here going very low, able to find a little bit of space, get something off, but the range shots just come through, and it's KLA's Fang looking to capitalize on it yet again. Fang trying to find those shots here. The invisibility buying Zhang Yu just a little bit, but not much. They are able to find a couple little pots off there, get their health topped back up, but Zhang Yu trying to buy themselves some space with that Dragon's Roar on the nunchucks, able to just keep players remotely away. Going to be forced to teleport topside, though, as they continue to look to find something. The range shots continue to come out left, right, and center. Zhang Yu just can't find any sort of space. You go low in a lobby like this, and it's blood in the water. And yet again, KLA's Fang able to capitalize and find the kill, not wanting to let those kills go away like they did earlier to Wang Liang. KLA's Fang quickly learning from their mistakes and making those adjustments here in the late game for game number 2. Just locks it down, and unfortunately we do see OC Zhang Yu from last game get eliminated here. Ventus's Rexy in a very similar situation on the Matari, and low, the range shots just coming out left and right, but now the nunchucks coming in from King. We're gonna see a Clank come through. Rexy's very low, and there it is, the fall back into the right click off of the nunchucks, able to follow up that tap dodge chase and pick it up. Ego finds himself on the receiving end of those nunnies as well, wants to back away here, looks for a reset as the King is able to pick that body and get the full reset.
Even with the full reset here, you love it to see the opportunity here just to try to get a moment here just so they can get the resets happening. Assess Railgun is able to do a massive parry onto Fang. Massive damage hit onto him as well here, but decides to back off. Is going to be able to go for his shield here. Doesn't really want to full-blown fight this out. Very surprised too as he doesn't, but he knows he has that gold on him though, so he does have to play to his strengths and his momentums here. Meanwhile, Fang is not going to let him go without a fight here, but he does do a nice little hop. You know, it's a nice little hop on top of the rock. I just thought that was so. He's like, all the way up top here. It looks like the King. It looks like he might possibly push in on Fang here too, but Fang doesn't really want the smoke right now. He's got the gold pistol. Looks like he's got a purple longsword. Or is that dagger? That's a dagger. Got a purple dagger on him, so he is able to play this as well here. Now here comes that downtime that we talk about here. Not everybody really playing to the desperate need of trying to claim an elimination here, but the only person that really needs to find one is S Railgun with 0 eliminations here. So he's trying to play this out, just trying to hold on for as long as he can here. And sometimes in these situations, it's all you can do without getting eliminated too early here. Now, obviously, even with all the full stacks here, still trying to find anything that could be observational and very helpful for him within this space, but still has a decent amount of soul jades on him. Very, very helpful towards this. Is now we're just going through the rotations here. 43 seconds left on the clock here for circle number 6, and this is where things get tight and things get a little bit more crazy.
Look, Fang's in a really good situation right now. He has 4 eliminations under his belt already. He's got gold armor. He's exactly where he wants to be. He's playing Takeda as well, meaning he can use that ult to shove people out of the circle. He doesn't need to force fights, I say, as he immediately comes up and starts to force a fight here with JL's Ego. But look, he's going to back off. He plays this very smart, using the terrain to his advantage. Railgun trying to get some shots off there with the musket. Not able to find them, and Fang, sticking to his guns, has upgraded all the way from that white dagger we saw him playing with earlier up to the purple dagger there. To be fair, he did have that legendary katana parried out of his hands inside a Realm of Yang, and then that player dies and dips with their legendary katana. So Fang has had to kind of stick to his guns, so to speak. Speaking of sticking to his guns, he does have a legendary pistol here, and he's put in quite a bit of work with that as well. He was able to pick up Zhang Yu off the back of just some very quick, handy, quick draws on that pistol. And, you know, Fang really has had good target acquisition this entire game. He sees players who go low. He sees players who burns, you know, ultimates and abilities and goes, okay,
he wants all the smoke.
It's not so much he even wants the smoke. The target acquisition is good, right? It's you see a player who goes low, but they have their abilities up versus a player who doesn't have their abilities up and has a little bit more health. You go after the player who doesn't have their abilities because you have to burn far less resources and spend far less time hunting those kills to actually make something happen here. We're going to see, yeah, the King going to be forced to take the mech there on at Feria as he goes extremely low. He was able to use that ult to shove everybody away, but now he's just trying to hold out for dear life here. Able to find some hits here, but as soon as this ult goes down, we're gonna see King in a very similar situation. Look at this terrible place for him to pop up and try to get those right clicks out. He just completely put himself between the players and that giant stack up where he can't get shots off. This is smart, able to grab a little bit of space on the side there so he can use it to get away. The King able to get a full reset from the mech, but he doesn't have the mech to buy any space here. We're gonna see Ego pick up Railgun. Ego going into the zone here just to get that soul bloom, and Fang still in a great place. Both of these players still only have 2 eliminations, so one of them would need to kill both of the other players, including Fang, to be able to take the lead away from Fang here. And Fang is in a much better situation. We are going to see the Dragon's Roar come out from King onto Fang. Fang gonna lose much of that legendary armor, gonna find some daggers though on to the Tarka there in Ego, and is going to be forcing Ego to use that F, so that F now on cooldown and things getting ready to get very heated. Unfortunately, Fang taking a lot of zone tick here, needs to pop that ultimate soon. We're going to see Ego do the same. There it is, actually get knocked back out into the zone. Knocked back out again. As soon as he gets another charge, he can knock Ego back again. Is going to find the elimination. Fang now versus the King. The King comes in with a parry and picks up the elimination, but Fang still with more eliminations under his belt.
Good timing, though, coming in from the King, though. Able to get that first place finish and that elimination, though. He still had some points on the board as it was here, but it does look like Fang will still be your winner regardless because of him not only being in the lead, but also those placement points here. So Fang able to do so much. Fang played so differently. He played that so well, even towards the finals here, and really just being able to juggle it as best he can here, all the way towards the very end here. And Fang obviously was a favorite in chat. I was noticing it a lot here, but Fang really putting in so much energy to stop as much momentum as possible from the other players here. But it's just like what you said. The acquisition for his accuracy was really good, but to be honest with you, he wanted all the smoke. He wanted to fight everybody. He had confidence, and you can tell by his play style. He had so much confidence going into this.
In that final circle, Fang had every advantage going for him, right? He had more eliminations.
Every single one.
He had better gear. He had hold of his ultimate. He had the better ultimate. As soon as he burnt the only Faria ultimate that was there, he just takes control of the final circle, right? Because not only do they not have a way to knock him back out of the circle, they also don't have a way to reset their health bars. So he's just able to come in, and you saw what he did to the Tarka, right? He pops his ult, the Tarka pops his ult, he just throws his ult out onto the Tarka, knocks him back up out into the zone. The Tarka tries to come in, and he just turns around and ults him again and says, I don't really, care. I'm Takeda. You can just go ahead and sit back down. I'm gonna walk back up to the circle. He does lose the final fight there. He's super low, but it doesn't matter because of the position he set himself in. He already had 4 eliminations. He picked up 5 eliminations, whereas our boy Wang Liang there only picked up their 3rd. Now, I do want to give an honorary mention to Shen Wan. I gave them a little bit of crap about the Valda pick, and I still think it wasn't a great pick, right? We saw time and time again, he throws the bubble out, tries to get the healing off, and it's why Yoda was so favored over them in season 2, right? Yoda was able to throw the F out and basically have relative safety because they couldn't be shot out of the F. The problem with Valda is a lot of these Valda players will throw those bubbles down and think they're safe there. All you have to do is swap to a ranged weapon. The bubble's not stopping the ranged weapon. And into Takeda as well, we saw it happen. We saw our boy Fang use the grab to just pop the bubble and go, you have no safety here. I'm going to come in on you. Now, that said, Xuanwan, again, hugely successful playing Valda. They played their heart out. But I can't help but wonder if they had played somebody like Takeda into this, if they had just scored way better points and won the whole lobby.
Probably. I think I definitely understand where you're coming from in the sense that the long range weapons just makes it a lot harder to try to protect yourself in those bubbles. And that's really the one thing that really makes playing Valda so such a big risk. As we talked about, I know you said big risk, high reward, and it's not easy. Still, me being a Valda fan, obviously, but as we look at the list here for our solos for our game number 2, Fang leading the pack with those 5 eliminations, 8 eliminations, and a 11 game score. The King holding on to that 2nd place with those 3 eliminations, 4 ranking points, putting him at an 8.8, and Shen Wan taking it to the 3rd with 5 eliminations, 6.5 kill points, and a 7.5 game score. Dangerously close here, Rexy and Wang Liang with only a 0.2 point difference between 6th and 7th place here with a 4.3 and a 4.1. And even with this, S-Rail sadly not getting any eliminations, but he does get at least some type of point on the board with a 1.5 here. But, back to the whole Valda situation here, Valda is for the last 2 or 3 seasons, she hasn't really been the favorite. She hasn't, because we've seen the Z-Pings be the favorite. We see the Wushin. We see the all of the main stars for most of our players gets a shot here. So I'm just more excited that we finally get a chance to see some gameplay. But obviously it shows that she still needs a little bit of work before we can actually really see her shine the way that, especially for me, the way that I want to. As we look at the highlights here of Xene putting in so much work on Kai Bao, shutting them down, not giving him an opportunity here really to do anything.
Look, pops the headshot before Wang Liang can get into the mech. it clean. Here's the thing, is every time I watch Shen Yuan win a fight, it's not off the back of their Volta abilities, it's off the back of raw skill, which is why I'm looking at them going like, you could have just played a different hero here. It feels like they handicapped themselves. The King coming in here on Tareki was huge. Ego trying to catch somebody out here is able to get the parry onto Railgun. Railgun had no business letting that blue go, but they were in a terrible kind of situation there. Here we go. We see Fang get parried out by the King, but again, it doesn't really matter there. Yeah, it comes down there, and we do see, you know, again, Fang gets parried there, but he set himself up for success where nobody can catch him. So he's going to be walking away our MVP here on Takeda. No surprises to see Fang here after a game like this. I mean, just huge for him. 25,000 damage, 5 eliminations coming through. Yeah, 16k damage with the dagger. Keep in mind, a lot of his early fights were with a white dagger while he's holding a gold katana in his back pocket. And I got to give it to Fang because I called him out on it early, right? He dies and not only gives an elimination to Wang Liang that Wang Liang's able to steal out from underneath of him, but then lets Wang Liang kill him. He then very quickly adjusts and goes, I'm going to bring the katana back out while he's chasing Exin. And it just goes, I'm not gonna do this to myself anymore. Uses the dagger for movement. And then in the fight in the Realm of Yang, I really love the fact that he was swapping back and forth between the dagger and the katana. He was using the dagger to set up his katana being able to come in uninterrupted. He does get the katana parried out of his hand, but he still wins the fight. So Fang playing very well, making adjustments very quickly, understanding, okay, I made mistakes early. Let me go ahead and fix those mistakes. And he's able to do so because of the decision-making. He goes into the Realm of Yang, he wins the fight. Of course, he gets the Vermilion Bird's Mite off the back of that. Even though he gives 2 eliminations to Wang Liang, he's able to reset and go, okay, this is where I made a mistake. I bought myself the space to be able to make a mistake. It's time to lock it in and not go keep making that same mistake over and over again. And then we see that decision making come through for him in the end as well, as he continues to make the best of his target acquisition. He's always looking for players who have burnt abilities, players who are low that he's not going to have to hunt down and spend a ton of resources on. And then once he finds himself in a leading position in the final fight, he doesn't force unnecessary fights. He does get up in people's face. Like you said, he wants that smoke, but if he sees that it's unnecessary, he backs off. Like we see him go in after Ego, right? Sees the third party come through, takes a little bit of damage, decides I'm gonna back off, reset, and is able to clutch it out in the end there. Ladies and gentlemen, we are, however, gonna jump to a VCR, and then we're gonna take a short break and come back for game number 3.
我勒个娘，也聊天。
赶紧来试试。哎，我先来。这没啥。 让我试试。
哎，看见没有？我勒个娘呀！看着啊！
没事。哎，让我。 这种事情就不要问了，让我来问正事要紧。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to NARAKA Blade Point Pro League. As we're going to get ready to lock in for our game number 3, we still have at least a decent amount of stuff to talk about in terms of our last game for Olaroth here. I mean, it was definitely an amazing finish coming in from Fang here, who, I mean, subsequently enough, which is sadly does get shut down towards the very end here, but does take that first place finish here. He played to his best advantage and just absolutely was fighting everybody in this lobby. With so much confidence here. And I know you talked about his accuracy and everything else. I know we talked about Vala. That was kind of a little bit more of a short-lived thing, but there's one thing I want to kind of talk about here that we have seen, but we haven't necessarily had a discussion about, okay? We've seen this one particular player that sadly has not been getting the eliminations that he needs to, but it's still getting placements and it's still landing in that top 3, top 5, at least for placements for the actual lobbies, but not for the full game. The question is for that specific player, and the only reason why I'm saying that specific player because I forgot his name, but what does he need to do to really not see himself at the very bottom, even with him still being alive, focusing on his placements? Because like I said before, we're seeing him and he's playing to his best ability. He's trying as hard as he can, but obviously when he gets to that top 5, he's not getting these eliminations like at all.
If you're talking about Wang Liang, which is who I think you're talking about. Who
not Wang. Not Wang. I'm drawing a blank on his name here. But it's a player that we've been seeing so far here that has been just struggling to get these eliminations.
I gotta have a little bit more, Dobby.
I know. My mind is going absolutely blank. S-Rail. We're talking about
S-Rail. Okay. Well, we'll discuss that. We're gonna pop to a quick video and then we'll come back and talk about that.
过年这段时间就是我有挺多时间的嘛，然后还有就是也差好几千分，就2个榜其实一开始都差好几千分的。 然后那会儿我直播弹幕就一直说我什么超不过，然后我就有点不爽嘛，我就说，然后我也没说也没明说，但是我就是心里按下来一个目标，就是要超过他们，然后就是打他们脸嘛，然后就超过了。新的赛季来了很多厉害的单排选手，但是我觉得就是不管来了多厉害的单排选手，我感觉我最大的敌人就是不自信的我自己，只要我自己自信起来，就没有什么我不能克服的。
Ladies and gentlemen, KLA's Fang there, who absolutely pops off last game. And again, we're talking about their decision making, right? They have what I would call poor decision making early on into the game. They're literally taking a fight with another player. And while they have a legendary katana sitting in their second slot, so no ranged weapon, no ability to hot swap into a ranged weapon and take shots, they're fighting with a gray dagger. And they get this player so low and they just let another player, and I do believe it was Wang Liang, slide in, steal the elimination from them, and then also die to Wang Liang as well. And they're able to come back into the game because they have the Vermilion Bird's Might. And then they start making better decision making. It's nice to see somebody come back and, you know, realize their mistakes and not continue to be capitalized on for them and continue to do the same thing that sees you fail. But it's very interesting because while I still think they died to Wang Liang there, because Wang Liang just is a really clean third party in that particular instance, I don't think they had to give Wang Liang that kill. Had they swapped to that golden katana and even hit their opponent once with the golden katana, they wouldn't have been in that situation where they had to chase for so long. That white dagger just not doing enough damage for them there. So very interesting to see. Great to see that a player can adjust on the fly. That was something a lot of players struggled with during our last couple of splits and during Worlds as well. We're making those on the fly adjustments, and it was the players who were able to make them who came out on top and had the best displays we saw all season and the best displays that we saw during the World Championship. So I've kind of got my eyes on KLA's Fang now, seeing that they were able to do that and seeing how good their decision making was. I'm expecting a lot out of them, Dobby.
I'm hoping to see more coming out of some of these other players here. Obviously, we're seeing the confidence coming from Fang here, and I'm hoping that at least he keeps that same momentum and it makes everybody else get a little bit more hungry as we lock in for our game number 3 here. Going to start it off dangerously strong as we're going to go right back to Morris Isle here, as it looks like we're going to be locking in for our players here and everybody getting ready here. Still a lot happening here, but Zhang Yu clutching the first game, and obviously our man from the top of the hour, Fang, clutching up game 2. Let's see who's going to rock it down for game number 3.
I mean, here we're going to take a look at the hero selection. No surprises here. I expected to see some Wu Chens, but here it is. Here comes the menace. Zipin Yang being locked in by a majority of the lobby here. And I want to take a look at TK from, Ali from Team TK, the King here, locking in the Yue Shan. This is a very, as soon as I say it, it goes away. I had some things to say about it, but there's no point now. It's like they're listening to me. They're like, oh, we're gonna talk about that? Nah, we're just gonna And,
don't focus on me.
Here we go.
Looking at me.
Most of the lobby being Feria, being Zping. We're gonna see that Matari come through again.
We're gonna be here a while, guys.
Wolves Kai Bao, no stranger to playing Wu Chen. Locking in Wu Chen here. It's going to be interesting to see how Wu Chen does here. I want to see which version of the ult that he's running. I love to see the aggressive switcheroo, that V2, where he's able to swap their opponent out and go into a free combo. The problem is, into a lobby full of Zping like this, if she's got the bubble tick as the swap comes out, he just doesn't get the combo, right? It almost burns his ultimate out off of her F ability alone. Wow. If she's running the version of the bubble where she doesn't take hit stun, right? And that's typically what we see coming out from these Z-Pings. It looks like we're going to see a little bit of a fight breaking out here in Celestra, but Dobby, tell me about the rest of this map.
Immediately coming in, there's about 6 players that's going to be landing near Sun Val Dwelling and near Wayne Shrine. It's about 6 players here. That's going to be an absolute massacre as Ali and Fang is going to be taking over this far right side of Infernals right near Eventide. But there's 3 main players that's going to be inside of Celestra, Celestial Corridor, and Wind Howl Forest, all the way in that very left section of where Celestra is, as Ali and Fang immediately are going to fight this out. We're going to see a fist fight right towards the very end, right in the middle into the cave here, as we see a blue katana and nunchucks immediately coming in. It looks like dual swords coming in from Ali here. Looks like they both have very good, decent loot here. One has blue, the other has gray. So this could be the opportunity that Fang can have here. He does have the confidence. He does have that blue, so he really could push in and be very, very aggressive, but it doesn't look like they're really trying to here. They just want to see what type of loot they can get before they can force their hands. And immediately, Ali gets absolutely massacred by one Fang, getting pushed into a corner, immediately shredded, and finished for our first elim of the game here. Fang coming in immediately strong with that, as Wang Liang already collects 2 eliminations so far to start the game off strong, as T225 struggling to try to see maybe he can get at least anything better. He has a gray dagger, not going to be enough here. Shu Yuang is going to be able to push in, keeping that same aggression all the way towards it. He's going to go off the cliff, all the way down towards the very bottom. We're rotating into Celestra here, into the massive Shrine of the Sun, and immediately rotating this in, keeping the same aggression, catching him on the door, but oh no! Zhang Yu snatches the elimination onto Shu Yuang, and it looks like there goes some payback from the man himself.
Alliance's Jin pushing in for the 4th party here. Zhang Yu was able to come in for the 3rd party and pick up the elimination there. Great 3rd party coming out from Zhang Yu there, is able to pick up an early elimination, keep the pressure on. And the only reason he doesn't turn around and continue to chase Shen Yuan there is simply because Alliance's Jin shows up and locks him down. He decides to just go and take the reset and back out while he waits for a better opportunity to go back in. GD's Mur there looking to find their way into this game, kind of struggling a little bit during our first 2 games, made it to the mid game last game, but then was eliminated by Kai Bao. And then our 2nd game, unfortunately, was eliminated very early here. Zhuan Yu here looking for it again. Shenwan in a very similar situation as we saw our other Zping earlier, but does have the ultimate, does have the bubble available. And, you know, when we're talking about Zping Yanks here, that's absolutely huge. They've got got a lot of time to just continue and move on here. We're going to see them back off a little bit there, use the bubble to get some healing here. Wang Liang giving chase now. They're going to be forced to turn around and probably pop this ultimate before too long, but we're going to see a mini meter dump coming out from Shenwan on those nunchucks there. The backstab, though, going to lock it down. They need to find this elimination quickly, but Wang Liang going to be able to get out of that tiny little room, and we're going to see Shenwan here again. These Zeeping, nigh unkillable. They were so low. Everybody in that room, somebody finally finds the elimination, but with 3 people there all trying to kill you, you should have died way sooner than that in that tiny space. It's going to see Shenwan there, going to be forced to go ahead and take that resurrection. And now KLA's Feng here with 1 elimination under their belt. A little bit on the back foot, but able to create a huge amount of distance there with the grapple and nunchucks to get away from J-Team's Action, as Action looks for their own reset. T225, not sure what's going on here. Stunned, just standing still, but then pops the bubble all of a sudden, and it gets back into the game. T225 distracted by something there for a minute, but is able to pull it back together here. Looks like they're going to get the heals off and find the full reset. Ult still available. Mur trying to come in, is going to find the armor shredded completely off of T225. The bubble comes back out. T225 going to find quite a bit of space here. Mur looking for it here on Faria, though, but it looks like T225 just going to give them the runaround and able to get a full reset off here, as Mur's not able to find them. The shield pot does come through. T225 now looking to turn this fight on them. We're going to see Staff versus Dagger here. Staff, a fairly decent weapon, but Mur able to find the parry into the zone. The bubble off cooldown already. Zping able to find almost another reset there. Ult available as well for T225, looking to get a little bit more there, is able to find a pot, turn things back around onto Mur. Mur holding on to the ultimate, though, so might be able to pop onto them. T225 finally pops the ultimate here, goes back into the zone, knowing that that ult tick is going to buy them quite a bit of space. Looks for an armor swap, not quite able to find it, is able to find a massive shield heal here, though. Pops the bubble again, waits for Mur to come in. That bubble immediately ripped off of them, though. T225 going to be forced to go on the run again here. No safety blanket for them. 10 seconds till the bubble comes back up, and their ult completely on cooldown. They need to get things moving. They're able to find another shield pot, but Mur not willing to give up the chase.
Yeah, no, they have to be able to play this to their strengths here, and it looks like they will need to claim at least an elimination here. They've been struggling for these first 2 games here, so trying to see if they can claim an early elimination could be absolutely massive for them within this space, as Wang Liang with low on shield. And now it looks like he's going to be heals as the King is going to push in on Wang Liang. Wang Liang having a real big struggle here, trying to separate himself from the King. Beautiful grapples coming in, trying to see if he can separate himself as we go right back to Muir, who's fighting T225 here, trying to wait this out. T225 turns on Muir, trying to see if he can do it, but his spear comes down all the way towards the very section here, gets the ulti. The question is, will they have enough to be able to do anything here? T225 will go for the reset here. I didn't even realize that you can shield yourself in it too, which is also just as impressive as well. Could be very helpful, but sadly, it won't be enough to claim an elimination though, but at least it's able to keep her in the game and keep her game alive. Meanwhile, Wang Liang and the King all the way down at the bottom here. Looks like Zhang Yu, Jin, and Feng could be possibly fighting it out here in a moment here. Looks like Ali all the way up top is by themselves. So is Sorelgun and T225 on the far left sides of each corner here. It looks like Jin trying to hold it together all the way with this one here. Let's see if they can find it out. All the way within is Zhang Yu trying to hold this together. 2 eliminations tied between Kai Bao, Wang Ling, and Zhang. 1 elimination tied between Feng Shiyang and Xin. Meanwhile, everybody else still trying to see if they can conjure up a 1 elimination, at least getting a score on the board for themselves before we get to the placements here. All the players still alive here. Muir trying to keep the same aggression onto T225, but T225 is giving her the same energy right back. And here comes the Chase. The Chase trying to put it together here. Nunchuck putting in massive amounts of damage. Trying to hold on here. Finds the shield swap. Beautiful opportunity to have one as well here. Beautiful dagger downs on a T225. And here comes the ulti coming through. Here comes that opportunity that could be very helpful for him, though, as she pushes in, trying to hold it together, keeping it all the way, pushes her into a corner here. Hits beautiful hits on each side, and here comes the bubble to keep T225 alive as Muir sadly does get eliminated here as we go right back to the top of the order here inside of the arena here. Dangerously low. Ali trying to hold on and catching the elimination onto Ego. Ego trying to hold on here and doesn't want to leave without giving it their all. Ego trying to hold on, at least gets the bubble going. Trying to keep this game and this arena fight still in favor of them. But no, the pulse sword doing so much massive damage. Ali trying to close in the gap here, trying to see if they can get the finish. Ego just trying to separate as best as possible, but Ali is not giving him really any space to try to get any form of heals off at all. And it's just getting closer and closer towards the elimination here. But Ego is just bouncing it back and forth, a little bit of a laugh, trying to hold on, gets a nice another bubble here and another pit of shield, giving Ali a shot here. 13 seconds left on the clock. And it doesn't matter. It's Ego will still get eliminated by Ali. Ali is able to get all of their rewards under the Realm of Yang and comes out of the circle swinging.
Yeah, Ali, they're almost going to be forced into the depletion there. We see them, the Zping, just trying to buy time so that both of them are forced into depletion and nobody picks up the buff or the elimination. But Ali finally able to find a scale rush into a quick tap attack there and pick up the elimination is huge for Ali to finally be able to find that there. The King coming in here now as a massive five-way fight breaks out here on the side of this wall. KLA's Fang here a little on the low side, going to be forced to back out, look for the reset, using that skywalk to get some huge distance as we turn now to TE's S Railgun, the player you were talking about earlier, who needs to find some of that early aggression coming out. And it's JL's Ego here, who lost the Realm of Yang fight going head to head with Railgun, who also lost their early Yang fight. So both of these players fighting to get rid of that Yang depletion. A massive jump parry coming out from Railgun, uses the ult to follow up the combo into another set of hits here. Now using the katana here, crouching under those horizontal blows. Railgun just taking absolute control of this fight with no damage taken. Ego goes extremely low. Railgun puts him into the corner. They do have the F. If they can land the grab here, they don't even need it as they follow it up. They pick up the elimination on the Ego. That's going to be it for Ego as Railgun is able to get rid of that Yang depletion and finds themselves back into this game with some early eliminations.
They needed that, honestly. SRail really needed that elimination. We were talking about it earlier, how he's been struggling in these first two games to really claim at least a single elimination to at least go towards the end of the game here, and he finally was able to break it and finally gets his first elimination in the early game here. Now back at it with XJin and Shuyang. Shuyang trying to hold on, and as he finally gets the parry that he needed, he's been waiting and holding on, trying to bait him as much as he could, and he was able to finally get it. Bubble comes out. Shuyang dangerously low here, is able to pop his now, and they're both fighting it out, just waiting for the opportunity to try to fight this out. Dangerously low on both sides here. As Shuyang is able to go for the heals, it looks like XJin is deciding not to go for the push, decides to go for the full shield and the reset here. Shuyang didn't even actually have the opportunity to pop his shield here. I don't think he actually has any shield, which is what he's actually going to go try to see if he can find and look for here, because he actually needed some. And it looks like it was a massive opportunity for XJin. XJin is going to be able to push in. Beautiful right click onto him. Gets him dangerously low here with that finish and that push. But he hits him with a massive damage onto it with the insane finish for the nunchucks. The question is it going to be enough? He pops the Q here, going for the beautiful shield, and is able to get a nice shield swap here. Could be helpful as XJin dangerously low, trying to be able to catch him with the juggle here, as Ali is going to come through at a beautiful time, but ends up getting shut down immediately by the parry of Shenyu. Unbelievable. These guys are fighting it out with the best of their abilities here, the micro and the macro, putting in so much time and effort here, and you can tell they have been absolutely practicing, putting in so much work. And now the resets come from everybody. The scale rush here, trying to see if he can claim something, but sadly he's not going to have enough here. Looks like they're going to be able to go for the reset here, but the staff trying to see if he can create any type of massive damage here, waiting for the third party here, gets for the juggle, the knee breaker comes through from Ali. Ali is able to shut down and claim the elimination, as XJin is going to be outside of the circle here, trying to struggle to get at least some heals off, and shield is able to pop some. Is able to go back around towards this rock here, maybe trying to see if maybe he can go for the reset here, maybe get more out of this opportunity here, as Ali is going to come through and start getting at XJin all the way up top here, creates the bubble and the blue immediately. Beautiful defense on both sides are dangerously low, pushes him outside of the circle, and he gets claimed again, as Ali is going to be able to pick up two.
Yeah, huge here for TK's Ali. We saw earlier, though, they came in with that full sword. And this was something we discussed earlier when we were talking about the selection of weapons and why we probably wouldn't see a lot of pole sword in solos. Was the weapon is very parryable when you're at a high level of skill like this. And that's exactly what we saw happen. And then they go back, they pick up the pole sword, put it back in their back pocket, and go, I'm going to swap the staff now. Because that just weren't it. As they go in with that golden staff there, and Ali's able to pick up multiple eliminations, and sitting at the top of the leaderboard right now, tied for second place is OC Zhang Yu, XCG's Wang Liang, and Wolves' Kai Bao. Unfortunately, J-Team's Action would be tied, but they were eliminated earlier on with their 2 eliminations under their belt. As we take a look, TE's Railgun finally able to pick up an elimination into the mid game, but Ali versus XCG's Wang Liang, the old hat versus the new hat. Going to be very interesting to see how this fight pans out. Both of them rocking the staff here. Lee able to find that vertical right-click overhead onto Wang Liang to start it up. Is going to drop the ult there. Unfortunately, the teleport actually comes out, does not come through with the backstab onto Ali, but actually hits their ultimate pillar there. And unfortunate for Wang Liang, that actually cost them quite a bit as they're forced to teleport back to avoid an attack there. Their ult and their F ability burned here, so Ali now needs to find a way to capitalize onto this. They actually still have their ult. They could easily go into it. There we go. The pillar comes down. They are going to find their ult, go into it. Going to pop Wang Liang out of the corner, looking for that opportunity again here. Just looking to shred them. Doesn't want to let Wang Liang continue to heal. Looking for it again. There it is. Pumping out tons of damage. But Ali has got to find some time to heal on their own, because Wang Liang just going to continue to tank this damage and finds basically a full reset into this ult. That said, Wang Liang has a long timer before this ult is up. There it is. It's going to come down now, and Wang Liang has 8 seconds to win this fight, or both Ali and Wang Liang are going to be in Yang depletion. We're going to see the parry come in into the riposte, but both of them are going to go down. Nobody gets the buff. Both of them are going to pick up Yang depletion and need to go out and find that soul bloom with the quickness.
With the quickness at hand here, but Kai Bao gets hit with the quickness in the back with a bow twice. Absolutely shredding his shield here as he's getting caught between 2 dangerous sharks here. We got Fang and Rexy trying to see if they can claim the elimination on Kai Bao. Kai Bao trying to hold it together and goes for the portal. Beautiful separation here. He desperately needed that and did not want to get eliminated that early. Absolutely insane as Rexy is going to come through and finds Kai Bao. Kai Bao trying to push in here dangerously low. Kai Bao trying to hold it together here, gets at least some type of shield, but sadly, wait. Oh, Team 25 ends up getting the elimination with a bow. Beautiful hit onto that one here. Absolutely insane finish, though, as Rexy looks like he's going to be able to go for a decent little reset here, but Fang and T225 trying to fight this out here, trying to collect any type of extra shields and heals as possible here. But man, oh man, that's unfortunate, though. Coming in, trying to see if he can get something here, but Kai Bao gets caught.
Kai Bao eliminated here, but I want to talk about how clean the execution was with the staff hit confirm into the uppercut, followed up into the hot swap with the greatsword double horizontal. It did so much damage. Had there not been other players there to dog him down, he actually could have turned that fight there. Unfortunately for Kai Bao, we are in some of the best caliber of play here for NARAKA BLADEPOINT, and there are other players waiting in the wing. He's just not able to create the distance. T225 takes advantage of him slowing down to try to take a pot and is going to pick up the elimination with the bow there. We're going to see TK's Ali using the ult here just to buy space and get a reset. Actually is going to try to greed onto Wang Liang here, who's able to get down below. But Ali needs to find space to go for the reset here. He really wanted to chase this kill here, but unfortunately wasn't able to find it. Gets a little punished for it, but is able to go ahead and heal up off of it. Now Wang Liang gonna take a couple of shots here, and it leaves Ali in a great position to push onto Wang Liang as the mech comes down. Tries to get in. We do see Wang Liang cancel the pot, but it's so he can pick up the parry. Is going to pick up the legendary staff, but Ali turning it around with a spear is going to use those horizontal strikes to create some distance here. Picks up the shield off of Wang Liang. Wang Liang parries and it misses. Ali punishes it and picks up their 4th elimination here in game number 3.
Absolutely insane. Beautiful finishes coming through on each of these players, though, as now we're going to be pushing in towards our main map here, all the way up type here in event tied temple here, as Rexy all the way on the side here leading the pack as a lead with those 4 eliminations. We saw him claim those 2 from earlier here, so that was very, very helpful for him, as he's going to be able to lead the pack here with those 4 eliminations. But let's go back to this replay here for what we didn't see from earlier. SRL and XGen fighting this out inside of the realm of Yang here, putting in a whole lot of pressure here as XGen able to close this gap in between him and SRL. SRL trying to hold it together as best as he can, but I mean, the combos coming in from XGen, it was absolutely amazing here. So SRL looks like he wants to try to at least get some type of revenge here for later on within these games here, as the cannon shots ricocheting on all different sections here, all the way within it. But XGen sadly is eliminated in these games here, and SRL is still alive with 1 elimination, 1.8, but at least he has 1 score on the board. So at least he has something. We were just talking about that earlier, how he's been struggling so hard to find something here. Now look, he's able to at least get 1, and sometimes it's all you need just to get that motor running.
Absolutely. We're going to see Ali here once again finds themselves a nice full reset, as we're going to see KLA's Fang at topside here. Fang with only 1 elimination under their belt right now. And still, Fang, come on, we got to talk about these white daggers, man. I know you're a dagger enjoyer. You know what I'm saying? I enjoy a little dagger myself every once in a while. But you can't be running around this stage of the game with a white dagger. I'm sure he's got something else in his back pocket, but as long as he's just using it for movement, I don't want to see him make the same mistake he made early last game, because he doesn't have that safety blanket anymore, right? He's going to use the ult pillar to cover this so he can pick up the legendary armor. Using the dagger for movement is going to get away here. We're going to see T225 also favoring the dagger. We saw them come in, pick up the legendary armor. Wasn't able to pick up that legendary longsword, though. Fang trying to come back in. He's got that pillar down, but again, still rocking the white dagger here, and the legendary armor has been mostly shredded off of him here. He's down to 1.5 ticks left on the full armor there, but Fang able to create some distance, goes bot side looking to get some resets here. He's holding on, able to find those pots. Fang able to get there, but now needs to get out of the edge of this Bane's Breath, because he's not in a great position. Stuck on the inside. If that Bane's Breath comes down, it's going to be bad for Fang. There is Fang going to reposition out of the Bane's Breath. Ali going to do the same. Ali really setting themselves up for success here. They've got that legendary staff. They've got the cannon in the back pocket as well, if they need those range shots, as well as picking up that legendary set of armor. Fang really in a great place here. Now we're going to see Reki moving across, looking for anything. Reki a little behind in the gear. As we take a look, 8 players left alive as Zone 4 collapses on to Zone 5. Fang gonna go out the window here. Doesn't really want to give himself away too much. Doesn't really get a whole lot out of that, though, going out of the back window instead of the front. Nobody really watching him, but again, still using the dagger for movement here. He's got the pistol in his back pocket. I want to see if he's got something else in his backpack. I really do. He's got to have something else that's not a white weapon. There's no way Fang is just holding on to this white dagger and intends to fight people with it coming into the end game. He's got to have learned from his mistakes there in game number 2.
Oh, absolutely. Even with that, though, he still is able to learn something, though, at least with each of these games here. You know, every single game is a learning experience, and each season always gets even a little bit better and sometimes harder, depending on what these players can do and bring to the table to try to shake things up on the board, as we talk about it all the time here as Elite. Looks like he's going to do a nice little slide down. Goes inside this quick HUD, goes for a nice little reset here, trying to just hold on for as long as possible here. Doesn't really want to force any fights here. He has the lead and doesn't really want to take any more fights. And Fang still in a similar situation here. He has some eliminations on the board as well here. It also doesn't want to really force fights if he needs to, but here we are. Top of Hall of Penitence in Event Tied Temple, as we look at the leaderboard here, seeing a lead with those 4 eliminations, 2 separating from Xiangyu and T225, 1 elimination from Fang and S-Rail, and 0 coming in from the King, Rexy, and Jin. So those 3 need to be able to try to see if they can capture something. As Fang, beautiful backflip up the wall over there. I love the new movements coming in from some of these players here, as it looks like we're still going to be able to see it here. The question is he going to push in on Jin here? Looks like he is waiting for the opportunity here. Doesn't want to get caught by a parry, though. But he does have that gold, so he does have a beautiful chance for the recovery if he really needs to here. Looks like they're just slowly just dancing around it as best as they can here.
I swear I'm going to send Fang a picture or a shirt with a picture of just a white dagger on the front of it. He has a purple longsword in his backpack, and the longsword being quite meta right now in solos, honestly, and he's still trying to force engagements with the dagger. I have no qualms with players using the dagger for movement the way he's been using the daggers for movement, but he's engaging off of this purple dagger. We're gonna see it here. He's doing it right now with Ventus's Rexy. Rexy gonna back away here. He's got the longsword, gonna just continue the movement here. And this white dagger, man, it's gonna become Feng's thing. I'm telling you right now. Absolutely okay seeing him use it for movement, but he's got to start engaging with that better tier gear, man. We're sitting here zone 5 collapsing onto zone 6, and
maybe he doesn't want to force using his repairs.
Well, yeah, that's the other thing too, is like if he's gonna have to repair that white dagger a ton, right? Because it's got a much lower durability, so every engagement he takes on it, he's spending repair kits to keep it fully repaired, and you can see here that it is fully repaired right now. He's costing himself resources and he's costing himself damage. I get it for using it for movement tech, but I'm gonna harp on him for using this white dagger. It's not optimal.
I mean, sometimes even in these situations, though, you have to be able to know like which ones are going to be more worth it in these fights here. And sometimes you don't really want to force them if you don't absolutely have to. And I think that's kind of what he's using it for, at least for right now. I feel like you have a very similar observation in terms of what you think. Like, hey, I think it'd be better for you to be using it more than anything. And maybe it's just not in that moment here. But as we're seeing the circle start to getting ready to close in here, we have about another 45 seconds left before Circle 6 starts to close in, and this is where things start to get a little bit more hasty. All in between these fights here, you know, we talk about the movements and how people play, and sometimes it's just a matter of just being smart here, and he might be deciding to use it towards the very end here, which sometimes, even for me, I think that's possibly good. Go for these fights, because you know most of the time they're not really committing to these fights. They're not really committing to forcing and trying to see if they can claim an elimination, but the moment there's an actual open moment for any type of close elim, that's when you pull out the gold, that's when you start to go in, and that's when you really can try to push in. But everybody's really playing the same game here. Now, if this was like earlier in the game, then I would understand. Like, it's too early to be relying on your gray. You should be using your gold. You should be maximizing as much movement and as much damage as possible to create those eliminations. But I don't know about doing it like in this type of instance. And as the king ends up getting shredded by Ali up top, ends up throwing him down all the way towards the other side here. T225 and Esrel fighting this out. Here's Rexy also fighting this out with Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu trying to keep the pressure on Rexy as much as possible, forces the bubble on each side here, and it looks like Rexy is sadly going to get eliminated by Zhang Yu, claiming another elimination, making that number 3 for him, as Zhang Yu gets caught on the outside here by Feng. Feng trying to get anything from that pack here. Zhang Yu dangerously low here, is going to need to force something here for his heals, but Feng is going to keep that same momentum onto him, though. It's not going to really let him breathe. Gets hit with massive damage, though, but it looks like it wasn't too much as T225, the king, and Zhang Yu all the way down at the bottom here. Zhang Yu taking that little bit of an opportunity here to get some heals up, and so is the king, not actually forcing a fight all the way down. And let's see what happens, though, all the way towards this end as they're going to wrap around here. The Jin trying to see if they can hold it. Is Ali all the way up top here, trying not to force as much fights as he needs to. Doesn't really need to claim anything here, as he does have... He's in a beautiful place to be here, but obviously the circle is going to be very unforgiving here, as it's going to push in 24 seconds. So even within this space here, what's the best thing that you might need to do in these situations? You got to be able to fight this out and hold on. But it looks like they have the better opportunity here all the way towards the bottom here. They don't really need to force these fights. Everybody's trying to focus on the high ground, but the bottom might actually be where you might need to be, at least in this certain moment currently. Within this meta here, as everybody's just focusing on healing. Fang just trying to hold on. Zhang Yu dangerously low. T25 on the chase, trying not to get finished here, as it looks like he is going to be... Oh, the beautiful berry ends up getting targeted immediately by 2 other players, and the shots from bows on each side here as the circle's going to close in. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Ali holding on all the way towards the end, and here comes the grapples, just trying to keep the game alive for himself. T225, the grappling on each other. trying not to land all the way down at the bottom here. It's S-Rail and Jin trying to hold on. Ali is going to be able to join in for the rest of the pack here. And it looks like he's going to throw down something as well here. And here comes the ulti coming in. That massive mech coming through from massive damage here. Puts up so much from each player here as Ali is able to hold it together. And so is Fang able to repeat and do the exact same thing. And now it's just nothing but turrets trying to find at least anything here as Fang is able to claim something from another player. Ali sadly gets claimed from the limb from each side here, but it looks like it really could be anybody's game, but it looks like Ali is probably going to be our top #1 finisher here, because I don't think Zhang Yu actually claimed another elimination. Yes.
I gotta talk about this. Ali is mech'd up. He's a massive target. His HP super low. Not a single player opted to hit him once. He died to the zone. Nobody claimed the elimination.
I saw that.
Onto 2K's Ali. A huge opportunity. Literally anybody could have love tapped him. They didn't even have to do enough damage to kill him, just to get on the damage feed so that when the tick kills him, they pick up the elimination. There's literally players in a complete circle around him and another Faria who's ulted up. Nobody takes a shot at him. He's standing in the circle, keeping players out of it, and nobody takes a shot at him. What just happened? How did nobody turn and hit Ali for a single tick of damage so that they could claim an elimination?
I don't think that they realized that his HP was that low. I think a lot of people already assumed that he had a lot more heals than probably what they expected. And I think in that moment, a lot of players started to scatter. Now, I do understand what you're talking about, though. I'm very surprised that no one tried to use anything, whether it's the bow or the cannon or...
He had people literally in melee distance. What I don't understand is he's blocking the entirety of the circle and nobody looks to him to throw a single tick of damage at him. Wild. Absolutely wild. It's like every other player in this final circle just had their blinders on. And Ali, able to capitalize on it, picks up his 5th elimination and then just chills in. Best case scenario for Ali here was nobody gets to pick up points off of his elimination, and somehow, even though he puts himself, he's blocking the circle. How are all eyes not on Ali when he's blocking the literal circle? I don't understand what just happened. Absolutely wild final circle here for game number 3.
I mean, it's kind of wild considering the fact that there was another mech right to his right. And to be honest with you, I'm surprised that the other mech didn't claim the elimination either.
That's what I'm talking about.
It has a nice spread where it could get a little bit of damage and all you need is just a tick. And in reality, you can claim that elimination. So I did remember him shooting in that direction. And I'm kind of thinking you're right. How did he die without? Wait a minute.
I'm gonna have to run this back.
We might have seen replays on that one.
You're literally sitting in the final circle, your body blocking every player from safety, and nobody looks to damage you even once in a lobby with 6 players left alive. That's absolutely wild to me. What a way for this game to end, and it's the best possible way it could have ended, because if somebody else had picked up that elimination onto Ali, he could have potentially put himself into 2nd place and lost that MVP. This was just one of those rare instances where you watch something in NARAKA and you're completely dumbfounded by how it happens.
Okay, so I'm going back into this replay here as Fang actually is able to at least back out of this. It looks like he landed first here as Fang is able to back off as best as possible here. And it starts to, it looks like everybody just focused more on the smaller players that weren't a mech. Like if you wasn't a mech, you're not focusing on anything else here. As we look at Ali here leading the game with a 9-point game score, 5 eliminations and a 7.5 with his 1.5 ranking points. Fang coming through with 3 eliminations and a 7.8 game score with 3 points for his rank, and the King ending in 2nd place, getting 4 ranking points. That was very helpful for him, with sadly 1 elimination, still being in 3rd place though. Great place to be for the King. But let's go back here really quickly here. I want to talk about this final circle in terms of what you were exactly talking about. So Fang ends up coming through with all this momentum here. As we're going to look at the replays here from earlier. Fang and Ali fighting this out here. And crazy enough, Fang gets the elimination off of Ali first in the very first intro of this game, as Wang Liang claims one onto Jing. It looks like we're gonna be coming back as Rexy fighting this out with Kai Bao as well here. Beautiful switcheroo here, as we talk about it before, from the Wushin, and immediately Kai Bao does get eliminated. Kai Bao eliminates Rexy here. S-Rail with a beautiful jump parry and just absolutely decimates Ego for so much HP here, and just keeps that same pressure onto him all the way towards this very end here. And like we said, we love to see it, how much amazingness that they had here as Ali comes through that knee breaker that we was telling you about from the stat, and then immediately claims 2 eliminations here to get to take the lead. Obviously coming through here, we never noticed that he claimed the elimination onto Wang Liang here, making it his 5th. And even with this, like we said, here we go. Back at it again. It goes for both of them here. Fang separates here, and notice where everyone goes. Everyone starts to shoot the other players. They're not focusing on each other here. So I am really surprised to see that maybe the tick damage just prioritized them first and not the mech. Maybe the mech had enough defense to where it didn't hurt him. I don't know. I'm very surprised to see it myself here in this.
So I actually just watched what happened there in the replay coming back. The other mech actually turns and takes a shot at our MVP Ali here, but somebody else steps into the bullet and blocks the damage, and then Ali dies to the zone. Absolutely wild to see that happen here, but Ali here with 5 eliminations, 19,000 damage, and 11k healing. We are going to throw things over to Leah, though, for our first interview of the day.
Hi everyone, long time no see. I'm Leah, and welcome back to our NBPL post interview. So this time we have the King from OUG. Please say hello to our audience first. 那也是先请我们路人王给大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，是 OUG 路人王。
Okay, welcome. So this time, black hair the King. I remember you got red hair before. So which color you want to choose in these seasons? 那其实这次我们也是欢迎到了黑发的路人王。我记得你之前是染过红发的。对于我们这个赛季有没有想染的新发色？
这个赛季的话就不会再染头发了吧？就觉得黑色挺好的。
Oh, okay, so I don't want to dye my hair this season. I like black better. Okay, so everyone, which color you think is most suitable for the King? You can write your answer in the chat box. So this time, we have a new game. It's called Answer for Treasure. And if you know, we'll got a question on our screen, and if you know the answer, please write in the chat box, and later we will do a screenshot from the King, and the first one in the picture will got our prize. Well, so this question is, which one isn't female? And 那其实这一次我们这个问题呢是哪一个选项不是女性？先请路人王看一下。And like how do you think about our new hero Farina? 那其实你对于我们新英雄神庙的话，你有什么想法吗？
新英雄神庙，我觉得这个英雄做的就是非常的完美，就是逃跑和机制跟追杀能力都是很强的。
Oh, so I think this hero is really a perfect one, and he have a really high escape ability and also attack ability. Okay, well, please calm down the time. 那其实也是请我们路人王倒数一下啊。Please, the King.
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. And don't forget to check your chat box. Our monitor will send you a message, and do not miss the prize. Well, and there is also 3 games following after this game. So how do you think about the following games? 那其实之后还有3把比赛，对于之后3把有没有什么期望呢？
最后3把就反正跟着之前一样打吧，就跟这3把一样打吧。
Okay, so maybe just do what I do in the previous game. I think it's really relaxed. Okay, thank the King for doing this, and that's all for our interval. Well, let's have a rest and see you later. Bye.
新的垃圾话又开始了，就让我来为大家开个场吧。
听说这次春季赛好像来了不少新人。
哦，是吗？好多人都没听过呢。
我也算半个新人吧，不过只拿了个捷杯亚军，还可以吧。
新来的有一个叫风少的，名字比我还拽，你们认识吗？
没有。
没错，正式在下，本赛季必定尽显锋芒。
大家好，我是练习时长6个月的影视高手。
啊？
新赛季还请各位多多指教。
哇，感觉新赛季有新的目标了。
春季赛怎么感觉挑战更大了
？Spider， 你欠我的周冠，我必定让你还。
作为现在的修罗榜第1，我觉得现在我有点无敌。
希望你不会跟王良一样，一到关键时候就拉胯了。
拉胯也还行吧，至少能进决赛。某些玩太刀的总是差那么一点。这个赛季大家的太刀有没有什么说法？
我熊猫人太刀之魂。
我小心神太刀的神。得了吧，现在联赛里就只有我一个人有专属太刀皮肤，我不知道你们在吹什么。
麦克，我是你水友，我想跟你交手很久了，但是去年刚好没碰上你。大麦，我也是你的粉丝，想领教一下你的太刀之魂。
有点难，我的太刀现在已经进化了，再加心魔一去，我已经没有对手了。
任何邪恶就让神之一法。
单杀我最多次的人已经不在了，但这个赛季我会继续统治这个赛场。去年捷杯只是小试牛刀而已，今年的联赛，我要你们看到真正的实力。
这个赛季我一定让你们记住本风少。
我期待重返这个赛场已经很久了，接下来 AOW 麦克不会让你们任何人失望。
小心不要被我单杀了，我们赛场上见。
你在装什么啊？你谁啊？啊！
我楚大少修罗榜第1，没有资格看奖杯吗？
我小青神联赛第1太，凭什么不能看奖杯？
小得主，你终于来了！我太刀之魂为人方正，凭什么不能看奖杯？但是小得主好啊！你们啊，看门都不会看，谢奖啊，小得主。新赛季，我们必将跑过这条线。
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League as we take a look here at our overall standings. 3 games deep here in day 1, and KLA's Fang gonna be sitting at the very top of the leaderboard here with 26.6 points under his belt. OC's Zhang Yu sitting in a close second with 22.1, and OUG's The King holding out third place with a 17.3. Ali off the back of a decent MVP gonna clutch out that 4th place. Unfortunately, after 2 struggling first games for himself, the 3.1 and a 0-point score in game 2. Ali making a comeback, but he's got a lot of work to do here in these last 3 games here in day number 1 of our spring split. Dobby, it's so good to be back here. Can you believe it's only day 1? It feels like we were just here yesterday doing this all over again from the very start, and time really does fly, my brother.
That's because it was Christmas time when we were doing all of this, especially for Worlds, and Worlds had such a massive stage and so much stakes on the line at that time, especially with, you know, some of the biggest players in the world fighting this out for a massive championship and a trophy, which we saw in the trailer earlier about they were like, yo, we want to see the trophy too, and it looks like some people are definitely want to get a little bit of some vengeance, and we love to see that coming into this new season. But yeah, day 1, it's like it feels kind of surreal. Honestly, it's like, man, it feels good to be back, not only with yourself, but all of our casters are back. We got Moxie, we got Jake, and we have some new faces that you guys will be seeing this season. So there's going to be some switch ups in our casting, which is fun. So there's going to be new faces, a lot of the old faces that you guys love to see. And obviously Jake complaining about Zping being the
look, I'm all on board. Hashtag zap the zip. I wasn't about it. I wasn't about it last season 2. I'm not about it this season. I'm ready for a meta where zip just doesn't exist. You know me. I'm squash.
It doesn't seem as bad or as least because from what we talked about earlier prior to these games starting and obviously how they are now, I think we both really thought that it was going to be just you said it before, it was near impossible. And I feel like I think we've seen more eliminations so far in these first 3 games than we saw last season entirely in terms of Zping eliminations. I don't know, maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just too early to kind of have that observation, but it really seems like we've seen a lot more eliminations from Zping happening because there was people really fighting to stay alive last season. And I think people are depending so much on the bubble that maybe they're just, I'm not going to say letting their guard down, but they're...
Look, I'm not going to say Zping is as good as she used to be. Zping during season 2 of last year's meta was an absolute nightmare. That said, she's still definitely a problem. We watched some Zpings get out of some situations they had no business surviving, right? The Zping, I think it was Shen Yuan, who was in a room with 4 people all focusing them while they had like 1 HP, and they were able to like stay alive against all odds in that. Now they go outside and somebody's waiting for the 5th party and catches them with a nasty bow shot. But the fact that they survived in that room full of players just trying to absolutely murder them, they had no right surviving that whatsoever. Any other hero would have been dead there. But Zping, doesn't matter, throws the bubble down, skirts outside, gets the escape, dies to the 5th party. It's very hard as any hero to not die to a 5th party though, right? So it's still a problem here in the meta. She's still slowing things down significantly, but a lot of these players have figured out the, you know, macro and game knowledge on how to kill her, right? We're seeing a lot more players carrying a bow in their back pocket this season and just hot swapping and going for the headshot, because it doesn't matter how fast that ticks up. If you do 750 damage with a purple bow on a headshot, that Zping's just gonna go down, right?
Right.
Whereas if you're trying to hit her into a full combo, she's just ticking up the whole time you're taking damage off of her, right? That's the difference, is you have to have the game knowledge, and then you have to put yourself in a situation to execute it. And seeing as we're sitting here at the highest tier of play, it makes her a little bit less of a menace. because these players have the game knowledge and they know how to set up those situations or to find those situations. Most of the kills we've seen on Zping today have been those third-party situations. Like when we saw Yonshan in game 1 get picked up, they got picked up by a third-party bow shot, right? Absolutely huge bow shot coming through, but it's those third-party situations where it's very easy to pick up the kills on Zping because they're so focused on staying alive from something else. You know, you stand still for a second and somebody else who you don't even know is there hits you with a bow shot. It's not a whole lot you can do about it in that particular moment. You know what I'm saying? Whereas if you're actively running from other players, you can make those fights last for a long time. And we saw some of that today. We saw 2 Zpings just absolutely duking it out and neither of them being able to kill each other. And they didn't die until the third party comes through. That's the key piece of information though, is finding those third parties onto those Zpings because they do stall the fights out. Right. And that's a very important thing to keep in mind is, yeah, you're stalling your current fight out, but you're opening yourself up to those third party opportunities.
And there's a lot of those opportunities too. There's just massive amounts of them, but at the same time, like we said before, you said it before, there is that kind of expectancy here, but look at this. This is a little bit different. It's very, very diverse. This is, so far, we've seen a very diverse group of players so far in terms of their hero picks, except for last game. Last game was a very deep Zping lobby, but it's really awesome to see the differences in some of these player picks, and it's not just everybody just immediately following a meta and just sticking to it. There's a lot of favorites and there's a lot of opportunities here for people to kind of spread out and not spread themselves too thin, depending on certain players in certain moments. So it's also nice to see, because I think a lot of us really wanted that, but then also it's fun to just see everybody just get busy.
Well, here's the thing you have to keep in mind too. The hero point rule isn't effective. We got to talk about Ali. I see you on that Yuashan pick, and I've got things to say about that, but we'll come back to that.
Of course you do.
Look, everybody here can only play the same hero twice a single time, right? And as meta as Zping is, we've seen today that Feria is even more meta. So likely these players are only going to be playing the Zping one time so that they hold that Feria pick open twice. Most of our MVPs that we've seen today have become off of Feria. We've seen 2 MVPs off Feria, 1 off Takeda, right? Takeda does very, very well into Hollow Roth, and we saw a very Takeda heavy game coming into Hollow Roth, but we have more maps on Morris than we do on Hollow Roth. So you're going to hold on for the 2 of those Feria picks if you absolutely can coming into today, which really only leaves you 1 Takeda game, 1 Zip game. And that's why we've seen the Wu Chens come through. That's why we've seen so many Mataris come through as well from a lot of these players. So because they're forced to play some of these other heroes because of this new hero selection rule in solos that started up during midway of season 2. Kai Bao here coming in with a massive parry onto Ali. Follows it up, by the way. I want to talk about the little.
He doesn't have a weapon.
There. He doesn't, but he's using those charged right clicks. Oh, another parry! Ali should have stuck to the fists. You can't parry the fists. He picks up a weapon and Kai Bao immediately hits him with the back-to-back parry and says, you should have held on to the fist, bucko, because I'm the king of parries, apparently. Feng coming in here, trying to find something, does find the charged left click with the dagger into the uppercut. Kai Bao going to use that F to escape from the combo, though. GD's Mur on the receiving end of some pain here from Jin. Jin gonna find the double tap shift into the elbow and is able to pick up the elimination onto GD's Mur. And the pain is already coming as 2 eliminations straight out of the gate. Looks like it's going to be 3 here as T225 looks to lock in on Shenwan here, who's very, very low. Shenwan also going to find themselves into Zhang Yu. No place to go. Zhang Yu picks up the 3rd elimination of our match 4.
Absolutely insane, strong start coming into these games so far, and it looks really nice here as One Fang sadly doesn't have any eliminations, but leading the pack with 26.6. Fang getting Zhang Yu getting an elimination, and Kai Bao. Same with X Jin. So strong start for these 3, especially Kai Bao and X Jin, that is down in the bottom top 10. So they're going to need to try to make some momentum happen. They need to start figuring out some other stuff here as they're able to work towards it. The king able to put in some decent amount of damage here onto Jin, as Jin is going to be able to force the back off here, trying to separate, but sadly King will be able to push in forward here, trying to get those shots in. Ooh, that would have been a massive elimination if he was able to claim it here. Jin able to get a nice blue shield swap here. Big advantage here. So that way he can go right for the fight and doesn't have to force it, as it looks like the King is going to be able to find the combos. But Jin is able to hit a beautiful, beautiful parry onto the King. Jin trying to hold on, but the King is not letting him go without a fight. He's not making it easy to get the full finish here. Beautiful hits on each side here as he pops the Q. And it looks like he still is going to finish him before the ulti can land. Wow. Jin trying to hold it together here. And that is big for him. Being at the very bottom of the leaderboard, that is a massive confidence booster to get the first 11. He needed that, as like Xin is able to claim his second elimination and slowly getting himself further and further away from the top 10 overall with this game here in game number 4.
We're going to see here now T's Railgun, who struggled to find those early eliminations, coming in here trying to be aggressive, but so many players nearby. It's going to be very tough for Railgun to find anything here. Ego going to catch the uppercut combo off of the Nunchucks. Railgun with no armor here, but 2% away from their ult. Railgun is going to find that ultimate here and is likely going to be forced to pop it. There it is, as these musket shots come out and absolutely drain his HP. He's going to be forced into the armor swap here, and this is not a great armor swap for him, as the purple armor into white. Looks like he's going to try to go back in. He is going to pick up the purple armor. Unfortunately, he gets caught on terrain. He's only got 28% of the ult. He's going to end the ult early here, and I don't know if this is the call, as everybody else still sees him here with those muskets. They were able to drain his armor and HP away from him, and now he doesn't have the option to just run away and ignore those range shots. He's put himself in quite the precarious situation. G225 here looking for a little bit of a reset. They were able to drop their ult pillar down, not quite able to follow it up. Rexy goes topside, looking for the reset of their own, and sure enough, we pop back to Railgun. That armor all the way shredded off here, and just a little bit of HP left, and this is what I was talking about. Might have prematurely ended that ultimate. Now able to get inside because of the third and fourth parties trying to keep these players from picking up the elimination. Railgun is able to successfully find a reset here, falls off the inside though and misses one of those spots. Will get the full reset as the rest of these players continue to focus each other. Railgun now going to turn his attention into this fight. Fang turning on to J-Team's action as well as JL's Ego. Fang going to go top side here with the bubble pop, looking for an opening here, swapping back and forth. Fang with that gray pistol. I swear, gray dagger. If I see him with that gray dagger again, I'm gonna lose my mind, Dobby.
Still a whole lot happening though within these games, and they're still able to make it happen here as Rexy, it looks like he's gonna pop his ulti here, and it looks like they also will pop theirs as well, as we're back at it again. I don't necessarily know what it's like between two mechs fighting it out, but it looks like we're gonna find this out here, as he does end up getting the nice plan, gets massive hits onto Rexy here, as Rexy's gonna try to separate as fast and as far as possible here. G225 trying to get some momentum here, hitting him with everything that he has here, as he looks like he's spawning out the poison here, trying to see if he can create any form of damage, trying to see if he can get any more hits, but the heals is helping Rexy at least to be able to escape. Didn't get an insane amount of damage though. He got it onto the mech at least, but now back at it again. T225 with the staff trying to hold it together here. Rexy putting in massive damage with the dagger. Dagger holding on. Beautiful hits on each side. Rexy is going to be able to absolutely claw out T25 for all of his shield. Now it's time for the chase, as Rexy is going to continue to push in here, making it a lot harder here. The spear right clicks, trying to hold it and make that momentum so much faster without actually using any more of their energy that they really need to, as Rexy trying not to get caught all throughout these trees here, and he misses the grapple. Could be a big opportunity for T225 to be able to separate and get away here. Every grapple counts here, and it looks like T225 has the chance, as it looks like he's going to be able to go back towards it, gets the full shield, goes back for the reset, and we're back in it for another fight. As Rexy is going to get hit, he's going to be able to go back towards it with the shield. And now we're going to be able to see what happens. But let's go back here over here with Jin and Wang Liang currently fighting this out here, as he has the Tark all. He's going to hit the and immediately start to dip out as fast as possible here. And it looks like he doesn't use the full extent of his ulti here, but Wang Liang is going to be able to get some separation here, but it looks like he's going to meet Ali here in a second. Oh no, actually, circle is right there. The question is he going to be able to do it? It's Mirror. Looks like he's going to be able to dip out. Oh! Ooh, wait. I'm sorry. Wait. Mirror just got hit by a bow as she teleports away at a beautiful moment, but it's the worst timing for her because she lands and immediately gets hit in the back. Meanwhile, Ali, trying to hold on as long as possible, is able to force the Terracotta Warrior ulti to come out, forcing Trailgun to try to dip out and maybe run as best as possible here, trying to separate, but he's hitting massive damage onto the ulti of Tarka G here. But with that ulti, Sorel is making it very, very hard for Ali to get a clear shot. Obviously, with this, it obviously derails the time. 35 seconds left on the clock here. Dangerously low, still gets a massive hit onto him, and he only needs a couple more here. Beautiful hits on each side as Ali sadly has to go and demonkify all the way towards it, though, as S-Rail claims the elimination onto Ali and shuts it down to get his reward for the Realm of Yang.
Hey, look, Ali here, man, absolutely plays that a little poorly there. The dagger's gonna let those blue charges come out so much faster than those dual blades. He should have just parried in that situation. Instead of trying to force the clank off of the blues, he ends up getting hit with the dagger first and goes down to it, man. Very interesting decision making coming from Ali, especially because he flips that fight on its head by using Yueshan inside of the Realm of Yang to just kind of counter Tarka, because typically what happens in that fight outside of the Realm of the Yang, the Tarka just pops ult and runs, right? He comes back fully reset after the Yueshan runs out of it, because the Yueshan has much slower movement while in that ultimate. It's so hard for him to just chase a Tarka down. But inside the Realm of Yang, the target doesn't have that option, and Yueshan actually is able to come back and get him super low, but he scuffs it as he comes out of the ult and finds himself in a much unfavorable situation, trying to go head to head with the blue charge into the dagger, and gets obliterated for it. As we turn now to TK's Ali here, I can't tell if he has the Yang depletion or not. I got caught out with this last time. They showed me this view, and it didn't show if they still had Yang depletion or not. Coming in here is able to find a little bit of something there, but then gets carried by OC Zhang Yu, but Zhang Yu not able to capitalize on it because he falls off the building. Ali forced to swap into this blue pole sword here, and not really able to find a favorable fight for himself. As we take a look here, somebody's got Yang depletion. I can't tell who, because we are on the aerial view here. It's probably Ali with the Yang depletion, if I had to guess, as they now turn and look down onto OC Zhang Yu, as well as Railgun. Railgun in a very good situation here. He can just force these fights because he has that Vermilion Birds. He has that safety net. Even if he dies here, it doesn't set him back all that much. So Railgun trying to find an elimination and put pressure on while he has a safety net.
Even with that, though, Ali is able to hit the Terracotta Warrior and immediately starts to distance himself away from this fight here. Massive climb, trying to separate for as long and as far as possible here, but it looks like Zhang Yu is going to be able to go on the chase here. Doesn't look like he's going to give that up as T25 hits at a massive, beautiful jump parry onto S-Rail, and S-Rail sadly gets caught on the wall and is not able to dip out, and sadly does get finished and claim here. Zhang Yu is going to be able to get the switcheroo onto Ego. Ego dangerously low here, gets scattered around from all areas as he pops the ulti and gets out of dodge in the best way possible. The question is it going to be enough? He's scrambling in the air. He's trying to rotate. He's like, he's trying to get away, and it looks like he's able to pop some heals to keep himself alive. Unbelievable. Ego, how do you do it? How do you do it, man? As he gets caught in between the poison, not the best place to be, as it looks like he has 3 against 1. It is Rexy, it is T225, it is Fang. Fang dangerously low, but Ego! Sadly, the poison snatches him away. Fang comes through, immediately starts putting in the massive paws onto T225 here, as it looks like they're both going to be fighting this out here. Rexy on the right side here with the katana. Katana right click comes through. Looks like he has that nice little bit of that. And also check to see if you have a code for the game. If you don't have a code, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. We got 3 more codes await for you, so that way you can use these as Zekfin is able to get his 6th elimination. This man is 6 elims deep right now.
Yeah, absolutely going crazy. J-Team's Action here showing us what he was talking about. And here's the thing, you know, Action talked about this a little bit during our startup here to the day. What he's doing a little bit of smack talking about how good his micro skill is in the game, referring to how good, you know, his combos are, his juggles, being able to animation cancel, things like that. And he absolutely does have that. That there's never in question for J-Team's Action, right? The thing that he always struggled with into solos was his decision-making. His decision-making has already been much better today. He's been able to put points on the board consistently, and now he's playing a comfort pick here on Tarka, and because of that, the aggressions come through. He's played very strongly. He's been able to find eliminations time and time again, and this could be our highest scoring game today. If Action takes us all the way to the end, there's 8 players left alive. He's looking to go into a realm of Yang here. He could potentially pick up his 7th elimination here, using the longsword to buy himself some space here. He's got that legendary soul jade for it. He is able to find himself into the realm. He's going to be going head to head here with Wolves. Kaibao on a little bit of a shield disadvantage, but has the better longsword, whereas Action only rocking the purple longsword here. It's going to be very interesting, kind of matched in terms of gear because of this. Kaibao able to find a huge early shot here. Tarka are going to go airborne here with the longsword. There comes the juggle. Kaibao needs to find their ultimate very soon, but the juggle continues into the charged vertical shot there coming out of the longsword. And because he's got that soul jade, it's more than enough damage off of waves 1 and 2 for Action to pick up the elimination. That's 7 elimination under J-Team's Action here, and if he takes this all the way, it's going to be a huge game for him. T225 here going to drop the pillar to buy himself a little bit of advantage. Feng going to find the bubble, though, coming on to T225. T225 going to be forced to hop into the mech, as we do see Feng give chase. Feng going to back off and just take the opportunity, though, to take the box. T225 looking for an opportunity. Nobody wants to let T225 find it, though. They're potting up in the mech, but still getting shot. Now we're going to see the dagger coming in. I do believe that was an assassin's lunge that comes through from Alliance's Jin. Jin going to be on the receiving end of the cannon here. Multiple shots coming through onto Jin. Only the first connecting those. Jin's able to find some cover. T225 using these dual blades here to create as much movement as possible. While we continue to see players give chase here, T225 able to find the scale rush, knock them bot side here, and buy themselves a little bit of breathing room. But Wolves Kaibao comes in from the other window. T225 needs to go ahead and get the heck out of dodge. We do see a lovely bounty there, and it's Alliance's Jin who's gonna pick it up. The question is, who does it go on? And actually goes on to KLA's Feng. Feng close enough for the bounty to drop on to them, as now we see Feng inside here, just looking to buy some space, able to find a pot off, get the reset, holding on to that bubble. Railgun going topside, continuing the chase here. The bubble does come down from Feng now, gets popped by Railgun so that the bubble goes off because of the changes made to the bubble there for Zipin Yang. And Wolves Kaibao, with only 1 elimination under their belt, still looking to aggressively make something happen here, because they have 2 minutes and 30 seconds before Yang depletion kills them. Ziping, not an easy target here for them to pick off with such limited time remaining. They do have that legendary longsword. If they can get some work in here, though, they might be able to pick up an elimination and keep themselves in the game, but nobody wants to give Kaibao the opportunity to engage here. They would rather just see him die to the depletion. Why bother fighting if he can just eliminate himself here? T225, though, gonna lock him down there with those dual blades. We're gonna see the F come out from Kaibao. Kaibao, that timer just ticking down. Cannon shots coming in from Feng. Feng coming in, gonna take advantage of how low Kaibao is here. Kaibao going to be forced to mech up here, finding himself on the receiving end. That assassin's lunge, putting in absolute work onto Kaibao. Kaibao forced to deep mech there as so many players come through and just blitz the HP bar down from the mech. Kaibao, no shields, almost no HP, and it's J-Team's Action who picks up their 8th elimination.
Action just, he just snapped.
He's built different. He's just built different.
He snapped. He called upon his boys. He locked in, he put his head down, and he said, I am a monster. Let me show you how to get it done here. Beautiful parry coming in as he shuts down Shi Yang from earlier here, as we look towards the replay here, trying to get him not to go through the portal here, as he ends up getting him inside. Yanks him from the inside here, and he gets another elimination onto the king here. As we're looking back at the King now, who's just sitting pretty and just decides not to engage on any more fights. He has 8 eliminations. He doesn't need to force anything if he necessarily has to. I don't even think Rexy knows that he's even there. Maybe he does, as Exin decides to back off here. But Exin with 8 eliminations, 12.2 on the board. This is the pop-off that we needed to see and that we love to see in these games currently. Rexy all the way down towards the bottom here. This is insane performance coming in as T225 trying to hold together. Look like he's about to get ready to summon the ulti, but actually, yes, he does. As now he's going to try to see if maybe he can force himself to back off and separate away from the rest of the pack here. As Fang is going to go for a nice joyride, parrying onto him, and Fang wants this energy. He wants to push in. He wants all the smoke.
Yeah, T225 here able to get some pots off. Going to be forced to demech, though. He's bought himself a little bit of space, but Fang and Rexy giving chase here. Railgun not far behind, and J-Team's Exjin apparently never one to miss out on the opportunity to pick up an elimination. Also close by. The entire lobby's here. Now it's Fang who goes low. The attention has swapped. This is what I've talked about in the past. If you want to survive these situations, you need to get another player low, and that's exactly what happens. Railgun going to pick up the elimination there on to Fang, and it buys T225 all the space in the world to reset. Running away is extremely hard when you've got sharks like this in the lobby, but if you're able to put somebody else low, all of a sudden those sharks will turn their attention away from you. T225 here, not the one who puts our other player low there, but capitalizes on it to find a full reset and is looking to get back into this game. They do have 3 eliminations under their belt. At this point, I don't think it's possible for them to take first place away from J-Team's Exjin. Even if Exjin was eliminated here, he has so many points under his belt and he's top 5. The multiplier and just how many points he has is going to give him first place, but that doesn't mean T225 doesn't want as many points under his belt and a big second place finish, right? So T225 being able to get away there, able to get the reset is huge for them if they want to continue to put points on the board, especially because T225 is towards the top of our overall standings currently.
Overall standings are going to look very nice for Exjin. Exjin has been playing really well for these first 2 games already. He's gotten some kills on the board for each of these games here. So getting 8 eliminations, and if he gets a top place score, this could be a massive jump for him. Overall, I think within these games, it's going to be a real good look for him. Overall here, as we're looking in towards this game, is Jin. Looks like he's just taking his time here, trying not to get caught up by another player here as he's still working around here. Exin towards the bottom, Rexy all the way up top, getting a beautiful view of what's going on here. Let's see what's going on here in terms of what's next here. I'm surprised no one has actually tried to do anything in terms of range here, but we got 7 seconds left on the clock for the circle to close in here, and we have 5 players alive, and it's only the start to close of circle number 4. This was a very aggressive game, and Exit clearly is the culprit for why there's so many people that are not here in this final circle.
Yeah, Action putting in absolute work here. And here's the thing, is every single player that gets eliminated just makes his score go higher at this point because of those huge multipliers. The higher he goes up, and we have to talk about this, he has a 12.7 game score. If he was to be eliminated right now, he would still have the highest single scoring game of the day if he were to be eliminated right now. Absolutely massive game coming in here from J-Team's Action, but we're gonna see things slow down pretty heavily here because we are down to 5 players and it's only zone 5 being collapsed on, right? We've seen 8 to 9 players alive in zone 7, right? Nobody wants to go in and take that fight against Action right now. We're gonna see a lot of this. We're gonna see Alliance of Jin up here poking with the musket, a lot of repairs coming through. T225 here most notably only has a single repair kit left, right? They need to be very careful with their resource management as there's not a lot of resources for these players to get back here. And J-Team's Action, more than happy to just tilt topside here. He's got the zone, he's got circle, he's got high ground, he's got coverage for himself. Yeah, and he has the most kills in the lobby right now. He is sitting very pretty as we get ready to see zone 5 push into zone 6 in the next 60 seconds. we're probably just going to see a lot of tree riding going on here. A lot of these players just chilling. Jin just, you know, holding on to that space, buying themselves a little space. Look at this. This is smart. Sees nobody's pushing for the rotation, decides, okay, hey, I'll go take the treetop rotation over here where I'm in circle and I don't have to move once players start to push in. I have the space. They have to push into me now. I like this sort of decision making here from Alliance's Jin. Jin, though, only one elimination under the belt, needs to start thinking about capitalizing on some aggression here as some of these players go low. Still a great decision to come out from Jin, but they just need to back it up with some eliminations so that they can get as many points as possible. T225 chilling here, pretty far from the circle, but has a lot of safety and a lot of time before the zone starts collapsing. He's also on the wide side of the circle, so he can just kind of laissez-faire walk it into the circle. If you will, because many of the other players are going to be forced in first. Like Ventus's Reki, very, very high up in that tree on the backside. But here it goes, zone pushing in. So Rexy now going to be forced to move forward. T225's not going to waste any time. He sees the other players starting to come in and sees that they're going to take the high ground to push in. He's just going to go and take this low ground where he's very safe, because he doesn't have to worry about those high ground players giving up their high ground to push into him. And sure enough, there he is. He's in the backside of the circle there. He's holding onto that low ground, and now he can play gatekeeper for anybody who decides to drop in onto the low ground when there's no extra high ground for them to take. T225 setting himself up very well here with some good decision making. We have to see if he's going to be able to capitalize on it, though.
Let's hope that he does, though. Sometimes capitalization can be a little bit harder when everyone else is playing like a lowercase. Get it? We're going to be able to look in towards this Rexy. Pops his ulti here, trying to see if maybe he can get some free heals out of this, but sadly he's not able to. His heals get decimated even more. Might not have been the best call to make here, as Rexy dangerously low, using this bridge for any type of defense as possible. But it looks like Jin is going to come through and claim the elimination onto Rexy. Jin finally able to get some more eliminations on the board here as T225 is able to knock back, pop his ulti. The massive mech mayhem coming through as he pops up top here, able to get himself away from the pack here. And it looks like he's going to be able to go for his shield, trying to see if he can get any type of heals as well here, as X-Jin trying to use his bow to get anything here. Rockets hitting in on each side here, as X-Jin is just going to try to dodge hits each time. Looks like he does get hit by something.
Yeah,
unfortunate, though, is...
I was going to say, again, we talked about how Jin pushed in early, took that high ground, and he was able to capitalize on it exactly like I was talking about. He sees another player pushing in and gets low and is just able to slide in, pick up the free elimination. He does give up his high ground for it, but he's able to back immediately out of that fight, picks up the elimination, and is still alive here. The high ground lost, but Jin capitalizing on it, going to top 4 with the second elimination is huge. And then Jin also finds his high ground back again as well. He's sitting very pretty right now. Jin playing this very well, but still J-Team's action just has such a dominating lead. And I want you to see what one position difference makes. J-Team's action was at 12.7 points. One person is eliminated. He's not even the person who eliminates him, and he goes from 12.7 to 13.5, right?
Right.
Action literally can just chill, right? He doesn't have to take fights he doesn't want to. Every single elimination, whether he's picking it up or not, is going to be massive for him because of the number of kills he's already picked up here. Now, that said, Action going very low here. Going to be forced to pop the Tarkle. Looks for a pot here. Is able to find one. Is able to find two. Going to go ahead and end the Tarkle. Holds on to 46% of his rage there. Is going to find the third pot off for his HP. Finds the fourth pot off. Gets the full reset, as we see Jin from Alliance coming in and picking up a railgun, and we're going to see Action go to 14 points. Alliance's Jin here really capitalizing on everything he set up here. Just that original rotation to the top side where he's just able to take that high ground. He's able to force the players to come in onto him, buying him all sorts of space right now. He's able to get a full reset off of this. He's coming in with the cannon. T225 is going extremely low from these cannon shots. Jin forcing in onto them. We're top 3 players left alive, and X-Jin can just wait this out. Again, every single elimination buys him more points. He's going to drop down, unfortunately, into Alliance Jin. Jin's going to find the time to de-mech as X-Jin falls and get some huge hits onto him, but X-Jin going to find the time to reset yet again. This treehouse paying dividends for these players in terms of reset. That was a funky interaction. Not quite sure how T225 actually connected onto Action there. I'm just assuming the hitbox extended, but Jin is going to find Action with the Merciless Havoc into the zone. There's no real place for him to go. He pops the F, but he's stuck there. Jin, against all odds, gets picked up and eliminated here. He still is going to be walking away the MVP. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it, but we're going to see T225 going head-to-head here with Alliance's Jin, and I think Jin absolutely sets himself up great here. He picks up a ton of eliminations. T225, though, is going to take that bigger second place finish that he wanted, that we were talking about earlier. Something much needed for him here because he is towards the top of the order in the overall standings. But Alliance's Jin plays this so well. He makes the early push to the circle. He takes the high ground, knowing that the other players are going to have to be pushed into him, and is able to capitalize on players who get low as they try to push in. He picks up 3 extra eliminations off of it, including killing J-Team's Action, who was a massive kill leader above him. Takes the second place finish, quite a few kills under his belt, but T225 going to take the overall second place in terms of points. And of course, J-Team's Action going to be our MVP here, who walks away with a 14-point game, the biggest point game we've seen today, with a 2-point lead over our 12-point game that we saw earlier. Congratulations to J-Team's Action, because absolutely rocked this game out, Davi.
I mean, it was absolutely insane to see Action just absolutely decimate this lobby to the point where we had 5 players alive in this final circle. It was one of our first games where we really saw a small amount of players with a large map still with the spread of where we was. And obviously, who was the culprit? Action. As we saw the stats, we saw those play styles, we was like, man, he came to play. He came to play. He was already doing pretty decent in our first 2 games here, but now being able to see where he is in these final circles was absolutely insane. Now, obviously, he does get claimed here. If he would have got a dub, I would have lost my mind. I'm gonna be honest. I would have lost my mind if he would have captured a dub on top of that, because that's not easy to get those amount of eliminations. And obviously, he played it to the best of his ability, focusing on getting those extra placement points, but still, those placement points are still going to be massive. He's still going to be in first place, and it's going to be a massive jump for him into top 5. Could be even higher than that.
This was a huge game for J-Team's Action here. He's able to put up a 14-point game score line, which is just absolutely massive. Anybody coming in now, he's easily top 5, like you said, potentially top 3. He has another game like this, and he's easily first place, right? And the thing was, he came alive here, and on Tarka, don't get me wrong, Tarka has seen multiple nerfs recently, so he's kind of fallen off just a little bit in terms of the current meta, right? You know, Farius still very much has the advantage into that matchup. Z-Ping, kind of a pain for Tarkas to hunt down here, but Tarka's still always going to be one of those fan favorites, and clearly a player favorite, regardless of how many nerfs he sees. Yeah, look at this, 8 kills with a 14-point game score, but T225, because he finishes in first with 5 kills, walks away with a 12-point game score. And that's exactly what I talked about in the mid game, was if T225 could get away from that situation where he was being chased, and he does end up getting away from that situation, because we see another player go extremely low and all of the attention immediately turns off of him and turns on to that other player. T225 takes the reset and is able to rock it out to the end, picks up 5 eliminations. Also, I misspoke earlier. It wasn't Jin who picked up the kill onto Action. It was T225, and that kill coming in very clutch for him, because that means he went from 3 eliminations to 5, which buys him these 12 points. T225 still a force to be reckoned with here today, but I got to give a little round of applause to Alliance's Jin here. Alliance kind of struggled at the end of season 2. Jin coming in here, putting them back onto the map. And, you know, Jin came into this final circle with a single elimination, but because of the decision-making and the placement, we're able to make things happen. Speaking of which, turn it here. Here's that single elimination, was against OUG's The King. They go pillar for pillar, and when the King feels forced to jump into the mech, he's able to just slide in and pick up the elimination before he can even get the mech off. Love to see it come through. J-Team's Action here, going Tarka for Tarka against Wang Liang, is able to catch those uppercuts. then finds the massive parry here onto Shenwan. Absolutely huge here for J-Team's Action. Look at this. They go in here trying to get a little bit of escape. As soon as he sees that, he just tap dodges away, takes a quick shot, and goes bam. Picks up the elimination. Railgun here getting picked up by T225. Action again with those massive hits coming out from the longsword there. And then Action again here against Wolves Kai Bao, the juggle. And then because he has that longsword Soul Jade, both slashes doing enough damage for him to just basically touch of death Kai Bao. He finds a second elimination of Kai Bao. And here's Jin with that Merciless Havoc, just keeping Action in the zone, able to find the follow-up. Sees him there in the zone, almost gets the elimination, but the pillar comes down from TT25, who's able to pick it up. And then, of course, it immediately mechs up and just keeps Jin from walking into the zone. TT25 picks up some huge points for himself here, but it all comes back to J-Team's Action, who put in the work, picked up 8 eliminations, 18,000 damage, Dobby.
Woo, with Infernal Slash, Siphon Technique, Wave Roll, 2 melee resist Soul Jades, and a dual blade sap. Even with all of that, though, his first MVP of tonight, and probably going to be more of them as long as he keeps these performances happening, because good Lord, 8 eliminations for our third game. Sorry, I went blank for a second. But
no, that's our fourth game, Dobby.
That's our fourth. Yeah. Absolutely insane here. Coming into these games, Exon showing him that he is the one to watch out for. So far, we've had a decent stacked list of winners. Zhang Yu in our first game. We have Xzin in game number 4. We have Fang coming in with our game 2 winner. And we still have 2 more to title. The question is, are we going to see a repeat from anybody?
You know, we always love to see the repeats coming through, but I'm happy to see a plethora of different players coming in and taking those MVPs, putting in work. That said, there's a couple of players, and here we go. I'm going to say it. Day one, I'm going to say the word, Dobby. It's about consistency, and there's a couple players who coming in, making that happen. Like, look, T225 was already towards the top side of the list, and he just put a 12-point game together in a lobby where somebody picks up 8 eliminations above him. Okay, so TT25 keeping the consistency high has set the bar for the rest of these players, Dobby.
I can't say it's easy.
Do I need to get the whale for you, Dobby? Do you want to see the whale?
We don't see it. We don't see it. Well, I don't know if we have the whale. I don't know if we have the whale this season. That might have been on my last goodbye of the whale from last season. I don't know if they're gonna bring it back this season. I don't know. We have new views, new heights from everything that we've seen. I mean, it's a new season. We might as well do something fresh, right? You know, maybe I gotta let the whale go. Sadly, I gotta let it go. if it doesn't come this season, I'm okay with that. We gotta find something new. Maybe a penguin. Just a suggestion. Anyway, locking in for our game number 5 here. We're still a whole lot left here on the table. I can't wait to see what the overall points look like, and I think we'll probably see that after the end of our next game here for game number 5. But even with that, Exin obviously is going to be in at least top 3, possibly top 5, easily top 5, could possibly be top 3. But now some of these other players here have been kind of struggling. We've seen a lot of struggles from S-Rail and a few other players that have really been trying to scramble to get some eliminations. They'll end up with 2 eliminations. S-Rail is at least getting in top 5 first placements, but obviously those 2 to 1 eliminations are clearly not enough. So for a player like S-Rail, what does he need to do in these next 2 games? Obviously it's the question, but you said it before, can't say anything. But
so the thing for Railgun coming in here, Railgun needs to have some early aggression. He has a safety net in the fact that he has that early resurrection, right? He needs to use that safety net and push some aggression. He's not picking up eliminations. He's making it to late game, but with no eliminations under his belt, he's not getting any points for it. We see him going in and taking those Realm of Yang fights, and if he picks up an early kill, it's typically where he picks it up. If he's able to pick up another early kill and then go into the Realm of Yang and get that Vermilion Bird's Might, he can go force another fight. Even if he's picking up 2 eliminations before he goes into endgame, that's enough points where if you're top 5, you're still sitting kind of okay in terms of consistency. And then if you're able to find some more eliminations in the final circle after that, you're sitting real pretty, right? Because typically these games players are finishing out with 5 kills most under their belt. We saw a little bit of a change up in that with Action in last game where he picks up 8 eliminations, but that's not par for the course, right? We talked about it a lot last season before we went into the World Championship. 5 is kind of where we see the kills sit in these solos. And there's even less players. You got to remember, instead of there being 16 players per lobby right now, there's 14. There's a little less meat on that bone, so to speak, for these players to be non-off. So you need to be going into late game with some eliminations under your belt, or you're missing out on that whole meal, Dobby.
I mean, you're missing a whole meal here. Meanwhile, looks like Action is clearly just finished off the rest of his plate and is licking it clean. Good Lord, those 8 eliminations showed that he has a powerhouse and he is a force to be reckoned with, and do not sleep on me. Meanwhile, everything else, though, we're going to lock in for another game. Kai Bao with the average kills of 1.8. The damage is still taken away very, very high here, as we're seeing the hero pick rates of each players here. So they still have more to do here, but obviously now people still have to scramble to go for the next ones as we go and lock in for our game number 5. Everything happening here. Let's see how they're going to be able to work and maintain towards it here, as they're going to pitch it towards it and see where we can go here. But let's talk about these hero picks, though. We've seen a magnitude of these hero picks thus far. We've seen them do the absolute most here, but we still have 2 more picks left, and some people have to be picky about what they're going to choose, because obviously we still have those limitations like we usually have for our seasons, like we did last season. So what are you expecting to see in game 5 and 6?
Games 5 and 6 is your last 2 games to perform here today. I'm expecting to see a lot more hyper aggression here. We're seeing a lot of Takedas come out here. Some of these being players who didn't run Takeda before, but no surprises seeing Takeda making a comeback here into the Holoroth lobby, because you see Holoroth, Takeda actually functions very well here. There's the Firefly cages where you can build up your ultimate. You can come in and find a lot of Fireflies in general on this map, and they're much more secure for you, right? You know where they're going to be on Holoroth here. They're not quite as far spread out as they are on a map like Morris Isle, so you're able to have that ultimate available and usable for you, but you have to be very careful, because Takeda is one of those heroes who doesn't want to engage without their ultimate.
Absolutely insane here with the ultimate picks, though. Looks like we're seeing at least one Yoto, seeing some Tarkas, and it looks like the Takeda is going to be the favorite amongst this game here for Holoroth, on the weather of being cloudy here, as we're going to see the insane map here for Holoroth coming in, and it looks like the spread is going to be a little bit different, as the City of Tang is going to see Ali, X-Jin, and T225, and Bell Tower, Leisure Hall, and Hall of Rejuvenation. Kai Bao is going to be running the whole Salvation podium to himself. Meanwhile, we have 3 main players here, all the way in the Hall of Ceremonies in Plum Castle, and we have one particular player down near the bottom near Tang Courtyard and Moonfall Pass. So still nobody really hitting that snow area of Yushan Ruins or Emfriel Village, which is still very, very surprising coming into these games here, as the King is going to get pushed in on Wang Lang trying to hold on with this defense, trying to see if maybe he can hit something here. Massive hits of damage hitting on to the King trying to keep it together here and keeping that aggression. Zhang Yu's on the other side here. Unbeknownst to the whole fight happening, Wang Liang dangerously low here, but it looks like he might have the juggle. He might have the opportunity, though, but no! The take of the defense hits him just enough to where he can do it and does a massive job of it. Meanwhile, Rexy, dangerously low, as Fang is going to be able to push in on this as well. Gold looks like he's going to get found here on this inside. The question is he going to be able to open it, or is he going to push in on it here? Gold Troll could be at the bottom here, but sadly, it doesn't look like he's going to push on it just yet. Waiting for him to be able to come out, and yes, he does, right off the edge. It looks like he's able to claim the elimination and get his first elimination of this game. Meanwhile, Mir and Ego trying to fight this out. Dangerous low on each side here. Gets the cancellation from the massive hits of the nunchucks, and sadly is not able to find it. Mir struggling to try to find an elimination here, and Ego is not letting her go without a fight. Meanwhile, trying to get the shield swap, though, unbeknownst, isn't unable to find it. Gets the gray. And just like that, Ego was able to swap and get a free purple here. Here, trying to keep the game alive, trying to hold on here. Let's see if they can do it. The question is, are they going to push on and be aggressive, or are they going to back out and decide maybe to push on? It looks like she's going to opt to go for the fight here. Very dangerous game here, but let's see if she is willing to play. Meanwhile, Mier, I think he's going to be able to push in on this one as well. Catches him on the other side here. He catches Ego on this right side. A beautiful right-click hit onto Ego. Does it again. Catches her in a corner, but Ego is going to be able to repent and use the parry to shut down Mier. Mier is able to go for the reset, though, as Ego, dangerously low, decides to run away as Jin and Sheyong. Looks like they might go for the chase as Jin decides not to. Ego finds a shield swap here. Great shield swap. Gold Trove right in front. Looks like Mier is going to be able to find it. Does she find anything good out of it? It looks like she found a gold spear staff. Gold Trove up top. Looks like they're able to find something decent as well here. And it looks like the loot patterns are definitely very, very, very helpful for all of these players here. Mier, even though still isn't able to capture the elimination, they're still alive and ready to fight.
Here, take a look here. J-Team's Exjin, no eliminations under the belt here, but they do still have Resurrection available, so they're looking to aggressively punch in here. I'm going to grab all of those sand pairs there so nobody else can capitalize on him. And while they're buffed, look to push in onto these players here. We're going to see TK's Ali here quite low. Ali going to go ahead and pop the ultimate to buy themselves a little bit of space, just holding on to it. But TT25 continuing to give chase with that bow. The ultimate not really going to buy them any protection from the range shots. Ali able to find a reset here, and J-Team's Exjin on the hunt's going to slide through the door. Ali, the ult, going to run down here now, and Exjin in a great place as they come in. Blitz the shield back off of Ali, and Exjin goes for the uppercut, is able to find the damage, but not the follow-up, but still comes in and picks up the elimination onto Ali. Exjin playing this very well. We talk about the decision-making, and Exjin with the great decision-making here. Look, might actually lose their life here, has ult, does lose the life, but they're utilizing that resource. This is exactly what we were just talking about. Players like Railgun not using that early resurrection as a safety net to pick up eliminations has bit them in the butt, and Exjin more than happy to trade one life for another to put some points onto the board. And we're going to see Kele's Fang pick up the second elimination onto Rexy in the kill feed here, and that's going to be it for Rexy here in game number 5. Now Zhang Yu from Team OC goes super low. Wang Liang keeping the pressure on with those elbows while in the Targa ultimate, able to pick up an elimination. Kele's Fang very low here, but going to pop the ultimate as the King tries to come in and make something happen. Fang able to do a ton of damage.
Absolutely insane coming in, though, as Fang and the King still fighting this out, though. Fang having the advantage, though, with the shields and heals, really could have pushed in on this, but the one thing that I love is that any of these players it really takes one parry or one massive defense to keep the game alive for one of them, though. And just like that, shield could be gone in an instant as the King loses his shield, fighting this out with the Fang going back and forth, and Fang is able to get a massive parry and a finish onto the King here, claiming the first claiming that elimination here. Still has a chance to run it back as well here, as Kaibao is going to be fighting this out too with Ego. Ego trying to keep this together here, low on, has some heals, no shield at all to his name here, trying to keep this together. Oh no, he's going to catch him with a juggle here, not looking good, as Kaibao is going to be able to shut down Ego and gets a massive finish and his first elimination on the board for this game. Fang in the lead, though, with 30.6, so this is massively helpful for him as well. Let's see if they can keep the same game alive. Here's the Fang. I keep saying the Fang. It's just Fang. But I want to say Fang.
I mean, after today, I think we call him the Fang. You know what I'm saying?
The Fang, like, yeah, because he got fangs. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Fang coming in here with the fangs, absolutely biting players' heads off today. Playing a massive day one here, and it's just great. We are going to see those realms of Yang getting ready to pop up. GD's Mer looking to go into one. We're going to see a lot of players down below here looking to find anything onto that portal. And Wang Liang with his one elimination under his belt, more than happy to pop off look to do a little bit of looting here. He's still holding on to that blue dagger, wants to find something a little bit better, and I love this. I love this decision from Wang Liang. He wants to take the Realm of Yang, but instead of fighting over one where he knows there's like 12 players, he's going to come to one across the map where he hopes there's going to be less players. Now, Railgun sitting nearby, but Wang Liang right in the middle here has got a great opportunity to pick this up. Railgun's gonna have to come in and really try to force this, and it looks like it might be these two. No, Kai Bao gets in, so it's Wang Liang versus Kai Bao, TT25 versus Zhang Yu in the Realm of Yang, and I do believe it is Takeda versus Takeda here in a Zhang Yu versus TT25. We're gonna see Staff versus Staff. Or no, Staff versus Staff in this matchup between these two players. But T225 here, notably with a greatsword in their back pocket, and that hot swap method mid combo have a meta that's developed here. But the parry! Zhang Yu goes in from the scale rush into the aerial parry. Here comes the ultimate. All he has to do is extend the combo with it. There's nothing T225 can do. And Zhang Yu picks up the elimination now to Wolf Kai Bao versus Wang Liang. Wang Liang already has popped the ultimate. He has no way to gold focus out of this, but unfortunately Kai Bao drops it. Kai Bao needs a single hit and he's trying to fight it here onto Wang Liang. Wang Liang finds the scale rush into the charge left click. Kai Bao needs a single shot here. Wang Liang so low, even a clank will do it here for Wolves. Kai Bao, both of them looking for the scale rush. Wang Liang gonna opt to go for the pot here. He's not gonna be able to find it. Kai Bao continuing to pressure, comes in, gonna be forced to stop the pot. One clank is all he needs. The elbow comes through, and he follows it up with the pole sword. Wang Liang finds the victory in the Realm of Yang.
How did Wang Liang keep it alive that entire time? That could have been anyone's game here, but really, Wang Liang didn't have the advantage at all, and that's exactly what I was talking about a minute ago. It really does take one massive strike, one defense, one hold to keep the game alive, and just like that, you could turn this game around in one spin. And that's the one thing that makes this game so exciting. It really can be anybody's game in these instances, and all of a sudden, the narrative immediately gets spun around, and all of a sudden, we're talking about a winner we assume was already dead. And just like that, back at it again with the King and Fang holding it together here as Fang goes back to fighting it with T225. T225 just being an absolute thorn in people's behind so far here, as the King is going to catch him on the outside here, and it looks like they're both going to be able to rotate that out. But my goodness, Wang Liang holding that for so long and then still is able to survive and win. That's the thing that I talk about, right? The villain of our story can be a hero, but sometimes he just gets caught in these situations where it just isn't looking good, and he's able to come back and clutch it for the win. You love to see it.
You know, something else I want to talk about right now as well is KLA's Fang here is playing Yodohime and has 3 eliminations under their belt here, and this really speaks volume about Fang as a player in general. Yodo has massively fallen out of favor in the solo meta, right? They nerfed the F3. It's on a, you know, the same cooldown, but it only lasts for 2 seconds shorter now. It's like 3 seconds instead of 5. The ult has become much more difficult to land now as players have gotten used to it. They've learned how to bait out hits like that. We're going to see TK going in on to GD's Mur here with a massive ultimate. Mur playing this very well, though, able to just slide around and get away from it. Knows they need to wait the ult out here before they can re-engage on to Ali here from Team TK. Mur going to be able to find the pots that they really want. And Jail's Ego looking to come in. K wants to pressure this while they still have ultimate, but they need to be careful because the ultimate's going to run out fairly soon. As we turn our attention now to OUG's The King, who picks up an elimination onto Zhang Yu, but Zhang Yu does have that Vermilion Bird and is going to pop it immediately. It's going to find themselves back into the game with all their gear. The King, though, getting a third party here by GS's T225, and then at Kale's Fang also showing up for this fight. And again, back to my point about KL's Fang here, is Fang is on a hero that has massively fallen out of favor in solos, right? But because they're just such a technically well-rounded player and they have good decision making, it's very hard for these players to actually pick up eliminations on it. And T225 there actually gets the grab, but because Fang has the F3 down, they can't really follow it up. Zhang Yu gonna slide in after getting the resurrection there from the Vermilion, actually finds the elimination on a T225, who I also believe has Vermilion, if I'm not mistaken, so they should still be in this game. GD's Murr going to come in looking to turn this fight on to Ego after Ego picks up the elimination there on to Ali. Ego coming in with the katana, turns that around fairly quickly. Murr needs to do something, teleports top side, has the opportunity to aggressively turn this. They have ult, could have easily popped onto Ego here, but would rather take the reset and lose a little bit of that advantage here against Ego because they do only have one charge after teleporting up. Ego gonna take the reset and happily get out of here. Ego with ultimate available now, as well as the F, is more than happy to take his elimination and just to let this one go for now.
Sometimes you got to call it in these certain situations here, and it might not be worth it here because that specific call could be your life in these games here. And noting that we're in game 5, it really is a moment where you really have to protect yourself at all costs here in these final games here, because you definitely don't want to have a good momentum and then lose it because of something else in these instances. So you have to be able to be a little bit more susceptible to being able to back out of these fights here, even if you might have the advantage sometimes too, because like we said, it really can be one switch. You got to have so much confidence in these fights here, as Ego is going to push in and get some massive damage on a Miura though. Elbow comes through, beautiful right click, trying to see if he can get in, but the parry comes through. And looks like Mir is still struggling to try to move in. Look at the maneuvers coming in from Ego, though. Absolutely putting in so much maneuvering all the way around, forcing Mir to back off here. Goes for the grapple and decides to back off as far as she can. She needs to be able to separate themselves. Meanwhile, back in the realm of Yang, we got one last fight to take over here, as it looks like they're immediately going to go airborne and start to fight this out. It's Young versus Zhang Yu in this phase here. Immediately going to be pushed in here. Hits the Takeda ulti here, trying to hold it together here, trying to see if they can hit anything. And yes, they do. Onto Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu holding out together here, waiting for the ghost of each one. Trying to see if they can hit some nice damage onto each side here, trying to hold it. The scale rush comes through, trying to connect something here. Zhang Yu trying to hold it on and hitting some damage onto Young here. Beautiful hits though on each side though. I'm curious what Zhang Yu doing. Zhang Yu was kind of standing there though. I don't know if he was building up to something or if he was doing something, but he does get caught by massive blades, but he's also dangerously low. And Huang shuts down Zhang Yu in the realm of Yang. Gets the finish, gets a gold pole sword.
What a beautiful piece of tech and follow-up from Shenwan there. He gets the grab and immediately follows it up with the hot swap into the greatsword with the jumping right click. Guarantees that damage coming out, knowing that the greatsword's going to give him more damage, and that more damage will pick him up. The elimination is going to get him that legendary pole sword, as well as the buff, the Mystic Might coming through for them as well. Extremely well played by Shenwan there. And now we turn our attention to Kale's Feng, giving chase to XCG's Wang Liang. And this is where you don't want to be if you're Wang Liang into Feng here. Again, Feng playing a hero that's a little unfavored, but still able to just play so technically, and it plays extremely well with their decision making. Look at this, backs off because Wang Liang gives them space. They see the opportunity to just be equal with Wang Liang, more than happy to take it. The massive parry comes through with the follow-up jump into the right click. Feng is just going to completely rip the armor off of Wang Liang here. We're going to see another Tarka coming through, this time Kai Bao. Kai Bao looking to pick up the elimination. Who's going to get it? It is going to be Kai Bao. And now Feng is going to pop their F here, going to utilize the body to go ahead and get a heal off. And you know what? Feng, in not that bad of a situation to take this re-engagement with Kai Bao. Yes, they just burned the F off of the cooldown, but they get a full reset off of it. They still have their ultimate and are in just the same situation they were when they engaged with the other Tarka. So they have plenty of time to turn this back around and take the engagement if they want to. Turning now to OC Zhang Yu, and Zhang Yu is going to aggressively push into Kai Bao here. He needs to pick up an elimination here so that he can get that Soul Bloom and get rid of this Yang depletion. That said, Kai Bao gonna come in with the juggle and absolutely rinse most of the shields off of Zhang Yu here. Zhang Yu gonna do quite a bit of damage as well, turning it on to Kai Bao. There's the ult for ult here. Zhang Yu holds the F, hoping that Kai Bao would pop the Tarka ultimate, which is exactly what happened. Zhang Yu finds the space to go ahead and get a reset here. Needs to keep it going though, but the bow shot coming in for Kai Bao onto Zhang Yu, buys a massive space here. He's got the F, but he throws it, and unfortunately it goes under the feet of Kai Bao. He is able to find the grab, rip the weapon out of Kai Bao's hand, but Kai Bao comes back in with the elbow and picks up the elimination onto Zhang Yu.
absolutely insane coming into this as Kai Bao, top of the leaderboard with those 4 eliminations, playing it off. Fang tying it up with the King with 3 eliminations, 2 from Sheyuan and Egos. Railgun back at the top from what we talked about earlier. No eliminations, still has a point on the board, but it's just struggling to claim eliminations. S-Rail has really done a fantastic job of keeping some form of consistency in the sense of staying alive and getting some placement points. At least he's getting something. I don't think there's certain people, I don't think that have gotten anything. At least they have something, but they still need to work to figure out what they need to do to maximize more advantages in getting these eliminations, especially the early ones. Those early ones are so important here in these games, especially nowadays with how hard it's going to be to knock all of this type of momentum up though. So let's see how they're able to put it down more and more, but still going to be a little bit wild with everything happening though, as Fang looks like he's going to be on his space here, trying to see if maybe he can get something for himself. As now we're down to the final 6. Kai Bao, Fang, the King, Sheyuan, Ego, and S-Rail. You think Kai Bao's got this?
You know, it's interesting. Kai Bao is a player I never count out, right? And we've seen it today, right? Kai Bao has picked up big eliminations in almost every single game that he's been in. And even his first game, right, he doesn't take like the top 4 kind of space, but because of his eliminations, he's able to just go ahead and, you know, take second place. And it's that consistency with the kills here. We're going to see a lovely infinite come out there from Kai Bao. This fight is so clean. It's really unfortunate because Zhang Yu, do you see that the F actually goes under Kai Bao's feet because Kai Bao is higher up on the terrain, and then he's just able to turn around with the elbow. Kai Bao is a player I never count out, right? This is a player that went toe-to-toe with WBG Spider last season, and during season 2, every time these players went head-to-head, it would be like Wolves Kai Bao picks up an elimination off of Spider, then Spider picks up an elimination off of Kai Bao, just back and forth every single time. So you're talking about a player who literally had a rivalry with the champion from our solos last year, and just absolutely massive, right? Kai Bao, just a very good player. When he was known as KB11 during season 1, he was one of the top 3 players to be reckoned with. It was him, Wang Liang, and of course GG Shaw during season 1, who kind of ruled the show, if you will. King gonna come in there onto Railgun and capitalize onto that kill with that musket, keeping Kai Bao from picking it up. And now the King and Kai Bao tied for first place here, but Kai Bao in top 5 with 4 eliminations under his belt again. He's a player you just can never, ever count out, and it clearly has the skills to be one of the best players in the league.
He really can be. He just has to play to his advantage here. As long as he keeps the momentum, it could be absolutely massive for him. And he's definitely going to be somebody we're going to be talking about a lot throughout this season. We love to talk about some of our favorites here and what we expect out of them, especially after what we just saw in our last game. Goodness gracious. But now, going back to the top, show you all the way on this rotation here. Looks like he sees one here. Trying to see what they can do here with all of this. Look at all of the crinkly branches all the way throughout this trees here. The detail of this map here for Hollerop is absolutely amazing. I can only imagine when we finally get to the point where we are going to get a new map. I'm going to be very excited to see what they do. Imagine an ocean map. What about like in the forest? There's like way more trees, like a deep forest, like rainforest type atmosphere. You know? Oh, beautiful shot coming in from Fang.
Fang again,
that all the way from the other side. Goodness gracious.
Fang has been playing this game so well, right? Again, we're talking, he's on Yodo, and Yodo's not a bad hero, right? Just less favorable in the current meta than she's been, right? You know, we saw the ult come through, and there was that particular meta where she had been buffed like 6 ways to Sunday, and then they fixed the ult, like they reworked the ult, and all those buffs made her so strong. I don't think we'll ever see Yodohime go back to that level of prevalence, right? And especially into the current meta, where she's less favorable. But that said, still a very good hero. I don't think you're really playing at a disadvantage playing on Yodo, you're not 100% optimal, but you're not really hurting yourself either, as long as you're a skilled player playing Yodohime. And of course, we're going to see, our boy Feng here show that, as they won some fights into Tarka's as Yodohime. Even while Tarka was ulting, you're just able to kind of use your own ultimate to counteract that ability to just infinite you, right? And if you hurt the Tarka enough, you force them to back off, and then they don't really have enough ult to take that engagement again. I think Feng is just playing their mind off, but I also think Yodo's not really as out of the meta as some of these players think Yodo is.
I mean, it's still with the advantage, though, that Yodo is still powerful. Right?
Yeah.
So even with that, too, it's like, yes, there are other alternatives now, but Yodo still is a playmaker. So it's kind of one of those things here where we can really start to see kind of what the next spaces are going to be for these games here. But obviously, we will need to work on how that's going to be for the others, as Kai Bao gonna be able to hold that down and hold that one together as well. Kai Bao able to go through with this one and just hold on here. Meanwhile, Feng, the king, and Shuyang all the way inside of this building here, trying to hold it together, not really going for any fights here. They're not trying to engage, but they're just keeping themselves in a short distance here as the circle is closing in. The gap is making it shorter and shorter here. They're gonna have to force the fight.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're 5 players and we're now coming in onto Zone 6. We're probably not going to see too much pop out here until Zone 7 when these players are really forced together. Yeah, we're going to see a lot of this, right? We're going to see a lot of these players just taking these range shots and absolutely trying to pepper people. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to get somebody low enough here that they bait the rest of the players into the hunt, right? They're trying to tempt the sharks to jump into the water, as it were. And as soon as that starts going, that's when it's safe for you to come in and take the fights. But you don't want to go in and force a fight, because then you're going to be the person being third-partied on it. They're playing very smart. This is super good decision-making coming out from these players. And even Fang and the King here, right? Like, they're trading blows on the bottom side of this, but neither of them are really committing to the fight. You just see Fang way back out of that, right? And then come back in, looking for some range shots here. Now King going to be forced to the other side. Nobody wants to commit to it, because as soon as 2 players commit to a fight, the third party is going to come through. Now that said, Fang's going to see their armor completely ripped off here. Here we go. Blood in the water. Fang able to find... Excuse me? How is that pole sword going through the wall and connecting onto Fang? That doesn't make any sense. I'm gonna call that. That shouldn't actually happen. That's very weird. You know what it may be? They may have the... Soul Jade that adds splash damage, so it's the splash damage connecting onto Fang. That could be a possibility. It just typically that should not connect. Kale's Fang here gonna come down here with the dagger though onto the target. Target gonna pop the F. Now we're gonna see one of those sand polyps popped in the face there of Fang. Fang able to still find space on the edge of the circle here and just keep it going. We're gonna drop the F. We're gonna take the full reset. Fang, a little bit of HP missing, but for the most part, they got those shields up. The parry comes through though. Jail's ego's gonna fight it onto Fang, and there we go. The blood is in the water. The sharks descend onto Fang, and it's going to be OUG's the King with the musket yet again. If you remember this from season 2, King was always able to find those long-range third parties with either a bow or a musket and pick up elimination after elimination. And that's the 3rd elimination King's been able to pick up with that musket from range this game. And now King sitting pretty with 4 players left alive as Zone 7 gets ready to completely collapse, able to find himself multiple eliminations from range without having to really commit too many resources to these fights. Unfortunately, that's going to be it for Fang here in game number 5.
Even with that one, though, Shea Young trying to see if maybe he can hold on between Kai Bao trying to hold it together, and he does claim the elimination on the Shea Young. Meanwhile, everybody else is trying to scramble to get that elimination. Kai Bao trying to hold it and absolutely sends Kai Bao outside of circle here for a brief second here. The final 3 inside of this plane and a whole lot of sparks all over the place here. Has to be careful. And even with all of this though, Kai Bao trying to hold it together here, trying to see if maybe he can get some hits onto the king as he does. Able to connect something though. The question is he able to get any shield? It doesn't look like he's able to get any, as he's just trying to keep the game alive. Hits Ego from outside of the circle here, gets hit by Ego. It looks like he has just a moment maybe to pop some shield to keep the game alive. No, Ego and the king are not going to give him a second moment or a break to try to get some shield off at all, even with the defense not holding it together, as the king is able to claim the elimination. And here he goes, the king versus Ego, 1v1, both of them holding on. Takeda's trying to do it, but Ego is going to shut down the king in moments, not giving him much of an opportunity to claim it though, but I don't think it's going to be enough. The king was able to claim that last elimination that he needed, and he was able to do it in the best way possible, and I think he's going to be crowned our winner, absolutely, as he does. Was able to shut that down the way that he wants to.
Yeah, King plays this extremely well in the end here. He's able to come in, and it's really unfortunate for Kai Bao as he gets caught out low there. He does have the F available to him. There's not really a good target for him to throw that elbow onto, right? You see King, he's got the Takeda ult pop. If he turns onto King, Takeda's just going to ult him back in that direction, right? If he turns on to the likes of Ego, Ego's in ult as well, and Ego's just going to elbow him back. So not a really great target for him to go on. He opts to turn on to King. King, of course, does throw the ultimate out, and that allows him to secure the elimination because the hit stun also knocks Ego back, and it buys King the neutral to pick up the elimination onto Kai Bao. Yes, Ego then comes in and is able to pick up the elimination onto King, but King doesn't really care because he has 6 eliminations under his belt at that point. He's going to take a second place finish. He walks away the overall MVP for the match, and it's well deserved. Again,
it is.
King kind of the master of taking those long range shots and picking up those eliminations, and he picks up not 1 but 2 potential kills from Kai Bao with that musket from range, keeping Kai Bao from taking that scoreline to a point where he can't overcome it, and that's why the king walks away the MVP in this match.
Absolutely insane here to really shut that down and make it look good all the way towards the very end here. The king finally able to get the dub that he wanted so bad. He was able to get some top 3s earlier in our games, but sadly just was not able to close it out the way that he wants to, and he finally was able to get one. So locking down our game 5 is the king. Obviously, we're going to give you guys the scoreboards here in a couple of minutes here. But back to what we were talking about earlier with these games here. I mean, Holleroth has been a little bit more slower. And obviously, we did kind of say that from earlier here. Holleroth was going to be one of those slow maps. Obviously, Morris Isle still would be somewhat fast-paced, but very, very slow, at least towards the final circle, at least within this game. I think a lot more slower than the other games, at least thus far. And I think we've only had, like, I think 2 circles that have fully closed.
Yeah, well, when you get to the heavy level of aggression that we saw early in this Holleroth map, as soon as you get to like zone 5 and there's only 5 players left alive, you're going to see a lot more of that footsie, right? You're not going to see players want to engage until they see that blood in the water like I was talking about. That's why you saw all those range shots coming through. And here it is, the king walking away with 6 eliminations and a second place finish. It takes that first place MVP with 12.6. But even though Kai Bao goes out in third because of his 5 eliminations, he's still holding on to that second place finish with a 9.5. Kai Bao still sitting in the top 5, top 3 range here today because of consistency. Jail's Ego, on the other hand, only picks up his 3rd elimination and a first place finish, so he walks away with an 8.8. Still not a terrible scoreline, but not the first place finish he was hoping to walk away with here today.
I mean, he still was able to walk away with something, how an S-Railgun continuously at least getting 8.X in, just like how you said, was not able to get enough. And so is Wang Liang too with a 3.1, sadly, just slowly not able to get enough here, as we're going to look at on the highlights here of Xin and Ali keeping that aggression here. Look at this hallway. See, these are the certain fights that we actually didn't get a chance to see here, as T25 ends up putting X in the same corner. And then Zhang Yu doing the same thing to T225 in that space here, as we saw Ego end up getting juggled from earlier here. That beautiful fight and switcher. I mean, look at this. 1 HP from Wang Liang, and it takes 1 hit to shut him down. And Wang Lang is still alive in this fight here, but sadly, it was not how he wanted to end it. The way Kai Bao shuts him down later on in the games as well here. And it's the same thing going for Zhang Yu and Xue Yuan. Xue Yuan trying to put so much damage on him. Zhang Yu, one of our winners from our game, number 1 here, sadly trying to struggle to find another, as Xue Yuan is going to be able to claim that elimination here and able to shut it down to the best of their abilities here. Zhang Yu holding it together, but sadly loses to Kai Bao later on in that game here. Trying to hold on here for as long as he possibly can. Almost claims the elimination, but sadly was still a little bit too low to really hope that the defense is just enough to keep the game alive here. And obviously, ego all the way towards the end claims the elimination on the king. But sadly, the king is going to be able to sit down and take his crown and sit on that throne and say, I am your Game 5's winner. And obviously, NPP with 13,000 damage, 6 eliminations, and over 38, almost 4K damage on the pole sword. Infernal Slash, Siphon Technique, Wave Roll, 2 melee resist soul takes, and a dual blade sap. A whole lot of momentum coming in from the king, and obviously his first MVP of the night.
Look, the thing is the musket put in work for him this game, right? It's those long range shots, because there was a moment where Kai Bao had somebody cornered. They were forced to try to pop their Fiera mech, right? And it looks like it's all going to come up Kai Bao. And all of a sudden, Lu Ren King, pop, comes in with the musket shot, picks up the elimination. Kai Bao's like, really? Then we get back into that situation like I talked about. They were waiting to find somebody to strip those shields off. We see Feng get his armor completely ripped off. Kai Bao is in position to capitalize on that kill. That's the second kill. He's ready to just lock down. He's in their face when they're at 1 tick, and King's just sitting up top with the musket, goes click, click, bow, picks up the elimination and takes 2 eliminations away from Kai Bao. If Kai Bao had picked up both of those eliminations and still gone out where he was, he would have picked up the MVP for this round, because he was already so close with the 5 eliminations he had under his belt. He would have been at 7 eliminations and not had a care in the world. But the king able to clutch those kills away from him, and because of it, he keeps him from having a scoreline where he can just outpace the king, and the king comes out on top as our MVP for this particular game. And he does it with style, he does it with the musket, and we love to see those sorts of plays coming out from the king, because that's what he's known for.
Absolutely known for just absolute aggression, and also playing smart to his advantage. And even with everything going else, though, it looks like even with the king, we still have 1 more game left. But before we do that, we got a video that we got to show y'all real quick, and we'll be right back for game number 6.
你在装什么啊？你谁啊？
我楚大少修罗榜第1，没有资格看奖杯吗？
我小青神联赛第1态，凭什么不能看奖杯？
小德柱，你终于来了！我太刀之魂为人方正，凭什么不能看奖杯？还是小德柱好啊！你们啊，看门都不会看。谢谢啊，小德柱。新赛季，我们必将跨过这条线。
Man, they need to turn up the music. I don't know what they're doing, but the production in terms of the music quality has infinitely just went up another level. Because I was vibing in the last 10 seconds as a person in my ear was telling me 10, 9. I was like, yeah, you can keep doing that. That was nice. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League as we're going to get ready to lock in for our 6th and final game of our first day of qualifiers here for the cup here, as I'm accompanied by RuneKeeper. We've been having such a good time here, giving you guys all of the casting and all of the energy for our day one, and it feels good to be back. A whole lot of momentum coming into this first game and a lot of surprises. We have the max amount of eliminations from his ex-Zin coming in. We have so many surprise eliminations and even clutches coming in from Wang Liang last game in the arena. I mean, the fact that this is only day one, I can't wait to see what our other, not only our other days, but what our other groups have, because this is only the Group A. We still have Group B and we still have Group C. And Group C has a stacked list of people. And of course, we have our #1 winner, Spider, coming in on that group for Group C. So it's going to be fun to see how the rest of them go. But as of right now, we still got one more game left.
That's right. Groups A and B going head to head today. We'll be seeing Groups A and B back tomorrow, but it's going to be our trios groups. And then coming in the next couple of days, it should be Groups B and C going head to head. I know a lot of people in chat excited to see the return of AOW's Mike. And, you know, I got to admit, Group C kind of stacked. You got WBG Spider and AOW's Mike in the same group. That's kind of wild. You know what I'm saying? Like, those two rivals going head to head, no matter what day they're playing. Chef's kiss. I'm about it.
Absolute chef's kiss here as we're going to get ready to lock in for our 6th and final game. What are you expecting to see in this final game?
Look, you kind of have to leave everything on the table here for the 6th and final game today, at least. You do have another day, regardless of which group you are coming forward. So you do still have 6 more games, but you need to make the most out of game number 6 here today. So especially if you're the group going into, you know, you're the last day of solos, you don't get to play in the next day of solos. You don't want to have to kind of sit there and watch it and feel like you're in a bad position and just watch players get infinitely higher above you in terms of score and then go, oh man, I got to come in on the last day and risk it for the biscuit kind of thing. You got one game left here today. Everybody's watching you from home. It's the first day back in the NBPL. You really want to put a good presentation on here today. And I'll say it, these two groups have some very good players. But again, we were just talking about Group C. Group C's kind of stacked, right? So if you're here today, you really want to be having some big pop-off games today before you go into Group C against the likes of WBG Spider and AOW's Mike, because you don't know if you're going to pop off into those lobbies given who those players are, right? So you want to have some big points today. So you got to just a little bit of breathing room going into your last day of the first bi-weekly.
Oh, absolutely coming in as well. You do have to be able to be smart here in these final games here. But as we're going to be able to lock this in here for our game number 6, we're going to go through our last pick of our players for the heroes here. And obviously, there's been a lot of picks so far. It looks like Takeda has been a favorite. Zaping has been a favorite. Obviously, our new massive player has also been a very popular pick so far with these games. Faria Shin, Jai?
Faria, yeah.
Faria has been a massive pick.
I gotta,
you know what's surprising though?
I gotta stop the phone, stop the presses. There's no way Ali is taking our boy Tianhai into this solos game. There's just absolutely zero chance. This is actually troll.
See, like, now that you say that, I think he's locking it in.
There's no way. Here's the thing: is like Faria Shen absolutely dumpsters a Monk in transformation for transformation, right? Not only that, we've talked about it every single season. Monk doesn't perform well in solos because he needs a support team. He's locking this in. Dobby, take it away. I can't. You tell me about these landing zones. Like, this is not happening.
As we're gonna get ready to lock this in for Morosao for our final game here, we have a few players that's landing right in front of at least Jade Pawn here near the sites. Meanwhile, Fang is gonna be taking all of Celestial to himself. Jin and one other player is gonna be in Servant's Grounds. Rexy is gonna be near the rivers at Council Courtyard. T225 all the way to the right here near Crow's Nest, potentially near the tower as well. And so is Wayne Shrine, as two other players is gonna be near Lake Yellowleaf near Event Tide Temple. And Servants' Grounds, actually, and all of those little huts and little areas all around the extravagancies of where this final map here is. So a decent spread for a lot of these fights here, and there's definitely going to be some aggression immediately as Muir and Ali immediately nearby here trying to see if they can fight this out here. But Zhang Yu and the King currently are tied for second place with a 31.6, a tie, as Fang has a 33.3. This is actually pretty impressive to see Zhang Yu and the King tied up within these final games here. This really can be anybody's game here in the top three.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you know, Kai Bao here just barely out of the top 5. Less than a point difference between him and J-Team's action. The consistency been doing very well for him. Speaking of Kai Bao, going to find himself here on the receiving end of T225. Unfortunately, Kai Bao has no armor here, and T225 with purple armor is just absolutely in a great position to blitz Kai Bao. Kai Bao does have ult early here, though, clearly running that initial rage build here on Zping as he's able to get it off, gets away, finds blue armor for the reset as well, and Kai Bao does survive, lives to fight another day here. T225 looking to push onto it a little bit harder, but Kai Bao kind of in a good position to turn back on that if he's careful about it. Here we go, Ali here, gonna get parried early, forced to pop the bell, and I just mean... Like, I hate to see it.
Wow.
I would be on high. One of my favorite heroes coming in, playing Naraka for as long as I have. One of the OG characters, but he doesn't have the kit to come into solos. And I mean, you get the bell. The bell saves you from realistically a single hit, and that is it. And then its cooldown is just as long, right? Just as long as a Yodohime F3. For protection from a single hit. It just doesn't bring enough to bear for solos for it to be viable, and of course we're gonna see them immediately have to be forced to use their resurrection. GD's Mur here on the receiving end of some pain from Rexy. Rexy gonna be forced to pop the F here to get away on Feria. Mur gonna go ahead and take the opportunity to look for a reset here. Needs to take this fight while they have it, though. I don't think Rexy has the ultimate. And if Mur can catch them out and catch an infinite here, this could be the elimination they need to get themselves together here in game number 6. The problem is, there it is. They're going to go ahead and de-ult. They only had 15% charge left anyway, and they knew they weren't going to be able to catch on to Rexy. Rexy's going to find the parry onto Mur. Mur doesn't have the ult to get away from it. Rexy going to get sent back there with a little bit of a hit there. The staff comes around the corner, but Rexy has the F available, is able to just jump backwards, pop the damage, and unfortunately that's going to be it for GD's Mur there as they are eliminated. They do have a resurrection, but they are going to go down early here as we turn our attention to OC Zhang Yu, who will be picked up here by Alliance Jin with a bow shot from downtown. Feng not happy about it, turning their attention on to Jin, coming in with the F, follows it up with a massive dagger uppercut. Now just sitting here, he's got the F ready. As soon as Jin comes out, he can just F. You need to go ahead and F, Feng. Pick this up. Don't let this kill go away. You're right here. Oh my goodness, he lets the ult burn out. He's gonna let this elimination slip through his fingers. All he had to do was press F to pick it up. He's gonna let
He might
Jin
still get it. He might still get it.
Oh, he's coming in.
It's a race to the clock. Rest of the clock.
Oh my goodness, Fang. He's gonna find an armor swap. Oh my goodness, he gives the elimination away to Ego. I can't believe what I just watched, Tommy.
I mean, he does able to, I mean, he might have given it away like an Oprah giveaway, but he still might be able to claim another one here for Ego, potentially here. Still trying to put the same energy as he did from the one player onto this one. Jin sadly gets eliminated, but Fang is going to be able to at least capture one and gets Ego out of this game officially. So might not have been necessarily worth it for that first elim, but he does at least get one. And at the end of the day, to be honest with you, that's all that matters.
Feng did the same thing he gave to, right? He literally gave the elimination to Wang Liang because he refused to swap off of the white dagger. And he's gonna do it again. I can't with Fang. I love Fang. I'm a big fan of Fang. Fang's turning me into a Fang fan, but he's got to stop making the same mistake here. He does pick up the elimination, thankfully, though. The King here in a bad situation. Oh my goodness, why would Rexy push into this when King has ultimate? The F comes through. Rexy still looking for those bow shots. King just able to tap dodge out of him here. Just popping the pot the whole time here. We're gonna see Ali picked up by Jin, and the Monk player, to nobody's surprise, doesn't even pick up a single elimination before they're eliminated here from game number 6.
Absolutely unfortunate, though, coming into it. You hate to see it. Even with all of this momentum, though, that we talk about, it's still a whole lot happening, though, within this space here as Rexy, with the ultis, decides to back out here. Meanwhile, T225 is going to be able to push in and keeping the regression on Shay Yang, who has no shield. Basically, I mean, you have a great shield. It basically means you have none. As T225 has the advantage, though, is able to at least get some shield, gets a shield swap right in front of the face of T225. Decides not to push in and gets too aggressive, goes for the reshield. Looks like they're going to go for the rotation here, trying to see if they can wait it out, waiting for the parry. Maybe he's going to push in for the strike, though, but decides not to, as he's going to grapple him, catch him with the dual blades here, keeping the same aggression on each side. Pops the ulti, catches the fireball, but ends up stepping to the side and going, yeet, you ain't going to hit me with that one, not today. As it looks like now they're still going to go through with the maneuvers. Shoyoung finds a blue shield here. He's been lucky enough to find so many shields to keep this game alive for himself here, as now he pops his ulti all the way towards the top. They both go for the reset here. Could be massive for him as Jaden comes back. It looks like he's around there. He could be dangerously close, and yes, he is. Definitely makes a good one, though, all throughout that one. Let's see if they can keep the same momentum pushing into it. You love to see it as the King now back at it with that one as well. So he's going to capture and tries to see if he can catch Rexy on this one. Rexy trying to rotate around, trying to see if he can get any free moment to get any shield off here, but look how close he is. Rexy going through the buildings and beautiful maneuvers all the way on each side here. Is able to catch him up top here. Possibly goes for the reset, waiting for the parry. Beautiful defense, waits for the strike, but then catches him on the second turn. Beautiful reset, though, from Rexy, trying not to get caught by the sting of the parry. And it looks like we're going to be going back in towards the top with the Realm of Yang and Wang Liang and Fang back at it again for another fight. Let's see how we're going to see how this one is. This the rematch? I think this is the rematch, ladies and gentlemen, as Fang and Wang Liang are going to go at it for the second time tonight. And it looks like it's going to be the last time, too, as Fang and Wang Liang fighting this out, waiting for the cue. It looks like the ulti comes through on both sides here, trying to see if they can use their ghost to try to see if they can get some both eliminations dangerously low, but Fang is not going to give Wang Liang the opportunity to go for the reset and possibly win the fight. Meanwhile, same with Zhang Yu and Xjin, waiting for as long as possible here, pops the ulti, dangerously low from Zhang Yu keeping the same pressure, trying to just maneuver around each side, keeping the game alive for himself here, trying to hold on here as Zhang Yu is able to get a nice hit of his shield and heals, and it looks like he's able to go for the reset, but not enough here, as he's just waiting for him on each side. He's trying to see which one, and each one gets a hit. Every time he gets his shield off, he gets hit by another one, but now he still has an opportunity, though. Almost full heals, might be waiting for the shield here, as Xen is not going to use it to his advantage here. 8 seconds left on the clock, could be massive, though, as they both actually might lose out on this one, though, as Zhang Yu gets hit with a massive juggle. Right click on it, gets dangerously low, and it's not going to be enough, as they both die to the resurrection, and now they both have to go for the resurrection, and now they got to fight to keep this game alive.
Turning now our attention to Celeste, we're going to see Shenwan here trying to go in on to GD's Mur. Mur gonna heat the huge fireball onto them, followed up by the Takeda ult. No place to go, and it's Shenwan with the musket who actually picks up the elimination. A huge for Shenwan. Unfortunately, that's going to be it for GD's Mur. They get sent back to the lobby for the 6th and final game today. Kayla's Fang going to take a hit there from Wang Liang with the Takeda ultimate. Wang Liang looking to create some space, get a little bit of a reset off Zhang Yu close at hand as well. Ultimate and F both still available, just looking to not burn those resources if they can. Find some pots off here as many of these players give chase. Nice uppercut there coming out from the spear. Zhang Yu doing enough damage to kind of make this Zip back off a little bit, but Zip gonna pop the bubble, looks to find them. Zhang Yu gonna be able to find the pot finally as the Zip loses track of them. him in that tiny little gap. Zhang Yu more than happy with the situation in life here. Doesn't have to burn a single ability and is able to get away. GS is at TT25 here, just looking to come in and capitalize on anything. Alliance of Jin with the dagger going topside. So many of these players around Celestra, you can see here that a lot of them have popped the bells, and it's just everybody everywhere. Wang Liang with that Yang depletion, 2 minutes left remaining, either needs to slide in and pick off the Soul Bloom off of somebody else's elimination, or find an elimination of their own. Wang Liang gonna use the scale rush so they don't get hit there with that longsword slash. Zhang Yu trying to turn it on to Wang Liang, is able to find it. Wang Liang gets parried out of the air too. No, Zhang Yu gets parried. I misspoke. Zhang Yu coming in, and Wang Liang 1 HP in a dream, but there's no place for him to hide here in Celestra. It's gonna be KLA's Feng who finds the elimination. Zhang Yu going low, as well as J-Team's action continues with the aggression. The pillar comes down from J-Team's action. Action going to be forced to sit onto the pillar here. Goes very low, but all the players are going to back off, and Action will find the space to get the reset. Continues to hunt them down, but it's KLA's Feng who picks up the elimination onto Zhang Yu. Feng finding elimination after elimination. Feng finds another elimination, his 5th elimination of the game, onto J-Team's Action.
Meanwhile, even with this one, though, you love to see the fine from each of these, though, and sadly, Action will get eliminated here and ends his day with a 23.4. Absolutely insane performance coming through here for Teams X-Jin here. Let's see if any of these other teams are going to be able to keep the momentum going here, but Feng is making it so much harder for anybody to catch up. Zhang Yu gets eliminated here. The King has no elimination so far here with a 32.6. G2225 has 28.5, so he could possibly take over the top 3 from the King himself. But a lot of these players will have to pop off and do something absolutely massive in order to see themselves in the very top of the leaderboards here. But still able to put it all together here. They're still able to find more and more of this momentum in fighting as T225 finds Jin in this corner here. Trying to see if maybe they can fight this out, but decides to back off this. Doesn't necessarily need to force the fights if they don't necessarily need to currently here. There's still 7 players alive here in the circle. And we're only in circle 2. It's about to be circle 3 here in a couple minutes here. A couple seconds, actually. And it looks like the circle is going to be right in between or a little past Celestra here. If you're looking at it from the interactive map that we have going on here, definitely looks like it's going to land near Lake Yellowleaf, Servants Grounds. Could be in that canyon area. And there's definitely some chests that's all the way around here, though. So let's see if they're going to be able to find it here.
Look, Feng has just cemented such a massive lead. I don't know if anybody can catch up to him. He's 40.8. The King is 8.2 points behind him. And Feng is still alive here into the top 7 of our game number 6. That gap is only going to grow. King here, very close to being eliminated. The mech comes down from Rexy. King in ult goes topside and is able to get away from Rexy. Rexy able to get some pots off, just use it as a reset, looking to turn back into the King. But the problem is now King looking to go for the infinite. I love this. Rexy sees that uppercut coming in from the katana, immediately pops the F to create some distance. As we turn now to KLA's Feng and Shen Wang, but Shen Wang so low. Feng just needs to throw that F out, grab himself a little bit of damage here, and he's going to be able to pick up the elimination. There it is. That's all he has to do. Feng picks up his 6th elimination. Keep in mind, Feng has 6 eliminations this game, and he gave one of those eliminations away to Ego earlier, when all he would have to do was pop the F key to pick up that elimination, and then still turned the fight onto Ego and picked up that elimination as well. Feng right now absolutely dominating in groups A and B. I don't think anybody has a chance of even coming close to catching up to Feng anymore. The King is still in this, but he's picked up no eliminations. He's got no armor right now. He's looking to find a reset onto that armor, but he's got no ult. 33% ult charge here while he's being chased by Rexy. He's only got 3 shield pots left. If he's got purple armor like I think he does, he's going to be forced to use 2 here. T225 here, looking to take this fight with Shen Wang. Shen Wang trying to make a comeback here, looking to make something happen. T225 just going to back away as he sees the ult come out from Shen Wang. Shen Wang trying to give chase here. I like this play from T225. He's just wasting the time on Shenwan here. Knows that he's gonna burn through that ult pretty quickly here and doesn't want to burn his own. Finally burns his own ult. Shenwan gonna be forced to take the reset. He can't really give chase here. He's got 16% ult. Yeah, he's just gonna go ahead and end and keep the rage he's got, but T225 can easily re-engage on this. He's got the F. He's got way more ult charge. His ult comes up first. Needs to be careful though. Feng coming in for the third party. He's gonna find the grapple onto Shenwan, but wants to look for T225 as he's managed to shred the armor off of him. Throws the F a little bit early, but is able to capitalize on it. But it's Shenwan who comes in with the musket this time and capitalizes on it. Says, no, 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 no. I put in the work. That's my kill. Feng, get out of here.
Absolutely, and Feng is going to be able to try to push on. Looks like he's found his next target, which is Kai Bao. I love it when we get into these buildings here because I love seeing the maneuvers around these buildings here, and that movement is just so well received from each of these players, though, as it looks like they're going to find Kai Bao. Kai Bao trying to decimate Feng here, trying not to get caught here. Almost catches him within the dagger downs, but not fully. Able to hit him once, but that's really about it here. Feng is deciding to slow down. Goes for the reset here for the shield. Kai Bao is going to go all the way around here as Shuyong and the King are fighting out outside of the grass area here. Trying to hold us together as the Feng is going to be able to capture them on each side here. Dangerously hits the King here. Hits him with a cannon right in the face. And now the King, sadly with no shield here, is going to have to maneuver all the way around the buildings and not get caught in a bad situation. Shuyong is going to find him. And Jin is able to snatch the elimination with a pistol. What? Shuyong trying to see if he can hold on here. Sadly, he gets hit by another one too as a fireball comes out. And Rexy claims the elimination onto Shen Yuan. There's still so many kills coming into this. He absolutely kills it.
Shenwan had no business throwing that fireball there. Knowing people are sitting up top, taking range shots, he's literally 1 tick of HP. He jumps up, makes himself a visible target, and then locks himself into the fireball animation and just gets immediately popped off by Rexy. I just no business throwing that fireball whatsoever there. He was in a tough situation either way, but he just gives the elimination away. Down to our last 4 players left alive here in game number 6. Feng has had 2 kills popped out from underneath of him with just some tricky little range shots this game, and he had a third that he just let go earlier this game because he refused to pop the F there when Ego slides in and takes the kill from him. So Feng, even though he's very in the top of this lobby right now, oh my goodness, Kai Bao gets obliterated into that ultimate, takes a ton of damage, and is on the run now. But yeah, Feng still with 3 eliminations taken out from underneath him. He still has 6 eliminations, more than or double any player in the lobby. Rexy holding on to second place with 6 eliminations, but nobody has the space to catch up to Feng. Feng clearly going to be holding on to that first place here after day number 1 here in the spring split. Kai Bao is going to go down, and it's going to be Feng who picks it up, doesn't let somebody else pick up the elimination. Feng at 7 eliminations, top 3 here in the lobby, easily going to be able to find the full reset there. Alliance's Jin poking at him with the pistol, but it not really mattering too much as Feng just has a tree to hide behind, easily takes the reset, and it's going to be Rexy versus Jin versus Feng here in our 6th and final solos game of the day. We love to see it, man. Feng has put on one heck of a show here today for all of you ladies and gentlemen watching from home, because man, what a performance coming in from KLA's Feng.
Feng able to just make the gap so much farther for everybody for our first day. What a great start to NARAKA BLADEPOINT for our first season, and what a great start for Feng. What a great start for him coming into this and saying, hey, I am going to take this lead, I'm going to take this leap, you guys are going to have to follow behind me. And it looks like they're still going to be able to do it, as both 3 are going to be able to fight this out for this Morris Blessing here. Let's see who's going to be the one that snatches it. It looks like Feng is going to be the one that takes it, gets that snatch ability from that body, and says, I'm going to see you guys later because your boy's got a goldie. And it looks like he's got a couple other nice little stacks over there too. He's got a gold repeating crossbow. Looks like no one took that one. As it looks like everybody's going to try to see what they can do here to try to find some extra loot here. Circle slowly starts to close in for our top 3 here. And ladies and gentlemen, 7 eliminations, 12.5 total for Feng. Could we possibly see a back? Can we possibly see a 2? Oh, what is he doing? He took all 3 of the gold and put them on top of this building right in the front here. Goes for the bounty. What is this man doing? He's making it harder for them to actually get those. He's like, no, I'm gonna play around with you guys. You guys are my meal, but I'm gonna do a nice little bit of some. I'm gonna mess around with you guys really quickly here. We're gonna have some fun here on this final one. He's like, I'm already in the lead. I ain't gotta do much.
Look, I'm gonna call this right now. This is a message from Feng to me, right? We've watched Feng all day with the white daggers. This is Feng telling me, look, I don't care. I'll drop the gold weapons. I don't care about optimal. I'm gonna play what I'm comfortable with, and what I'm comfortable with is the white dagger. Now that said, if Alliance Jin takes this legendary greatsword and blitzes down KLA's Fang here, I'm gonna laugh. Okay, I will absolutely laugh my arse off, because that would be pure sweet justice. I mean, Fang can't not walk away first place right now. That said, he still wants to pick up as many points as he can. Zone 4 collapsing on to Zone 5. We're not going to see a whole lot. We're going to see a lot of downtime coming in here right now, because it's Zone 5 and there's only 3 players left alive. They literally have no reason to fight each other right now, right? All you're doing is opening yourself up to a third party. Feng coming topside. Feng apparently doesn't care, though. He looks like he wants to smoke with Rexy right now. I love Feng as a player at this particular moment. I love that he would even clap back at me and just be like, I don't care. I got a dagger. The heck with these legendary weapons. Like, I love it. Such a great player. Great attitude coming out from him as well. Little bit of BM. We like a little bit of talking. You know what I'm saying?
Trolling here.
Yeah, just a little bit of BM coming out from Feng. By the way, these two players, no way they can catch up to Feng. Feng has 45.8 points right now. These guys are at 15 points. Nobody even in the ballpark of Feng. Like,
not even close to the ballpark of what we were talking about earlier here as Jin, Rexy, and Feng. I would love to see them drop all of their weapons and just fist fight it to the end. That's what I'd like to see.
I would love to see that too, but you don't do that in the Pro League, right? All the people here watching from home, you can't disrespect the people watching like that. You're here. Not only that, you can't disrespect your org like that. As much as it would be cool to see, I think you're here, you're a pro player. You need to put as many points on the board as you can. And if I'm Feng right now, like, you know, we see here Jin picked up that legendary pole sword that Feng dropped, right? If he dies to that and I'm Feng's coach, I'm gonna talk to him after the game and be like, really? Like, you really did that?
But if he does win, though, then it's also like,
oh, if he wins, it's just pure BM, right? Don't get me wrong.
If pure, I'm just better. That's what it really means. It's sending a message. It's just like what you said. It's pure, I'm just better. Yeah. You guys are just gonna have to figure it out.
He's built different, right? Absolutely built different.
Built very much different. Built one different than a Ford F-150. Anyway. Still able to rocket towards this very end here. Fang, Rexy, and Jin all the way in. Top 3 holding it in. This man is playing with his food, and you love to see it. Sometimes you got to be able to feed the chickens, make them feel a little fatter just before you toss them in the fryer. Anyway, see how they are able to do it all the way towards this end here as Fang, Jin, and Rexy getting ready to fight this out. Jin holding on for as long as possible, trying not to force the fight if he absolutely needs to. But ladies and gentlemen, our day 1 winner for today in the entirety of it, 45.8 points, probably going to be, probably could potentially hit 50s depending on if he gets these next 2 eliminations and a dub. But Fang will be your winner for at least today and tonight. A lot of momentum happening as Rexy getting hit with all of those. Now here comes the ulti coming in as Rexy is going to be able to pop open the mayhem that is this mech. Hitting these shots really here.
Sorry, go ahead, Dobby.
Keeping the aggression all the way towards Fang here is going to be able to catch him inside of here. And here comes the cannon shots here, trying to see if maybe they can connect him. But inside of that canyon gets a little bit of some hindsight here to what he could do. But they are not giving Fang a shot here and catching another dub. They don't want him to have it. They don't want him to have this dub at all.
Rexy here on the back foot, quite literally. No ultimate. He does have the F available now, but Fang is going to pressure this. There's absolutely no reason for Fang not to now, knowing that Rexy has no ultimate available to him. And we're going to see the same coming in from the side as well, as Jin knows that they have no ultimate, and Jin's just going to sit here with the pistol, looking to land their shots onto Rexy, letting Fang kind of put in the work, and trying to kind of pick up that third-party elimination from the side. Yeah, those shots going straight at Rexy. No focus onto Fang, because Fang has all their abilities available to him, right? Rexy just on the back foot here. This is the time to pressure and take the fight. You don't want to give Rexy the opportunity to get that ultimate back. Rexy on the back foot. It's just going to come down to who picks up the elimination. Jin will pick up the elimination now, but finds themselves in one heck of a situation. We're going to go ult for ult here. Fang needs to play this very carefully. Doesn't need to let Jin pick them up into the ultimate. They do have theirs popped though, so they have the availability to kind of break out of it. There we go, into the uppercut. Now we're gonna see the elbow come through, looking for it. Mistimes the parry, but Fang has the F to lock onto it. The uppercut coming in, massive damage coming in from Fang. Fang absolutely doesn't care. Jin so low, even with the legendary pulse sword. He gets some huge hits onto Fang though. Fang just needs to find the next one. The elbow comes through, waiting with the F here. Fang finds the elimination. 8 eliminations and a first place finish for KLA's Fang. Fang absolutely undefeated here today. What a monster.
Shuts it down and also gets the official back-to-back, making it harder for everybody here. I think that's going to be official 50. I'm going to be honest. I think that concludes today. That is going to be a 50-point dub, potentially. That could be what we see here as the total, because we love to see it here, but we got to give it up to Jin. Jin holding on for as long as possible here in this final circle and still able to do as much as they can. They've done a fantastic job of it thus far, and I know those smiles coming in. Hey, at least he doesn't have to get told by his coach, why would you do that?
Look, absolute BM, you know, and we love to see it. It is going to be a very interesting season. I can't wait to see Fang go head-to-head with WBG Spider and AOW's Mike. Man, groups A and C are going to be insane to watch. Fang here, what a crazy game coming out from them. They just had such a dominating performance here today, and I love the BM coming out from them. The fact that they're willing to be like, hey, look, we're in the pro league, but I'm gonna throw you, look, here's a little gold sprinkle for you, little gold sprinkle, and a little another one. Yeah. Don't worry about it. You come pick up the sprinkles if you want. I'll let you put it on your cupcake, because I'm gonna walk away the winner anyway.
A little bit of that Salt Bay type. With the, yep. Nice little bit of some salt and all that, putting it together, make it look nice and get.
He's just seasoning his food,
Thank
right?
Thank you, appreciate.
He's just seasoning his food. That's all it is.
You know what I'm saying? Like, just gotta be able to put that down and make it look nice. But still, I mean, it's still a very, very scary situation. But he made it absolutely fantastic all the way towards the very end here. Fang just being the MVP, I think, of overall of today. I gotta say, if we have to bring up an MVP, I think for just at least today, it has to be Fang. Fang has put up an insane amount of eliminations. Fang has put up an insane amount of clips. But I will have to give one extra highlight to XJin putting in the most eliminations of 8 eliminations in our game number 4, and then making people sweat. So yes, that's yeah. I had to, you shook your head no, and I was like, wait, what? I'm not wrong.
I thought Fang hit 8 here, but I forgot that Jin was able to pick up that last elimination with a cheeky little elbow.
Right. I was like, I know I ain't crazy now. Hold on. Don't do that to me. So yes, so as we are able to lock this in here for our game number 6, the day is done. The day is done for our first day. You know, it's been fantastic being able to cast alongside it. I'm excited to do it all season long. Tomorrow we have trios for our groups A through B. And obviously, we still got to show you guys not only the MVP, but also the highlights. So we got highlights to catch at you guys very soon here, as we're going to be able to show you guys the replays of what happened. But like we said before, today was a very successful game. Even with all of this happening, though, they've done a fantastic job. And obviously, we still have more to do. But my goodness, was today good. This is a great start. I can only imagine how the rest of the season is going to go.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, today was insane. If this is the bar we're setting day 1, it's going to be a crazy season. I think there's going to be a little bit more talking from the players this season. You know what I'm saying? And Fang here, no surprises, 8 eliminations, first place finish, a 16.8, highest scoring game of the day. Alliance's Jin picking up another 3 eliminations. We got to talk about Alliance's Jin here, right? Alliance's Jin may not be in the top 5 today, but every single game they've been towards the top of our little leaderboard here. Jin putting in work, and especially like we had the game where J-Team's X-Jin had 8 eliminations, right? Alliance's Jin in the end able to come out on top, not able to put more points on the board than X-Jin, but with some very well-played decision-making, we're able to pick up extra eliminations and then even killed X-Jin. Speaking of X-Jin, here they are getting absolutely blitzed down by Shen Wan here. Mur, unfortunately, this was a tough situation. The fireball into the musket shot, they really just couldn't do anything there. Here we go. KLA's Fang picks up 1 elimination here. Then we see X-Jin come in, and I do believe Fang capitalizes on this and just instantly picks up another elimination. Yeah, right, back to back there for Fang. Fang in here, able to get the grab off, swaps into the range, does a little bit of damage into the dagger. We see Shen Wan trying to catch the elbow here, but is super low, comes in, just steps back and ults. Fang playing this very well. So many eliminations. Look at this, onto the, or well, doesn't quite get that elimination, somebody else. Or no, does he pick up that elimination? I thought somebody got that with a bow shot, not Fang. Either way, Fang's still putting in work right here. Absolutely just picking up a ton of eliminations. Coming in here, does pick up the elimination on the Kaibao, comes on to Alliance's Jin here with the ult, sends him flying backwards, and Jin here just trying to find that elbow into something, just not able to make it happen. We do see that pole sword almost puts an end to Fang. Fang goes way low because of that legendary pole sword, but is able to find it in the very end there with that dagger down by jumping up into the right click and using that to get through to get enough damage off to take the victory. Here we go. The MVP of the game is, of course, going to be KLA's Jin at 27,000 damage, 8 eliminations. Huge for them. I'm gonna Leah take it away though as we go to our last interview of the day. Take it away, Leah.
27,000 damage? Wow. That was a lot. I wasn't ready for that. Like, I knew he had a lot of damage. I knew he was putting in work. I knew the dagger was doing an immense amount of work, but 27,000? I think that's the most damage we've seen tonight.
Yeah, absolutely is. I mean, coming in, putting in a ton of work. Also, I guess I misspoke. I thought we were jumping to our interview with Aaliyah here, but we'll have that for you guys in just a couple of minutes here, I'm sure. But man, what a performance from Fang tonight. I think we have to take a look at the overall leaderboards, right? We're not done just yet. We got to see where the overall standings are. I got to see if he hit that 50 bomb tonight, because if so, huge.
I think he hit it.
I think he hit it. Absolutely massive. I mean, yeah. Yep. We're going to throw it over to Leah now for an interview, and then we'll come back to take a look at those final standings.
Take it away, Leah.
Okay, hello everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have MYR from the team GD. So first, let her say hello to us. 那也是先请我们柔柔跟大家打个招呼吧。用话筒说。
大家好。
Okay, welcome. So MYR is the first girl who come to our interview. So of course, the first question will be like before you come to our competition, which player you really want to like have a battle with him？ 那其实想问一下柔柔，因为你今天其实是我们这个采访里面第一次来的女孩子，那就问问你在来到我们 Nbpl 之前有没有什么比较想交手的男选手？
就比较想跟昊天交手。
Okay, so she chose W1D1-SOLO from the team J team. Why is him? 为什么是他呢？
就因为以前跟他就是一个直播平台，然后就认识挺久了，就一直想跟他切磋，但是没有机会。
Okay, so I have known W1D1 for a really long time, and we are in a same live app, but I didn't have an opportunity to have a battle with him, so I want to do this in the match. Well, you know, our competition, our interview have a new part. It's called Answer for Treasure. So, if you know the answer, please write on it in the chat box and we will do a screenshot. And the first one in the picture will get our prize. And this time our question is, who picked 天海 today? 那我们今天的问题呢是谁选择了天海在单排里面？OK， 柔柔先不要回答。So I really want to ask you, you know, how do you think about like maybe the King OUG performance today? 那就先问一下吧，你觉得 The King 今天表现怎么样？
今天表现就挺出乎我常，就是我之前在训练赛是没见过他的，然后今天看到他上场，觉得还挺强的。
Okay, so I think he's really strong and although I didn't met him in the training game, so today is the first time. So do you know the King? We call him the like most handsome boy in our Nbpl. Do you think about that too? 那其实我们之前有说，觉得路人王是这个比赛里面最帅的男生，你也这么想吗？
我觉得小蜘蛛帅一点。
Oh, so she likes Spider. So Spider is the most handsome guy you think in our Nbpl. 那你觉得，所以小蜘蛛是你心目当中最帅的选手，对吗？
对。
Oh wow. Okay, so the King have a like challenger is from our Spider. Well, please come down the time. 那请我们一柔说一下3、2、1，我们截个屏，好吗？Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot. And don't forget to check your mailbox, and our monitor will send you a message. Don't miss the prize. Well, after like today's 6th game, how do you think about the first day you come to our Nbpl? 那其实今天经过6场比赛，觉得第一天打比赛感觉起来怎么样呢？
就我是第一次打比赛嘛，然后就其实很多东西都不懂，就比如我选的英雄就跟他们有点不一样，就有点吃亏。
Okay, so of course I'm the first. This is my first time in Nbpl, and actually I still have something I don't know, so I have to try hard best in the following games. Okay, thank MYR for doing this, and that's all for our interview. Well, back to the casters. Bye bye.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here, thank you so much for the interview. And of course, Leah, thank you for giving us a wonderful interview there. Man, what a day one derby. I always have expectations coming into the seasons, right? I always expect there to be a little bit of fire. I expect players to come out, pop off. Day one, I expect to see a little bit of jitters, a little bit of slowdown as players kind of test the water, especially when there's new players added to the pond, because it's a pond filled with some big fish, and you get some other little fish coming in. Everybody kind of like, all right, we got to see what these other fish doing. Fang, on the other hand, just said, the heck with that. I'm big fish in the pond. I don't care who you is. I'm gonna eat you up and spit you out. And not only that, the BM coming out, you know, I don't even want to call it unsportsmanlike, because it's not really unsportsmanlike dropping the gold weapons up there, right?
That's what did it for me. That's what did it for me. The little laugh,
he knew what he was
smirk,
doing.
The little
he
smirk.
knew what he was doing. Yeah, we cut to his face and he was just like, like I love it. Absolutely love it, because it's that healthy amount of BM, right? It's not that level of BM where you're really being kind of
no. You know what it is? You know what it is?
It's confidence.
It's the
yeah.
That
come and get it.
Come on. What you want to do? It's that. That's what that is. A little bit of some banner. We love it. We love it.
We love some good banner, and these, you know, it's all in good fun for these players. And at the end of the day, Fang came in and said he don't care. Grab that gold weapon. He showed Jin. Jin had that gold weapon, and he just turned that fight on its head. He said, you can have the ult, you can have the gold weapon, you can have it all. My name is Fang, and I'm here to bear my fangs.
And that he did that. He's not a snake, but might as well call him that, because man, were those fangs out. And a lot of people got caught by the poison, by the Fang, because man, oh man, he put in a lot of work throughout today and throughout tonight. To everybody here, Appreciate you guys showing support in chat, to all the people that we have seen throughout our last season, to all the new people. Welcome. We hope you enjoy it, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the season. There's still a lot more games. There's still going to be a lot of intensity. It's going to be a good show. I'm excited to see the next groups though, for our solos. And obviously tomorrow is going to be the start of our trios. So you guys stay tuned for that. It's going to be around the same time. And obviously we showed you guys the calendar from earlier in terms of what's going to be. So it's a lot of weekends they're going to be snatching up for these from Thursday to Sunday that we'll be doing these. So there's going to be a lot of time. So we hope you guys stay tuned and get ready for it, because it's still going to be a lot of action to be had as we look in for our final standings for day 1 for our spring bi-weekly. Obviously looking into this, Jin putting up a decent performance in some of these games here, ending in an 8th with that 18.1. And obviously, still some of these players still have a lot more to go here, but TK, but Ali and Esrael, some very new players here, 12.6 and 10.9. A struggle in our first games here, but definitely seeing some momentum starting to pop off here. But look at this, Jin with 2 7.8s in our game number 4 and our game number 6. But look at this, Fang.
There it is.
With a 50.1. I said it before, this might be a 50 in our first day. Fang puts up 50 points. A great, strong start for the man himself. Zhang Yu in second place with a 33.3, putting up massive points here. And the king ending up strong, the handsome face, for a 32.6. Obviously, the most points coming in from the Fang, which is that 16.8. But still, I said it before, we might see a 50 bomber. Ladies and gentlemen, we saw it.
Look, here's something to take important note of as well. We didn't see a whole lot of 50 bombs and solos last season, and last season's we had 16 players in the lobby. That's potential for 6 more eliminations, given your rebirth, given the fact that they can go into the realm of Yang, and that's an extra kill on top of it as well. You're talking 6 less kills available in the lobby, and Fang still drops a 50 bomb. This is a huge, massive accomplishment coming out from Fang here in day 1. And man, talk about setting the bar high. Like you said, Fang, he's a snake. He's got those fangs. And I tell you what, I can't wait to see who's gonna win, the spider or the snake, baby, because both of them got venom and they coming in hot.
The spider and the snake. Oh, we have a title. Oh, we have a title. Oh, the snake versus the spider. Whoa. Oh, this is going to be a good season. I already have thoughts in my brain immediately of what I'm going to have to talk to production. Guys, I'm thinking a pit, right? It's a snake pit. Spider's caught in the center. Fangs all coming up. Anyway. Still, I got a lot of ideas here, but the fact that we have the spider and the snake, that's a movie. That is a movie. I'm sorry. Whoa. Oh, it's going to be a good season. I'm excited. Day 1, the fact that we get blessed to have such a fantastic show for our first day is already giving me so many goosebumps getting ready for our next week's of showmanship. And obviously next week will be our finals already for our first bi-weekly. And obviously it's going to just keep going from there. We have so many weeks ahead of us. So we hope all of you guys stay tuned. We're excited to bring you guys more action. And obviously me and Rune casting alongside all of our other fantastic casters. And obviously you guys are going to be seeing some new faces and some old faces on the casters roster. So appreciate you guys for being here. We're excited. And man, this overall look was...
Oh, absolutely. I'm ready. And, I'll be here tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, for day 2. We're coming in with trios hot. It's going to be me and Jake, I do believe, tomorrow. Hitbrain coming in for those lovely trios. And I'm excited for that. I kind of knew what to expect coming in for the solos here today in terms of kind of the meta, what we were going to see in terms of hero picks. Trios, on the other hand, I feel like is going to be wild. There's some big shakeups with Feria joining into the meta. I think she changes everything, and I can't wait to see these pro teams and what kind of comps they lock her into, because I think she's going to be bringing a lot to the battlefield when we come into trios tomorrow.
Zaping, surprisingly, not as not as important as we assumed she was going to be in our first couple of games, though. Actually kind of exciting to see, though. So let's see how powerful she still is. But on top of that, Feria and her massive mech of mayhem can absolutely put more destruction in. But ladies and gentlemen, that's it for us over here at the casters table for NBPL. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys to everybody in chat that's participating in the games and trying to win the prizes. We love you guys. We appreciate you guys. We'll see you guys here same time tomorrow for Trios Day 2. Mwah.
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. And they can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I will rise 1,000 times. Oh, rise 1,000 times. Oh, see, my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears leave one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix.
Rise 1,000 times.
I'll fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder. Not like I will choose another. My tears, the healing powers. Just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
From the ashes, from the brokenness, whoa, and all the pain, they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no, they can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I still see my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder. Not like I would choose another. My tears, the healing powers. Just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix.
Rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder. Not like I would choose another. My tears, the healing powers. Just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
Rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder. Not like I would choose another. My tears, the healing powers. Just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix.
Rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder. Not like I would choose another. My tears, the healing powers. Just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
Rise 1,000 times. From